everyone. Welcome to the Nintendo Prime Podcast, episode 32. I am happy to be here. How about you, Mr. Eric?
I'm here.
You're here. Well, it is the final podcast of 2021. So that is always exciting when we get to the final one of the year, because it's where we get to look back on the year that was and look forward to the year that will be. And for Nintendo fans, it's really exciting at the moment because we're sort of at the peak. Is it the peak? I don't even know. Are we just entering the peak in the next year? I have no idea. But we did bring a special guest on today, specifically to talk about this. I really wanted him to recap the year. Wasn't sure if he would be back to reality yet, which it sounds like he's not quite all the way back to reality. But we got Mr. AndresRestart here. How's it going, buddy?
What's up, man? I'm doing good. I don't think I'm ever quite fully into reality, so it'll be fine.
It'll hopefully be fine. Hopefully
it'll be fine. No, we're gonna be great. Yeah,
that's good. Yeah. All right. So yeah, we obviously have some stuff to talk about. First off, I want to get into what we've been kicking off our podcast with lately, and that's what have we been playing lately, if anything. I'll start off first this time just to kind of break the ice, I suppose, because I've been playing 4 different games. A lot of it is same stuff you guys have heard about before. I'm playing a little bit of Madden 22. I'm in some leagues for that. I've been playing some Halo Infinite. I've been playing some Age of Empires 4. I'm finally getting some of the multiplayer on that game. Age of Empires and me go way back to the 90s. Have a lot of fun with that on PC. And obviously, I've been playing Pokemon Brilliant Diamond every single Tuesday here on the channel. You guys can tune in. I'm going to be done with that before Arceus comes out. So I think I'm on to my 5th badge, and I'm done after the Elite Four. I'm not trying to 100% to get all the shinies or any of that crazy crap. Just beating the main story and calling it good because people wanted to torture me, and I said, fine, let's just beat a Pokemon game for the first time. And I don't even know. I mean, I guess technically I beat Pokemon Let's Go Eevee, but I don't really count it since it's just a remake of a generation I already beat before. So it was more of a nostalgia trip, and then seeing the Pokemon out in the wild was really, really cool, which you sometimes see in this game, but then sometimes don't. It's really weird. I don't really know. It's like they brought the element, but then they didn't commit to it. It's just weird.
Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl is kind of weird in general.
Yeah.
Because it's not made by Game Freak.
Mm-hmm.
So like I think overall the game is solid, but in terms of glitches and stuff, they're a lot more common than the typical Game Freak Pokemon game. Now there have been updates to sort of like rectify this, but there are still sort of glitches. Like the game, there are little details about the game that just don't feel quite like Game Freak. Like I actually, like a day or two ago, I played. Finally, I beat the Elite Four in Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl, and typically when you try to use an item in a battle and it will not work, it tells you it will not work. But I picked a particular item, and instead of it telling me it will not work, it then went into the battle, and it just said, oh, this item does not work, and my entire turn was wasted. That has never happened before when I played a Pokemon game. So, there's just like little things.
That's exciting. No, I was saying, yeah, buddy, isn't that exciting when things don't work the way you expect?
Yeah, so Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl is interesting. It's still fun. I still enjoyed it. I'm not saying it's like glitches abound. It's just you can kind of tell that it wasn't made by Game Freak.
Sure. I mean, I get that. I wouldn't know since I don't play Pokemon games, so I don't notice these things. I haven't played Pokemon really much since Generation 2. I have dabbled once in a blue moon, played some demos, did some things, but hasn't really excited me. And the thing is, a lot of the stuff that as I'm playing it, people ask, how's your opinion changed? Has this changed? Ooh, Nate's really getting into it because he wants a dragon Pokemon, and it's like, sure, it sounded exciting for half a second when someone brought it up, and then, okay, there's all these prereqs before I can go do it. By the time I hit those prereqs, I just don't care anymore. So the problem, I obviously always have a Pokemon in general, is, well, this isn't really a problem. This is what the game is. I just don't enjoy it anymore. It's very tedious, very grindy, and also really easy. Now, it can get more complex, multiplayer, other things. I hear the Elite Four in this game are actually quite difficult compared to prior games, and that's exciting. I am looking
Can
forward to the Elite
confirm.
Four. But then again, it's like, but here's the thing. Okay, so the Elite Four is hard. Okay, so what that tells me is I'm just gonna be grinding my perfect party that is the perfect, counter to each one of the Elite Four back to back to back to back. And I'm just gonna be grinding and grinding until I get to max level. Okay, well that doesn't really sound like an exciting thing to me.
Well, I mean, you don't have to grind. You just play for strategy, I guess.
Sure, you
So,
could,
I mean,
but like,
so I think the ideal way to play the game is not to play it where you just over level everything. You just kind of explore the world and enjoy it for what it is at your own pace. And if you do that and try not to fight every single trainer and kill every single wild Pokemon, you're actually going to find yourself underleveled and the game will be more challenging. That's how I played through it, and I found that to be more satisfying. But I mean, yeah, if you just stay back and grind, which will be tedious and annoying, but then also when you find progress in the game, it'll be very easy and unsatisfying. Like, I don't think that's the right way to play the game.
well,
I
so
think that's
so
kind of like,
so
yeah,
everyone's got their own ways to play, of course.
yeah,
My thing is, what happened is I got to the first gym, and their Pokemon were like 8 levels ahead of me.
mm,
And even though when I got captured the right Pokemon for the thing, it didn't matter because even non-effective attacks are taking away 3/4 of my Pokemon's health, and my attacks are only taking away like an eighth of theirs, even when they're super effective. So the thing is, it told me I'm under leveled. So then, what did I have to do? Turn around and go grind until I was leveled up. And by the time you do that, you fight some of the trainers along the path. I barely even fight the wild Pokemon. I'm already significantly out leveled, and I'm not even trying to be. I was under leveled for Gym 1, and now I'm just over leveled for everything I've come up against since. Now, the thing is, I don't mind being over leveled. I don't mind it necessarily being easy. To be fair, guys, I always thought when I was a kid that the gym people were easy because they're all one type of Pokemon. And if you know what the gym is, you can find out literally when you walk in, it tells you. You just change your team up and wreck face anyways. So like it was never really challenging when I was younger either, to be fair. But I played Pokemon for a very different reason when I was younger. And that reason to me is gone. It's been gone for a long time. And that reason is got to catch them all. Had nothing to do with beating the Elite Four. Had nothing to do with being a Pokemon master and getting all 8 badges. Sure, you did that along the way. But it was about spending all this time running around in the grass, trying to get Pokemon to spawn, and capturing them. And I don't care about the shinies. I don't care about any of that stuff. Just getting one of every Pokemon mattered to me when I was younger. And even if I got like the first evolution, instead of trying to catch the next one, I would just level up that evolution until it evolved. So it was how I played. It was all about the gotta catch them all, which was beaten to me with the TV show. The TV show beat that into me.
Yeah.
So that's how I played the game. That was the exciting part.
Well,
Problem is,
even the game character said it's got to catch them all.
yeah. See, but the problem is, as you get into a couple generations later, now they've added like 400 more Pokemon. It's just not exciting. It seems daunting to try to catch them all now.
yeah. And I actually think with Legends Arceus, the game that's coming out about a month from now,
Yeah,
like exactly
I'm
a
actually
month
looking
from now,
forward to that
actually.
one. Of course,
That, I
it's
mean,
very
well,
different.
one, it's very different, but it's also it is more focused on actually collecting the Pokemon. Like that seems what the game's actually built around, as opposed to the other Pokemon games where like, yes, you can collect them, but kind of catching them all feels more like a tedious experience. While in Legends Arceus, it seems like that's what the gameplay's been built around. Like they come up with new and fun ways to collect Pokemon and capture them. It's like all more of a seamless thing, you know. So I think it's gonna be different there. And also, there's not as many Pokemon in Legends Arceus. It's not nearly as daunting. Like I don't know if we know the exact number yet, but it's looking like it's basically going to be kind of like a Sinnoh Dex, and that's pretty much it. Not like all near 1,000. There's not 1,000 Pokemon, but if you account for different forms and stuff like that, it does.
By next gen, there
there
will be 1,000.
Yeah, there's a lot. But yeah. I mean, in terms of games I've been playing, I have been playing not a lot recently. I'm still playing through Breath of the Wild. Again, I don't know if I've mentioned that here. If I mentioned them, I at some point or another on the internet, I mentioned within the last few weeks that I've been playing through Breath of the Wild again, and I am trying to decide if maybe it's my favorite game of all time. We'll see. Jury's still out there, but it's holding up pretty well. It's
Possibly
been
coming
fun going through it
through.
again. Yeah. But besides that, during my trip back home to see my family for Christmas, my brother had gotten one of those little arcade cabinets that have like the different games in there, and we just started playing Pac-Man like the entire time. The entire time we were just like playing Pac-Man, trying to like get the highest score possible. It's just sort of fascinating to me that we were playing Pac-Man, a game that came out in 1980, compared to everything else, and that was just like really fun. Like just getting into this game that is so old, but the gameplay is kind of timeless. So yeah, that's what I've been playing lately, I guess.
That's nice, man. Eric, you been playing anything lately besides getting your ass kicked in Madden and being frustrated?
Yeah. No, not really. I haven't really had a chance to play anything else. I mean, yeah, no, I've been over here a couple days. We played some Madden.
Yep.
And yeah, that's pretty much been it.
So basically, he hasn't enjoyed playing a game in a while.
No.
Not since your trip that you went on.
Yeah, that was
2 weeks ago.
Yeah,
Now.
that was.
You got to play some games then.
Yeah,
obviously.
that was.
You finished Odyssey, didn't you?
Nope.
Or almost
up to Bowser level.
Up to Bowser level. Okay.
Yeah.
Almost. Cool. That's really cool, man. So, yeah, I think we can just kind of we already actually talked about obviously a game that came out this year, Pokemon Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl. But one thing I actually want to talk about is really just the year that was. Because it was kind of an interesting year for Nintendo. Obviously, Switch sales are incredible. They've been incredible for like 3 straight years. So 2019 was already really incredible for Switch. Had Smash Bros. Kind of kicking it off from December of the prior year. Then had an extremely strong end of software for the last 6 months. They just killed it at the end of 2019. With a lot of their smaller IPs, I would say, but smaller IPs that have been doing well of late, especially with the 3DS. It was kind of like the rush of 3DS kind of games coming in. Obviously, with Pokemon Sword and Shield being part of that as well. Again, first new generation of Pokemon on a thing that's intended to be used with your TV, what Nintendo calls a home console. Still argue it's a handheld, but hey, it's the most powerful handheld Pokemon's ever been on. Well, I mean, some of you guys are obviously emulating and doing your thing, but you know what I mean. Intentionally released on a powerful handheld gaming platform. And then we move into 2020, and obviously, we all know it was like Animal Crossing and Hyrule Warriors, and not really a whole lot in between. A few sparing games here or there, but nothing too exciting. But again, pandemic, tried to give the excuse. There was like no Nintendo Directs all year. Very weird year.
In 2020, my favorite game of the year might have been Paper Mario: The Origami King.
Paper Mario. Yep, that was their summer game. That was their big summer game that year.
It, like, I mean, thinking about it, like it was Animal Crossing, which to me is a great game, but it's not really my cup of tea. So we had 3D All Stars, which is just 3 old Mario games. Pikmin 3 Deluxe, which is an old Pikmin game. Age of Calamity, which is developed by Koei Tecmo. It's a spin-off warrior-style Musou Zelda game, which was pretty good as far as Musou games go. I think it's like the best-selling Musou game too, so like it was pretty cool. But in terms of like brand new original titles from Nintendo, I think it was Animal Crossing and Paper Mario. We did get Xenoblade Chronicles Definitive Edition, but again, that's a remaster, right? So like, yeah, I think for me, probably. Yeah, I think Paper Mario: The Origami King was probably like my personal best gaming experience from last year. I did play the Future Connected, the epilogue story from Xenoblade Chronicles Definitive Edition this year. I finished it, then I beat the first part of the game in 2020, and that was pretty good. But yeah, I didn't mean to cut you off because I know you were like sort of building up to 2021.
No, you're all good. You're always free to cut me off, man. Someone's got to do it. Otherwise, I won't shut up. So, obviously, 2020 kind of came to its close, and we got into 2021. And, it was an interesting year this year. There was obviously some surprises in there. Metroid Dread, obviously, being one of the biggest ones because people didn't really expect it, despite some rumors of a 2D Metroid. It was like we didn't know it'd be Dread necessarily. So that was like the big, oh man, really? They're
having the
actually
Dread
bringing it
name
back.
was a total surprise. Like
Yeah.
what the game was gameplay wise, like everything they did with the changing camera perspectives and like the 2D style of gameplay, like that I all sort of saw coming. But when they chose the Dread naming, that was just that blew my mind.
Yeah, I bet. So yeah, it was a very interesting thing. And I got really excited when they announced it at E3. You guys all saw my live reactions. If you guys didn't, you can go back and watch it. Go back and watch Andre's reactions and everyone else's reactions on YouTube, because a lot of people were going nuts over it actually being Metroid Dread, not just being a 2D Metroid game, which a lot of people did expect, even without rumors. After Samus Returns was a fairly well done game by Mercury's team. We just probably should have been on Switch at the time. It kind of felt like an ill-timed 3DS release, but Nintendo was hedging their bets because they weren't sure at the time if Switch was actually going to be what Switch became. Which is why, technically, they still have not said Switch is a replacement for 3DS, even though they no longer make 3DS. But again, they said the same thing about Game Boy Advance and DS. So it's called hedging their bets. If Switch flops, they want to release a sequel to 3DS. Well, Switch didn't flop, so they don't got to worry about it. So in hindsight, yeah, they probably would have put that on Switch, and it would have just been another banger in 2017 on Switch. But we get into this year, and obviously the Metroid Dread was a big one. Pokemon Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl obviously sells really, really well. Some people love it, some people don't. That's just the way it goes with Pokemon pretty much all the time, regardless. And then we have to consider things like the beginning of the year. So they started it off with what I thought was a really interesting title. And that was Bowser's Fury. So we got Super Mario 3D World, which everyone expected was going to be ported at some point, because they've been porting almost everything from Wii U. We're kind of getting down to the bottom barrel of what's left to port from Wii U. Obviously, everyone knows about Wind Waker HD and Twilight Princess HD. But yeah, we still have things like Xenoblade Chronicles X floating out there if they ever decide to bring that over. Devil's Third, technically Nintendo paid for, although ended up not being a great game. And who knows? There's probably a couple other guys can dredge up. I don't think the Paper Mario game's coming over. I think they've kind of just moved on and just made new ones. But there could be a few old titles. Star Fox Zero, another example of a game they could potentially bring back if they wanted to. But I look at it as, I didn't care about the Super Mario 3D World aspect because I already played the hell out of that game and beat the hell out of that game. I was a Wii U owner. Pretty much all the Wii U games I had already played a lot. And back when the Wii U came out, I only had like a single child at the time. So I got the game a hell of a lot more then than I do now with 3 kids. So what's nice about, oh yeah, Nintendo's filling out the slate with these Wii U ports. It's like, that's good. You're filling out the slate with games I don't need to play. Thank you. But Bowser's Fury was something I couldn't ignore, because everything they showed about it leading up to release was like, wait a sec. This isn't just some like side dish mini game thing. This looks different. Feels different. So I get the game. Very first night we have it, Eric and I are playing it. Mm-hmm. And my God, am I impressed. I came away after I finally beat it, like a few days later, the Bowser's Fury part, as I want an entire Mario game built around this concept. And I didn't think I wanted a Mario game built around any other concept but more Odyssey. And now I'm like, I'm confused. This is like an open-ish world kind of thing that slowly opens up like a lot of open worlds do. And there's all this crazy crap happening all the time. And yeah, I know you probably aren't going to reuse the whole Bowser mechanic that kind of made that whole thing tick, and also, to me, made it feel a little bit cheap. This is how I kind of knew this wasn't a full game. Is it's all built around the same base concept and just eventually getting to the point that you could take them out. Jeez. That was a loud thud. Don't know if you guys heard it. But yeah, so there's all that. But honestly, I thought it was a great way to start the year. 1, you're starting it with Mario, and 2, you're starting it with something new for everybody. Didn't play 3D World? It's a fantastic game. Enjoy it. Also, if you did, Bowser's Fury happens to be pretty fantastic and almost worth the price of admission on its own. Like, what did you guys think about Bowser's Fury to kick off the year?
I thought it was pretty awesome. I really very much enjoyed it. I actually bought 3D World plus Bowser's Fury. I played through Bowser's Fury. I didn't touch 3D World. So
yeah, I didn't touch the 3D World either, to be honest.
I mean, I already 100% 3D World
but
back on Wii U, so I didn't really have a strong urge to do that. And also, I let a friend borrow it so they could try it out afterwards. So, like, I may go back to it and play a 3D World again on there, but my primary intent was just to play Bowser's Fury. And it was great. I enjoyed it. It was fun. It was like a 15-hour experience, something like that. I got every single little thing I could possibly get in it, and it was a good time. I definitely kind of agree with you that I would love to see a 3D Mario game sort of built around that concept in full. Maybe not entirely exactly like that, but I like how they're playing around with how you would explore an openish style Mario game, and then obviously there's what they did with Odyssey. I do feel like they are going to maintain that sort of direction of an open style Mario game, and it's clearly performing better than previous Mario games. So, I think they probably should do that. That doesn't mean that the Galaxy style isn't good, but you can still get that type of gameplay in pockets. That's kind of like how Odyssey worked, where there were side areas that you would go to and have that sort of linear A to B sort of obstacle course. You can still have that mixed into the open style of gameplay, so you can still kind of get the best of both worlds. So when we do get the next 3D Mario, which I don't think is too soon from now, I think we probably have to wait at least a couple years. It'll probably be like that.
Nice. What do you think about it, Eric?
Well, first off, just to hear you say, next Mario game that in a couple years, that's insane with how many years it's already been since,
2017.
an actual new game. So, 5-7 years.
It's been a lot of ports.
Mario game.
Been a lot of ports and spinoffs.
It's new Mario game, I should say. That's insane. But no, I actually loved Bowser's Fury. I mean, as much as playing what is it, Bowser Jr. flying around and with your little paintbrush. It'd be great to actually see a game like that, but full 2-player cooperative, almost in a way where even if you do kind of split off a little bit, it's split screens, and then if you come back together in the same area, it just molds back into one.
That would be cool.
That'd be freaking insane.
That's a really neat concept.
But
I really like that concept a lot. Holy crap!
But no, that'd be just awesome because you could not necessarily be working on two different things at once because you got to stay in the same world area, but you could be working. You don't have to be. Oh my God, this player's running this way, but I want to quick check. I saw something. I want to run over here, but it's the camera's following this guy, and if I wanted to make a quick little jaunt off to the left, I can.
Yeah,
absolutely. It would be interesting to see if when you're playing, if you're close enough to it could all be on one screen, it's on one screen, but if it's possible to do that and have it split into two, like a split screen thing, like you said, I wonder how that would work. If that would work well, visually. We haven't seen it really done, I don't think. So it would be interesting to see if they could pull that off and it would actually work well.
Yeah, no, I don't know. I just thought of it now.
But, I wouldn't be surprised if they even considered something like that before. But I would imagine that one sort of hurdle there would be performance. Oh, yeah. Because whenever you do a local multiplayer, frame rate goes down. And if they're going to be targeting 60 frames per second now moving forward with Mario, having it switch to split screen like that, having two different players play in different parts of the map, it's a technical hurdle.
Switch Pro, baby. Switch Pro. Come on.
But if we're talking about Switch 2, then maybe that's not as much of a hurdle. But then also how would it look visually? Would it work visually? Obviously we don't know, right? That's something that they would have to test out. But I like the idea. It could
I'd
work,
just like to see a game that's kind of along this lines, but more full multiplayer. Where this one was multiplayer, but not really multiplayer because the second player only did so much. So, yeah, no, I liked it a lot. I could see how you could blend the Bowser's Fury and Odyssey kind of together to get kind of a really interesting, fun gameplay.
Yeah, I really like that concept. Is
this marked down as one of Eric's greatest ideas ever?
This might be the greatest idea you've ever come up on the podcast. To be honest,
good one.
Yeah,
it's a good one.
I mean, it's good. It's original. I've never heard of it before from anybody else. A lot of things. I'm on the internet all the time covering things and watching people's videos. And I hear a lot of ideas. So sometimes for me, it's hard to come up with my own original one because I'm just it kind of blends from others that I hear. But damn, I like it.
I mean,
it's a solid idea.
I think what would help is, like I said, you can't go to different
Oh, I'm getting
world
Miyamoto
parts
on the
of
phone
map,
quick.
the world parts of the map, but if you're in the same like little area, and you could just jaunt off a little bit and be on your own little screen and then come back together. I think would be freaking awesome.
Of course, I got the busy signal.
Yeah, right.
That bastard.
No, it's not answering. He's too
Really,
busy partying.
really good idea. So I guess we can kind of move down the line of the games. First, before I do that, I want to make sure that I acknowledge all of the super chatters because we had quite a few of them kick off this thing. I kicked it off and kind of jokingly started a super chat game, and the game is definitely on at the moment.
Yeah, right.
So Vanetta712 said 2 can play this game. Also, by the way, we had a new member pop in there from Derek Lay. Thank you so much for becoming a new member. By the way, if you want to support the podcast directly, guys, it's patreon.com/Nintendo Prime. That is literally money that's directly for the podcast. So, like, if you want to just support this show, fine. You want to support the channel in general, keep doing what you're doing. You got then I decided to one up them with $10. Logan LeBlanc comes in with $1, and I've been doing drinks this whole time without acknowledging any of these. You guys have seen me do it. And here's the problem. Vanatas came back with $15, and I said game on at 20, and I was probably going to stop at 20. And Taker610 comes in with 2 and is talking about a remake. So thank you so much for the $2, Taker610. But then Vanata712 pops up with the $50, and he says to kick it up a notch. And what Vanata712 may or may not have known is that tonight tequila shots were $50. And I mentioned this on stream yesterday.
Oh boy.
And I wasn't going to talk about it on the podcast, but I also didn't expect it to happen.
Oh boy.
So not only did Vanata712, and I text Yulia, hey, is it all right if I donate some money to top Vanata712? And I was just going to do $55. Yulia comes on and says, "No, we don't go no 55." She drops the hundo and says, "Love you." She does love you. So, oh boy, she's at work.
That's nuts.
I'm not going to like looking at the bank account later, but that's okay. Okay, we're all good. We're all good. We're coming up on multiple paydays. Everything will be fine. But yeah, thank you so much, guys, for that crazy support. And Vanata712, good luck topping Yulia. She's now the top chatter. I think she might have won the game. That being said,
now I lost the game.
That being said, what was the next game released after Bowser's Fury? I'm literally trying to do this off the top of my head, and that's really upsetting me that I'm kind of drawing a blank on what, because there were games before Metroid
Bravely
Dread.
Default 2.
Bravely Default 2, okay, yep, that was definitely a decent one that came out. Better than decent. It was actually a really good game.
Yeah. There's another game that came out in March that I absolutely adore. It's one of my favorite games on Switch, and I think it probably should have gotten more Game of the Year nominations.
What's that?
Monster Hunter Rise.
Oh yeah, Monster Hunter Rise. There you go. And that sold a lot. It's like over 9 million right now. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's selling incredibly well. It's reviewed incredibly well. From a technical perspective, it's arguably the most impressive Switch game. It's got hours upon hours of gameplay.
Hold up. Technically, Vanata712 is winning the game because he beat out my fiance by a penny.
By a penny.
By a penny. Honey, it's on you. You have to going higher than that. All right, go on now.
The difference of that penny adds a whole other digit. So
yeah, I know. Honey, $100.01, maybe. Actually, she did it from her iPhone. So like the next, I don't even want to know what she's doing next. Anyways, go on. Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt, but when I see a hundo drop, I gotta recognize.
For sure. No. I just Monster Hunter Rise was just a really, really good. It is a really good game, and we're gonna get Sunbreak, next year to expand upon it. It was just nice to see like a third-party effort, a ground-up exclusive, timed exclusive, for Switch that pushed the system. It showed that, hey, look, we can have like really visually impressive games on Switch that appeal to like the core gamer that can sell really well. Like Monster Hunter Rise is, this is of something that I think, Nate, you agreed with me, but like I predicted would go down as the best-selling third-party game on Switch, and it's looking like it's gonna be that. It's just selling phenomenally well, and I expect that to continue, especially with Sunbreak coming out next year. It's just a good time. Like I really enjoyed, just getting into hunts with different friends and playing that for a good while. I still haven't finished it actually, so I've been kind of waiting to play with a few people. But it's just that was a good game to come out early in the year.
Yeah, it really was. And one thing I liked about Monster Hunter Rise in particular, it was the debut of Nintendo's new online servers.
Mhm.
And to date, I still think it has like the best online gameplay for a Switch, quote unquote exclusive.
Very clean.
anyways.
Very
What
clean.
also sucks though is because it's using Nintendo servers, it's not cross compatible with the PC version coming next year. It's going to use completely different servers. So like there is that where I almost think that might have been a mistake on Capcom's part to not use their own server structure instead of Nintendo's. But I can also understand that they did build the game from the ground up for Switch. It doesn't even look like a game that should even run on Switch because of that, because it's so custom built for Switch. Obviously, that means the PC version is not going to be like the greatest looking game of all time. It might not even look as good as World did, but still.
Part of me is also wondering if Nintendo didn't kind of.
Well, there was money. There was money
on the table
involved.
saying, "Hey, how about you put this on our holy Christ? How about you put this on our server?" And my God,
honey, I love you. We're not going to have any money left in the bank after today, are we?
Yeah.
I mean, I get paid next week, so we'll be okay. But she was not. She was not going to let that stand. For those who don't know, who listen to the audio version, my fiance Yulia is in the chat. We're getting married August next year. Going to be good times. And here's the thing. She's in on the game. And the problem with getting her in on the game is she doesn't like to lose. So Vanatas topped her with a penny on the donation. She said, screw it, I'm donating $200. Well, technically $199.99. So this is officially the most amount of super chats that we've ever had on a podcast in terms of revenue. I guess we're having a very merry end of the year, although I pay like part of that to Google, but it's okay because since other people are donating, it kind of sort of makes up for it and then some. So this is insane. I guess, honey, I don't know if you're going to be top today. Holy shit. All right. Sorry. I'm just taken aback at the moment from the hundo, the 2 hundo, back to back. That's Eric, how many shots of tequila can you handle? Because I can't do the 3 in a row. That's why I put one in front of you.
I see that. I saw that. All of a sudden, I looked at it and went,
I was like, I can't do 3 in a row.
Yeah.
So you got to do something. This is the Don Julio. This is the top shelf stuff.
I didn't bring any liquor.
This ain't no cheap stuff. This is top shelf. Well, kind of top shelf. There is top shelf beyond Don Julio.
So what came out after Rise?
Well, actually,
Monster Hunter Stories 2 did, but what
that came out around June or July? Yeah, that was a solid
Apex
release.
actually came out in March.
Apex Legends.
Legends came out.
on Switch.
Doesn't run very well on Switch, unfortunately.
I found the list of games. So,
sure. Yeah. You're on Nintendo's website.
Yep. After Monster Hunter Rise, do you want to do this first or?
Yeah. No. Well, let's get him started on the
next game. Would have been Pokemon Snap.
New Pokemon Snap.
Pokemon Snap
In April.
Oh my gosh! How did we forget that? I actually beat.
Oh.
Well, I didn't beat the new content they added in. I still have to go back and play that. But, dude,
I want to see this game.
You still have yet to see new Pokemon Snap?
See this game, yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
So, am I turning on my Switch and you're just gonna play it while we go?
Yeah, right. No, we can wait.
Are you sure?
Yeah. No, that's fine. I just don't want to.
You've been waiting 20 years for this game.
I know.
And I've had it this whole time.
I know. We just haven't had a chance.
What's wrong with you?
We just haven't had a chance to play it. We've been.
I've had a chance to play it. I own it.
Yeah. I've been busy as fudge this year.
Oh my gosh. So yeah, new Pokemon Snap. And you know what I thought was exciting about this one is the whole thing I was worried about new Pokemon Snap was, look, I have a lot of nostalgia for the original. What can they really do here? It's a game where you're on rails taking pictures. What's the big deal? How is this going to be exciting in 2021? And I got to be honest, I don't throw this out often, but for the kind of game and for what they were doing with it, I can't find a flaw with new Pokemon Snap. And I can find a flaw in anything. My favorite game of all time, Breath of the Wild, I can pick out dozens of flaws. But I can't with this game.
I could argue it's perhaps a bit too slow paced.
But that's what it is. It's a picture game.
It's Pokemon Snap.
It's supposed to be slow. Like if you've ever done real photography, it's very slow.
I'm just saying, if you want me to split hairs,
yeah.
I think
well, that's the thing.
It's great for what it is. It's absolutely great for what it is. I think,
and there's nothing like it out there. That's the one thing. It's like
it's a unique
category of its own.
I mean, it's a unique experience on Switch because technically there is the N64 one, but it's not a usual style of game, like a game where you're just on rails taking pictures of Pokemon, examining the wildlife in that way. Like it's just cool. It's a cool experience. Like yeah, good game, great game.
Yeah, it's I absolutely love it. Like it is the most enjoyable Pokemon game I've probably played since I was a kid. And guys, I'm in my mid-30s, so it's been a while since I've been a kid. And it depends on what you consider to be a kid. I know some people are like, "Oh, if you're in your early 20s, you're still a kid." I only call people, by the way, in their very early 20s still a kid if they act like one.
Right.
You act like you're a teenager, I'm going to treat you like you're a teenager. It's kind of how it goes.
My perspective is you're a kid until you have a kid.
Well, fuck.
I will say, when you have a kid, it's a whole new level of life. And by the way, not everyone has to have a kid. That's why I'm not going to go as far as say you have to have a kid or you're a kid until then.
Yeah,
but I will say,
if you don't have a kid, then it's a decision.
Yeah, but even then,
is it a decision, Eric? Is it a decision that by now you don't have a child?
Yeah, right.
I'm not so sure that it's a decision for some
people. No. What I meant was it's a decision to become an adult as opposed to being a kid.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
But even then,
like basically, you become an adult by either having a kid or deciding you were an adult.
Yeah. And I frame being an adult, guys, by taking on adult-like responsibilities. This would be, you can rent your whole life. I don't care if you rent or have a mortgage and own a home. That doesn't matter to me, right? That's all going to be depending on where you live, income levels, all that. But you're an adult when you're willing to take on, to me, the responsibilities of being one. Paying all your bills. By yourself. Nobody helping you. No hand-me-outs. Literally, you take care of everything on your own, and you're willing to do it. Your car breaks down or gets wrecked, and you can actually go get a new car. Somehow, some way. Or if you're in, maybe you're lucky and you live in a city and you don't use any car. Maybe you just ride bike or you do public transit. Whatever works for you. But the point is like you take responsibility for everything you're doing, not just partying all the time, which I very much was doing in my early 20s. Mm-hmm. Not exactly a fiscally responsible thing to be doing. Basically, when you're being fiscally responsible. But not the 712 was
apparently who's
was not going to let that stand. But not the 712 is now the leader. By a penny. Honey, I don't even know if the money exists to top that, but you can attempt it. I won't stop you. I won't be mad.
Oh Lord,
because this is insane right now.
But yeah,
literally, if Yulia tops that and the Venata 712 comes back and tops it again, that beats our E3 stream.
Yeah,
that becomes the most we've made in a single stream ever. And but to be counted as most we made, we got to subtract our money from it.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right.
But still, 1 cent again for real. Yeah, honey, that's because when you donate from an iPhone, it goes by the 99 cent because that's how Apple Pay works. And he's donating from a computer or an Android, which goes by the dollar. So that's why he could beat you by a penny. And I don't even think on an iPhone you could type in like $1.99 or like $2.01 or something. I don't even think it works. You got to do it from a computer. Anyways, sorry guys, I'm heavily distracted because when I said this was going to be the most super chatted stream of most super chatted, not stream, most super chatted podcast we've ever had. I did not expect this at the beginning, so I am just in utter shock. Thank you so much, Venata 712, for participating in the game. The game wouldn't be worth playing for us if you weren't. To be honest.
Yeah.
All right. So as I pour a couple more shots of Don Julio, which I might get up to 3 shots tonight in a row, anyways. At this rate.
This is my last one.
This is your last one. Yeah, I was gonna say usually you stop at 2. So looking beyond new Pokemon Snap, what was next? Well, when did Miitopia come out?
Well, next was Famicom Detective.
Oh, Famicom Detective. Yeah, they brought that back. Yep.
And then Miitopia.
Never been released in the U.S. by the way until that.
That's crazy.
Came out. In the NES days.
Miitopia then came out in May of 2021. You want to keep going after that, or
yeah?
Really Miitopia, by the way. Fun fact about that one, that's made by Grezzo, who brought that over.
Correct.
And Grezzo is typically ones that works on Zelda remakes. So what's coming next from them?
That's interesting. Yeah.
I'm just saying, Miitopia's out of the way.
Miitopia 2, baby. Miitopia 2. It's coming out next year. You heard it here. Third.
Yeah. Please, come on. Like Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask 3D. Come on. Bring them in HD. Let's go.
Come on.
Yeah.
Come on.
Miitopia 2, though. Miitopia 2.
What's going to sell more? Come on, Nintendo. Smart decisions. Business decisions. Miitopia 2, clearly.
Obviously.
Switch built a massive audience for that game that I don't even think sold 1 million units.
Yeah, right.
I have no idea.
Because they announced all 1 million sellers, and I don't think it's among them. So.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I would love to see Ocarina of Time: Majora's Mask in HD. You know, given like an HD sort of cleanup, that'd be nice. But we are getting them on N64 Online. You know, like I understand that there's some controversy around that. I just don't know if that's what they're gonna do. I'd almost like to see Grezzo, you know, sort of be at the helm for just a new 2D Zelda or a remake of something else, like an actual remake, not just like an HD upscale. Like, what if they were to like take, I don't know, for example, Minish Cap and put that into like a 3D style, kind of like
Sure.
a Link, kind of like Link's Awakening, but not like that chibi look. Like they would choose like maybe a different style. You know,
Would you
that'd be
like
cool.
to see that chibi Zelda look come back for anything at all?
So I actually like the style for Link's Awakening. Just for the record,
I'm
I
just
think
curious,
it
like
fits.
if there's a world where they can reuse it for another one, even if it's
It's
like what if
just
it's a brand new Zelda game?
it's just I think Link's the style for Link's Awakening works because of what it is.
Mm-hmm. Lots of
Because
Mario elements in it.
it's like a dream-like thing, and then there's a Mario elements. So it kind of fits for that reason. I think that, I mean, it could be a style that's maybe comparable, but I would expect a style to be a little different from that. I'm
Like
not
if it's a
asking for like a gritty, like,
well, yeah,
you
yeah.
know, 2D
Well,
Zelda,
to me,
but
like if it's a brand new Zelda game, like you know, brand new, because Grezzo has, by the way, worked on new ones like Triforce Heroes. Like I'd be okay if it was the same art style, because even though like you can look at it and go like it might not fit for other Zelda games. Well, how many different art styles does Zelda have? Like, let's just be honest. Like any art style at this point pretty much could fit with a Zelda game. When you can go from Ocarina of Time to Twilight Princess to Breath of the Wild to the Wind Waker, down to Zelda 2 being a side scroller, like you could pretty much do any art style you want with Zelda. I think it just depends. I mean, heck, do we really want to get to the CDI games and their style? So like Zelda's been across the spectrum. You know, like even Mario seems like it's more consistent in its art direction than Zelda is. And that's crazy to me to even say that.
I think it depends on the feel of the game, though, too.
Sure. I mean, ultimately, if the game's good, no one's going to
does the art style match the feel of the game? And I think Zelda has done a great job of matching up the art style with the feel of the game.
Like Wind Waker, I can't imagine that in any other art style at this point. Like I've seen like Unreal Engine remake, and it's just not the same feel. It makes it feel too gritty compared to like the open freeness and airiness and like floatiness of the gameplay, and like just it kind of feels like cartoony style, and I like that. It's like a happy feeling. I get a happy feeling when I play Wind Waker, and I think that was the intent. Even though you're dealing with some dark stuff, and there's a very interesting, to me, it's still the best Ganondorf story of all time, because he's not really the villain per se. He is, because he's doing bad things, but he's sort of doing it for the right reasons. It's really an interesting,
you know what?
Ganondorf.
I kind of feel you on that. I mean, again, he is the villain, but at the same time,
yeah, he's doing bad things that you shouldn't do. But I understand why he's doing it, because he feels guilty about something that happened. You know, I don't want to spoil it for people in case it does come to Switch.
Yeah, but you know, think about it. You could argue that the gods in the Wind Waker are the real villains. You know,
yeah,
like
you could.
They're the ones that chose to fully destroy Hyrule. They're the ones that flooded it all. They're the ones who had the Gerudo suffer in the way they did in the desert, you could argue. Like, they created that world, that environment, those conditions where there was that kind of suffering. So you can make the argument that perhaps they are the villains, you know? I don't think it's that deep, but
you never know.
There's an argument to be made, right?
There is one.
Yeah. And I would actually love it if they were to maybe go in that direction for a particular Zelda game. Like, what if after Breath of the Wild 2, which may have a finality to the Ganondorf story, maybe after that, what if the next Zelda game is there's no Ganondorf, and it's more about maybe there's still that history of like that reincarnation evil spirit from
I have a theory for Breath of the Wild 2, but
like after that, like
I think it's going to set up a trilogy, but I think they're going to go away from Ganondorf.
And maybe that third one is more towards what we're talking about here. How like the real threat here, the real issue is what the gods have created. These conditions that lead to this repeating cycle of pain and loss. So,
were
there's
those
obviously things they could do.
Those that have played Skyward Sword, because there's been references to things like Fi in the first Breath of the Wild. And I think there's going to be more Skyward Sword references in this game, although it won't be like a, oh my gosh, this is based on Skyward Sword. But I get this feeling that, like in the first game, Breath of the Wild, we kind of dealt with Calamity Ganon and Ganon. It wasn't really Ganondorf. That felt like just raw, evil Ganon, captured, breaking free, putting them back down. And then, obviously, that somehow is remanifesting into Ganondorf, who obviously was captured or something happened. And that's what we're going to be dealing with in the second game. Hence why Zelda kind of mentioned at the end that like they're not done. There's more going on. Like she kind of said the journey wasn't over.
I see Calamity Ganon not even as Ganon, just as vestiges of Ganon escaping. And what we're really dealing with in the sequel is the actual true source. Like, so we'll fight Ganondorf and the true Ganon. So there'll be a greater perceived threat.
But Ganon was literally in Breath of the Wild after the Calamity part.
Calamity Ganon.
But then, okay, anyways.
I'm just arguing that, like, all of that is from the malice
guys,
of the
we're
course.
speculating. Andre and I do this all the time. We have different ideas of what's going to happen.
Yeah.
So, like, we just, like, we could venture off for hours on this.
Well, I mean,
to get to my idea, all I was saying is I kind of think no matter what happens in this game, it's going to, like, conclude Ganondorf for now. It's not.
I mean, we agree on that.
It's not forever.
Yeah.
It's not forever. He'll come back someday. He's too iconic, just like Bowser. Never going to go away. But I do think that Nintendo isn't dumb. Breath of the Wild's a 25 million seller. Breath of the Wild 2 might not get there because Switch might not be around as long for it to get there. But Breath of the Wild 2 could be a 10, 15. Heck, maybe it hits 20 million. I have no idea. Maybe it sells better. There's more Switches out there.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe everyone who bought Breath of the Wild is going to end up showing up day one to buy Breath of the Wild 2. I have no idea. Nintendo, I don't think knows either. Because Zelda's never been this. Like, Animal Crossing became this kind of after New Leaf. It sold like 11, 12 million, and then look what it did on Switch. So,
yeah.
I'll tell you this. Because we've had this discussion before.
Yes.
Because I feel you've made the argument that because there are more units out now, that the install base is more likely to buy the more recent game. More of the install base. So
yeah, I think that's... I don't think, by the way, I'm on record as saying I don't think Breath of the Wild 2 is outselling the original game. But I think if it does, it's because the install base is bigger. There's been 25 million or so people who have played the first game that might want to play another one. And this is something I never brought up. It could end up being another cross-generational game, or even if it comes out on Switch first, it could come out on Switch 2 as an enhanced version with all DLC included.
And that's what I kind of was going to get to as well. Like, I think if Breath of the Wild 2 does it, one, it's not going to be coined as Breath of the Wild 2. It's going to have its own name, which will allow it to stand on its own. But also, it'll sell it whatever it sells on Switch. But then, yeah, if there's a Switch 2 a year or two down the road, they can have a Game of the Year edition that's in 4K that has all the DLC.
They'll call it probably Definitive Edition because that's
whatever they want to call it. They can do that, and if it comes out early on, like it's gonna sell well on Switch too, like that. And there's gonna be double dippers. Yes. So
I'm gonna double dip.
I'll be one of those double dippers.
They won't, especially if they put some collector's editions out there and be all over.
Yeah.
Like my whole thing is, I think Nintendo knows no matter what number it sells, 10, 15, 20, more. Like even if it just sells 10, which to me is like a bottom. No, I think it's massively underselling the potential of Breath of the Wild 2. I mean, you look at the trailers themselves almost have 10 million views. Like, this game's clearly going to do phenomenal just based off of that. Because more people buy it than watch the trailer. That's just what happens. So, and obviously there's a Switch effect of everything sells better on Switch. I don't think that's stopping in 2022. You look at that lineup, we'll get to it in a moment, it's going to continue. Mm-hmm. But my theory of Breath of the Wild 2 is that it's going to not want to end the best Zelda's ever been in terms of sales. They're going to want to set up a third. Even if that third's not till next gen, which clearly wouldn't be. Because this is a direct sequel using the same engine, and they still took 5+ years. So, it'll be a next gen. But, I think they're going to set it up as like an arc. So you had Calamity, which was like raw evil. You have Ganondorf, which is like what we're kind of used to. It's the more established, what we're used to seeing. Take care of that, whatever the hell happens in this game. And I think what's going to happen is going to set up the return of Demise for the third game. Because there's been these hints for Skyward Sword along the way. Now we're literally in the sky. Demise finally breaks free. He's been sealed this whole time. He's the one to cast the curse. You defeat him. He says, "No, my curse still stands. It's just going to be me this time. I'm coming back." And that's going to be kind of the setup at the end of the game where he's not going to necessarily be there. We're not going to know he's the bad guy yet. We're not going to know till they unveil, the next game. But I think I don't think this is going to like Breath of the Wild. I always said I wanted Breath of the Wild to end with a cliffhanger. Then we got if you got the true ending of the game, it doesn't end with a cliffhanger. So we didn't exactly get that, but it did end with Zelda basically saying, "We're not done. Come with me. We're not done. There's more to do." And you're like, "What do you mean there's more to do? I just did the thing. How is there more to do?" But there is. And we just didn't know what it was. We never thought, maybe we thought we'd find the conclusion of the DLC. Didn't really get it in the DLC. So we're like, okay, so obviously we're setting up Breath of the Wild 2. Got Breath of the Wild 2. I think there's going to be something like at the end of this where maybe even it feels like it's done. But then something happens off in the distance and you're like, huh? And then boom, it just ends. And you're just like, what the fuck? What now? Well, clearly there's going to be a third one. I'd even love it if it ended by saying, "See you in Breath of the Wild 3" or something like that. Or whatever they call this game. We have no idea what they're going to call it yet. It's just called the sequel to The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild, the moment officially. Anyways, well, let's circle back. I know we could talk about our ideas on this forever. Let's get into 2022. Let's get back to 2021.
We did have one thing though.
Yes.
Thing about this whole sales potential thing.
Yeah.
Because I was trying to think of an example of a game that's came out on Switch and then a sequel comes out that sells better. I don't know if we have one yet, but Pokemon Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl, last I heard, technically is outpacing Sword and Shield. Now, I don't know if long-term if it will actually be a better-selling game than Sword and Shield, but it is currently outpacing it. So there are some signs suggesting it may. I feel like it won't, but, maybe some of that could be attributed to the larger install base, to your point from earlier.
Yeah.
Can
I quick throw something out
there? Go for it. We love, guys, you can't tell. Zelda
right.
comes up. It just doesn't stop here.
No, for sure. What I'd like to see something like even for like the third game, maybe, saying this wraps up as a trilogy, but like an enemy of my enemy is my friend type of situation, where all of a sudden the big bad in 3, you have to team up with Ganon to defeat, and you run through 3 different stages of the story, one with Link, one with Zelda, one with Ganon, to finally come to the final boss, where all 3 of you are fighting together to defeat the big bad.
And the big bad will be aliens.
Right.
Could be. Or they're in Majora's Mask. Aliens exist. Aliens are canon in Zelda, by the way.
Yeah.
They are.
And they were actually going to be in Breath of the Wild. If you guys go back to the early development documents, there were aliens in Breath of the Wild.
You just have to take... Yeah, but also you could make the argument that everything that's being showed with the Sheikah technology is like a hard reference to like ancient aliens.
Yeah.
So what if there's like this ancient race that comes in?
Pyramids.
And sure, there were some that were left behind that were good, like the Sheikah. But then there's like an evil force that's even stronger, even greater, more powerful. So, that could be, that unifying, that reason to unify against that.
Yeah.
Well, this was a fun clip for the podcast channel.
Yeah.
Let's get back to the 2021.
Next game in.
Oh, by the way, I don't want to dismiss Famicom Detective Club, by the way.
Right. I haven't played it.
It's not a very popular style of game, to be clear. It is a very niche style of game. But I will say, it's a good style of game. It's actually really good. It's just not... It's kind of like when I praise things like Return to Zork. It's not the kind of game I expect 99% of you guys to know about, care about, or even enjoy if you do try it. Mm-hmm. But people that are into this point-and-click games, into these kind of storyboard style games, it's phenomenal. It's kind of like Ace Attorney, guys. Not everyone's into that whole thing.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
but it is really good for what it is, and that's what Famicom for the genre it's in. There isn't a lot better than what it does.
There is another game that came out that actually had me even more excited than Famicom Detective Club.
You mean every game that came out in 2021 besides that game?
Well, I mean, there's actually one in particular that I think is rather impressive.
Utopia?
And
We just talked about that.
I don't know. There's another.
Utopia 2, come on.
Ooh, no, there's another.
Game Builder Garage?
It released on June 4th, 2021.
Yeah, there you go.
And it goes by the title of DC Superhero Girls Trademark Teen Power.
Heck yeah.
You know, that game's actually good. Have you played it?
No.
It's actually a good game. The problem is it's totally made for kids.
Right.
Which isn't, to be clear, isn't a problem. But like Nintendo featured that in one of their like directs or something, and it was like, what is this game? It's like, guys, it's fun. It's just the title alone guarantees you're not getting anything but like very specific kids that are into this very specific
teens
thing.
to play it.
Yeah. Like, you're not getting teens to play this game. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, guys.
Preteens.
This is preteens. This is early childhood who wants to be cool playing this game. It actually is a solid game, but what I found interesting is what came next. And that was what? Game Builder Garage?
Yep, Game Builder Garage.
And like, I'm going to be honest, guys. I haven't played Game Builder Garage. I've watched videos on it. I've watched reviews on it. And the whole reason I haven't played it is I bought Labo VR. I could already make my own games in Labo VR. And everything I have seen in reviews and videos of this is just the game builder mode from Labo VR, no longer in VR, with a few additional features to make it a little more enticing. I personally, while I've seen some cool things, and let's just be honest, I'm a Nintendo guy. I love Nintendo. This is not nearly as good as Dreams on PlayStation.
With Radon Randall. Wait. Sorry.
Stop insulting this game. This game is great. Game Builder Garage is one of the best games to come out in 2021. It is awesome. I love it. Don't you dare insult this game one more time. I will slight you. I'm just kidding.
Did you?
But I definitely really like the game a lot. I thought it was awesome. It released for like $30 or something. Like, it's cheap.
Yeah, it was 30.
And even though there are limitations, there's still a lot of really cool things you can do with it. And the way it sort of teaches you, I think that's what makes it different, though, is it sort of teaches you sort of like philosophies behind game design. And it's kind of like a nice starting point there. And it's just a very fun game. I built like a whole platforming level that had like dynamic music and stuff, and it was just cool.
I know you don't go outside Nintendo very often. Have you ever played Dreams?
I've seen what some people have done with it.
Well, yes. Yeah, everyone's seen some of the insane things you can do with it.
Yeah.
So not only can you build out basically entirely full games in Dreams, it also teaches you the basics of game design concepts. And it does it better. The Game Builder Garage feels like some cheap indie game knockoff attempting to be something that it can't. Which, by the way, I'm not surprised, because after seeing Game Builder Garage, it's literally, they just ripped out the Game Builder mode from Labo VR. Now, maybe you didn't play Labo VR. A lot of people didn't, by the way. I own Labo VR. I'm a proud owner of Labo VR. I spent a lot of time in the Game Builder mode in there. It looks a lot like that. It's like they just took this, what was a neat idea, and said, we're going to throw this on its own and see how it does. Didn't do very well. Isn't promoted anymore. Heck, they don't even discount it because nobody wants it. And it was just sad, because Nintendo has been dabbling in game builders. Mario Maker 2. They've been dabbling in game builders. It's just, I have to give Sony props. Sony funded a better game. They funded a better game that does this. That's my knock, is like, I can't help but compare Nintendo's Game Builder Garage to Sony's actual game builder in Dreams. Like, Dreams is just fundamentally, in every which way, a better game.
I think this is just speculation, but
Sure.
I think that Nintendo intentionally restrains their game builders because they don't want people to make too much on there, to the point where it could perhaps take away. Like, imagine if you could just build a full-on 3D action adventure that looks like Legend of Zelda. Then people can just download those games and you play that, and then, maybe you're less likely to buy Breath of the Wild, for example. Like, I think there's perhaps some of that is considered. That's just me sort of spitballing here. Maybe I'm even dumb to consider that, but I just kind of wonder, like, maybe Nintendo doesn't want people to be able to have full on control to create basically whatever you want to the point where people will just get Game Builder Garage and basically get nothing else.
Sure.
Like, they don't want that experience to invalidate other experiences that are already on the system.
No, I can hear you. I think that's personally, I think that's a dumb way to view. If that's what they were viewing it, I think that's just the wrong way to view it, because a thing where you literally build your own games can't invalidate other game experiences, because other game experiences aren't about building your own game. Even
Well,
Mario,
why
it's
else-
about building
why else would
Mario
they
levels.
limit
You
it?
can't build Mario levels in Dreams. That's
Yeah.
not really how it works.
Yeah, I guess, I mean, just another simpler reason is just that, they just don't want to, like, R&D and test out even more concepts, because that would be a much bigger budget game more to do with that. Like, that might be
So what?
perhaps the actual reason why there's not
They're the
more
richest
options
company in
the
Japan.
game.
Who gives a shit? I don't care what they do with their money. They have 100 million plus Switches out there at massive profit levels. They're still selling Breath of the Wild, although discounted this holiday. But up until this holiday, still selling it for $59.99. Like, I understand Amazon, you can get it for $45. Just because that's what Amazon is charging doesn't mean Nintendo lowered the price they charge Amazon for those copies. So, like, Nintendo's still making the same
But
amount
that
of
still
money.
lets you know that Amazon's still making money.
Yeah, well,
otherwise
Amazon,
they wouldn't be making it.
okay,
But
Amazon's one of the richest
Yeah.
companies in the world. Of course, they can afford to do it. They want you to give you their business. If you buy Breath of the Wild, they're hoping you buy other Switch games there
Yeah.
as well, and then they make
Yeah.
money. But, like, the thing is, like, that's a whole retailers do it all the time. Like, why are games $10 cheaper at Walmart? The idea is to get you in the door so you spend money on other shit, not because they're going to make money on that $50.
well, they're still making money on it. But
Mm-mm. They actually don't make any money on the $50 games they sell. They actually cut out their profit margin. That's how they're able to do the $10 off. So Walmart actually makes $0 when you buy a Switch game from them in person. You buy it online, you're still paying full price. But when you go in person and get that $10 discount, they make no money. But I don't care, because if you're in, maybe you buy a soda when you check out. Well, there you go. They made a buck there. Maybe you end up buying other accessories while you're in there, or you see the arcade 1-ups and you're like, oh man, dude, I really want to get one of these. I've always wanted this Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles game, like, in my house as an arcade. This is cool. I'm gonna spend a few $100 on it. Like, they're hoping to get you to buy other shit. Walmart's entire strategy with, you should know this by now, their cheap prices on some things isn't because they make money on those. Because once you're in the door, how many times have we all gone to stores? We plan to buy one thing, come home with a couple bags worth of shit.
When I'm going to Walmart to buy a specific game for $50,
You just buy
I
that
only
game.
buy that-
Walk
I
the
just
fuck
buy
out.
that game. Not saying I don't go to Walmart. I buy stuff at Walmart. I'm not
Sure.
saying
Yeah, you're not
but
one of those like, oh nope, fuck Walmart. Like, there are people like that.
Yeah, I'm not that. But when I'm going to Walmart to buy a game, that is what I'm going there for, and
Sure.
that is it. So
Yeah.
that strategy does not work on me, but I can see, like, if people just kind of go to Walmart to shop, they'll
Yeah.
buy the game, or maybe they go in to get the game and they do buy other stuff. I mean, it makes sense. Why
Yep,
else would
yep,
they do?
it's all a marketing thing, and obviously they do
Yeah.
a lot of research into that. All right, so next up on 2021 was it Mario Golf?
Mario Golf Super Rush.
Mario Golf.
So Mario Golf Super Rush to me was kind of like their Paper Mario of last year. Their big summer game. At least that was the intent. They
Yeah.
did double it up this year because we got Skyward Sword like a month later. So
Mhm.
they kind of gave us a double whammy in the summer this year compared to one game last year. Because I think the one game last year was probably a bigger release in comparison to Mario Golf. Because I think it has better sales potential. Mario Golf was the interesting one to me. Eric and I both got that game.
Mhm.
And I enjoy the gameplay. The actual raw hitting the ball, doing the courses, even the rush modes and all the different modes, like, they're fun. It's fine. I can't imagine the gameplay itself being fundamentally different. The issue I have with this game, and I'm pretty sure Eric agrees at least, and I don't know, did you play Mario Golf, Andres?
No.
Okay, so you remember the Nintendo Directs and the commercials for it at all?
Oh no, of course, yeah. I was into the idea that I liked how they had the open area running sections and stuff. Like, that was really cool.
Yeah. So they were advertising the single player a lot, and they were advertising it as an RPG, which obviously got a lot of people who have played former Mario Golf games excited.
Mhm.
Because I'm not sure if you're aware, back in the Game Boy Color days and such like that, Mario Golf and Mario Tennis, both, were very different games than they are today. you would create your own avatar. You would have an actual RPG where you're trying to become the champion. You're trying to become the best. You're climbing the ranks.
Mm-hmm.
It was really fun.
Yeah.
And yeah, it was made by Camelot.
Yeah.
The same company
that.
that makes them to this day. Hasn't changed. So when they come back and they say, we're making an RPG single player, which they have not done in Mario Golf since those days, it obviously raises the expectations of that single player mode to mention something that hasn't existed in 20 years. So then you go and you play it.
Yeah. I mean, there's the RPG
I wouldn't
elements, but
I wouldn't call it even an RPG. You do level up.
Yeah.
But for what purpose?
Yeah.
There's no purpose to the leveling up. You don't actually compete.
Right.
You do one tournament at the very beginning of the game. One actual golf tournament where, by the way, it doesn't matter where you rank in it. Of course, I took number 1. But it doesn't actually matter if I took number 1 or not. You just have to do it. From there, you spend the rest of that game cleaning up the courses.
which is great.
Which is fine.
But
to me, that's fine as a preliminary. Teach you new aspects of the game, new modes of the game, new ways to play by making you clean up the courses. I'm cool with that. But then when we're done cleaning it, let us have a tournament.
Yeah.
Don't just be like, oh, thank you for cleaning the course. Now you move up to the next rank. What the fuck do you mean? How do you even know I can golf?
You're right.
How do you know I can? And then you get the platinum rank, which is where you want to be. You want to be in the upper echelon to finally, like it teases Mario at the very beginning. Mario's the best. He's the champ. And they're playing this battle arena mode, which by the way isn't even in the single player. Looks badass. Just to even attempt that mode, which isn't even normal golf. You get the platinum rank and the game just ends. It's like, now that I'm here, now that I'm the same rank as Mario and actually get to face him, I don't actually get to face him.
So what you're saying, it's a very clickbaity game.
It is like clickbait to the extreme. It is like, I'm not saying, basically, here's what it is. It's a glorified tutorial to how to play Mario Golf. Which is not what an RPG is. RPGs aren't glorified tutorials to go and play multiplayer.
Yeah.
That's not, RPGs are standalone experiences. You don't need, it's not a tutorial of how to go play online matches. And what sucked at launch is there was no point to playing the online matches because there was no ranking systems at launch. There is now. They did rectify that with an update. But at launch, you beat single player and you're like, why the fuck do I even want to play multiplayer? There's nothing outside of just making the competition with Eric. Like, all right, if I win this match, you do a shot. Or, you know what? You buy dinner or you this. Like, what's the point?
Yeah.
You can do that with Smash.
Yeah.
You're just making up fun things. You're not, the game itself, like, Smash Bros. Has rankings. Mario Kart 8 Deluxe has rankings. It gives you a point to try to be good at the game. Mario Tennis has tournaments you're trying to win and become a champ. There's no point to the online play at launch. I know today it's different, but at launch there wasn't. And then the single player was a promise that never was realized. Which, by the way, that's pretty much what Mario Golf and Mario Tennis has been for a long time. Our promise is unrealized. Mario Tennis was also a letdown with the single player.
Is there even an option to do like Mario Kart, like online tournaments in Mario Golf?
No.
Why?
There are rankings.
Yeah,
but not.
Like,
no. It's kind of it's just like Madden. You go on and play a ranked match.
Yeah, I know, but that'd be freaking awesome. Could you imagine that? Like doing an actual tournament, like.
Oh, you mean like the original Mario Tennis and Mario Golf? Yeah. No, Mario Tennis did have tournaments.
I meant like
Tennis Aces.
Like in Mario Kart. You know how we can do an online tournament with all our viewers and stuff like that.
Yeah.
To do an actual tournament with our viewers would have been freaking awesome.
So like, I love Mario Golf.
Stupid.
Gameplay wise. And now that it has rankings, it's okay. It's still like empty promises. And I should be used to this by now. Most Mario spin-offs are a lot of empty promises these days. Mm-hmm. And for my kids, they don't really care.
And we should have learned.
And to them, that's fine.
We should learn from Mario Tennis.
But like, I want better for these franchises because they've been better. Mm-hmm. Some people feel that way about Paper Mario, by the way. They feel like Paper Mario has been better. I think Paper Mario is fine the way it is today. It's just not what it used to be, but I think what it is today is
different style of game.
Yeah, it has its own complexities and its own charm to it, and it's not what Thousand Year Door was, but it's also not like a bastardization of the franchise. It's a different thing.
It's just more of an adventure game with light RPG elements.
Yeah, yeah. They changed up a bit about the style of Paper Mario. Whereas with Mario Tennis, Mario Ace, it's like they don't know what these games are. Oh, they're arcade games, but like arcade games that we're trying to give purpose to, but then we don't really want to give real purpose to. We just want you to play it on couch because it's fun during a pandemic.
Mhm.
That makes sense. Not. Then we had Skyward Sword HD, which I don't know. Do we even need to say anything about the game? I'm just glad we got it.
Still haven't played it, but yet I mean, I've watched
It's
it being
good.
played.
It's
It's
very
It's good.
solid
I
rating.
mean,
good.
the button controls were better than I expected. I still feel it's better as a motion control game, but each their
Yeah,
own.
both
Some people
options.
hate motion controls, so
I played it mostly with a touch control, no button controls, I should say.
button controls.
It was fine. Yeah.
Yeah.
Motion
You know,
controls.
you brought
Oh.
up something earlier that I just thought was just sort of interesting to
Sure.
consider. You were just talking about like how, just summer releases, right? How like this year Nintendo had Mario Golf and Skyward Sword. And I just decided to just take a look at like, some major releases year by year, right? So this summer we got um I don't know if I should even count it, but I'll just be fair and count it. So just the months of June, July, August, right? Like the 3 summer months. DC Superhero Girls, Game Builder Garage, Mario Golf, Skyward Sword HD. That came out in the summer months this year. We look at last year, 2020, the COVID year, right?
Mhm.
It's been COVID for 2 years already, but whatever.
Well, yeah.
We got Clubhouse Games, Jump Rope Challenge, which is a free game, and Paper Mario: The Origami King.
Mhm.
So you could definitely, I would say that this year had more than
better,
last year.
It was better.
But then we go to 2019. 2019 was crazy. 2019, we had just those 3 months, right? Cadence of Hyrule, that came out in 2019. Mario Maker 2, Dragon Quest Builders 2, Marvel Ultimate Alliance 3, Fire Emblem Three Houses, and Astral Chain all came out between June, July, and August. Like, that's just crazy that all that came out in 2019. And then for 2018, it was interesting. Fortnite finally released on Switch that time in the summer. We got Mario Tennis Aces. Wolfenstein 2 finally came out on Switch then. Captain Toad Treasure Tracker and Overcooked 2 was ported over. And then for 2017, it was just ARMS and Splatoon 2, which are 2 major games.
I mean, yeah, those are big
yeah.
games, yeah.
But those are the only like published releases during that time. Out of those, what do you think is the best summer? I think for me it's fairly obvious, but what do
For
you
me
guys think?
personally, it's still Splatoon 2's year because
Yeah.
I played more of that than any of these other games.
Yeah,
And
I-
Splatoon
I-
2, by the way, I have a bias for that. Splatoon 2 has an affinity with this
really good
channel.
game.
I started my live streams journey on this channel playing Splatoon 2 all the time. In fact, the shots like you saw me do tonight started by playing Splatoon 2 and people being like, "Hey Nate, you want to do some drinks while you play?" Of course I do. So like,
I love when
thank you
Scott says, "Of course I wanna drink."
Splatoon 2. Thank you Splatoon 2 for starting the drinking journey on this channel. For anyone bothered by the fact that I drink on my channel, for starters, sorry.
Playing Splatoon 2.
It blames Splatoon 2. If it didn't
Yeah.
exist, it would have never happened.
I would say that 2019 is pretty good. Arguably better because during that time we got Cadence of Hyrule, Mario Maker 2, Marvel Ultimate Alliance 3, Fire Emblem Three Houses, and Astral Chain.
That's insane.
But if you are just like Splatoon 2 more than all those other games, then there you go. But I would put, I don't know. I think Astral Chain and Fire Emblem Three Houses to me are about as good as Splatoon 2. And I would put Mario Maker 2 above ARMS personally, but at least ARMS is like a brand new thing. I would say 2019 and 2017 had the best summers for Switch. Yeah.
No, for sure.
So let's see. What was next?
Next game was Pokemon
Well,
TV. That was in
That's
August
not really a
of
game. It's an app.
August of
Yeah.
2021.
Yeah, they've added a Pokemon episodes and movies and stuff
Yeah.
to Switch.
then
WarioWare, Get It Together. When
Yep.
was that?
September.
Remember.
And WarioWare is always good. I feel it's an underrated franchise for what it is. I mean, it's a mini game collection, so like obviously doesn't have like the mass appeal. Just because it's a party game that's not a party game, but it pretends to be a party game because that's what Wario
Slightly
does.
discounted at $50 as opposed to $60.
Yep, and it was brand new. Like this isn't like old games. So I did enjoy what I played of it. I found it to be really entertaining. I always enjoy WarioWare. By the way, if you're ever looking for a game to become a drinking game, WarioWare is the perfect one. And Wario, while you're playing the game, the way he laughs at you almost encourages you to have more. Because, like, dude, I'm telling you, you turn WarioWare into a drinking game and you will fully understand the power of Wario. I feel like that's the way the game was meant to be played. Just being honest. Forget Smash the drinking game, guys. Everyone knows Smash the drinking game when you're an adult. Everyone's done it at least once. Played with a friend, and you lose, you drink, you die, you drink. Whatever rules you want to make. Maybe Andres over there hasn't done that, but in my reality, even people who don't game that much have done Smash the drinking game at a house party at least once.
Mario Kart, Mario Party.
Was it Mario Kart, Mario Party for you? Yeah.
Yeah.
For around here, it was Smash the drinking game.
For Smash, maybe that's
the best players. Every time they even lose a stock, they have to do a shot because we're trying to bring them down to everyone else's level. Yeah. And by the way, so there's a lot of gang ups on the best player. That's just the way it goes.
Yeah.
So yeah, Wario were good together. I thought it was a solid game, and then obviously we get to the big ones at this point.
Well, one of the biggest ones would be Metroid Dread in October.
Yeah,
which we already talked about a bit, but
like it even has like a Game Awards banner, which is neat.
Yes.
Yeah.
What is your thoughts on Metroid Dread? I'm assuming you played it, Andres. You mean you literally have Samus behind you?
Yeah, right.
I played it 3 times already.
There you go. There we go. That's why I wanted to get your thoughts. Like Eric, I know hasn't played it, so I'm throwing it to you.
Like half the videos of my channel have been basically about Metroid Dread since its release and beforehand. Yeah.
Love it.
Metroid Dread's my game of the year. It's the best game that I think has come out this year.
There you go. So he already got his GOTY for Switch this year.
It's been an absolute delight. It is basically everything I sort of hoped and dreamed for a 2D Metroid game. I think Nintendo and Mercury Steam hit it totally out of the park. I absolutely love the direction they're taking Metroid. I absolutely love how Nintendo is pushing this game, and we are seeing some pretty healthy sales. Like, it's at least looking like it's going to be a better seller than the likes of Astral Chain, Fire Emblem, Xenoblade Chronicles 2. So that kind of puts it above like that tier of Nintendo game. And those Nintendo games get follow-ups. So, if Metroid's at least selling better than that, then that's probably enough for it to get follow-ups, right? So that's promising. That means, hey, look, we're probably going to get more Metroid games.
Prime 4
awesome,
being the next one, but we mean like more 2D. More side scrolling.
At least more 2D Metroid games. Like it's shown that can sell.
Please become the best selling Metroid of all time. Please. I'm really hoping. We don't have any actual sales data, but I'm hoping.
It seems likely.
I hope.
We'll see.
I hope.
Yeah.
The thing is, that's the thing. Metroid's never been a big seller, so I'm hoping for something that's never happened. But Switch is where dreams become reality because Metroid Dread even exists in the first place.
I mean, let's say sales come to a screeching halt, and we get an update.
Like if it only sold in its launch week and then just died off.
But like, it's still gonna be over 2 million, and that's only like a few 100,000 shy.
I will say this: I don't view Metroid Dread as an evergreen title. It's not going to keep selling tons and tons of units. I think past the first few months. That's my personal opinion. But that's also because the genre it's in doesn't continue to sell for months and months and months and months and years on it. Just doesn't. Like, it just stops, and then people move on to the next one. That's been traditional with the genre it's in.
What is it that makes a title evergreen, though? Like, what is about?
I don't know. I just had this on a video I did today. I talked about how, like Sony has an incredible amount of exclusive games that come out, and they rate really well. They're even starting to sell in the tens of millions. Sony's doing really well for themselves with their exclusive games, but none of them seem to hit evergreen status where they're selling, and this is what I consider evergreen, at least 1 million extra units a year for multiple years after the release year. And Nintendo has that happen with a ton of their games. Breath of the Wild is still selling 3 extra million per year. Mario Kart 8 is selling 5+ million per year. Like, it's insane. Like, Animal Crossing obviously has already done that for its second year on the market. Like, it's insane to me
I
how
think
many games
that the
Nintendo has
kind
that
of
does that.
games, and I'm just trying to
And they're
piece it
doing it at
together here.
$60 a pop. Everyone else
The
is
kind of
discounting and they can't do it.
Yeah, the kind of games that do it though are the kind of games that people are like, they buy a Switch and you're like, oh, I have a Switch. What are those games that
What are the must own if you own a Switch?
Yeah, they're like the games that Switch is known for, right? Oh, gotta get the Smash Brothers, gotta get the Mario Kart, gotta get the big Zelda games, gotta get the big Mario game, the big Splatoon game. Like those games sort of continue to sell.
But,
Even
like,
the Splatoon's not really as big, but Animal Crossing is.
But Splatoon is though. It sold almost it sold almost 10 million on the Wii U.
It's not as much of a seller as the other ones
like,
I mentioned, but I mean, it absolutely is.
It's growing. It's like almost at 15 million right now, and that's only the second game in the franchise, massively growing over the first game. The second one, the third one, I wouldn't be surprised, especially since I think it'll get ported to the next platform. Will end up probably being a 20+ million seller all combined. Like,
maybe
I look at this as Nintendo as like I think Splatoon is a very interesting franchise to look at. Animal Crossing as well, although that's a bit older at this point. But Splatoon's like a really recent franchise they've created. Was created on their worst selling console of all time. Has absolutely started to blow up. And the thing is, I bring this up because a lot of we can think, oh, Zelda, Mario, these games have just been around forever. People know it. They're known properties. That's why people trust it. They buy it. Even though Breath of the Wild is like completely an outlier. Zelda hasn't traditionally been an evergreen title. It sells everything in the first 6 months and then dies off.
Is Luigi's Mansion 3 an evergreen title?
I don't know. I have to go back and look at the sales data. It did sell a lot.
It sold a lot. I think it's over 10 million.
But it sold a lot of that in the first 3 months. So I don't know.
So the question is, is it the kind of game that continues to sell? We have to look at that.
I think Luigi's Mansion 3 is closer to like a Horizon Zero Dawn situation than it is an evergreen title. But I'd have to go look at sales data over time for that to know if it's really evergreen.
What's interesting though is that we look at all these games, right? And you think, okay, so if the idea behind them is that when people buy the Switch, they're like, okay, these are the premier experiences for the Switch, so I should get them, which is why they sort of continue to sell. What about Pokemon? Because there are multiple Pokemon games, so there isn't like necessarily a specific one, but the different Pokemon games continue to sell. People are going to continue to buy Pokemon Let's Go. People continue to buy Pokemon Sword and Shield, and I wouldn't be shocked if people continue to buy Pokemon Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl. So like, Pokemon's like an even more different beast than your typical evergreen things. It's just like, I think people just buy Pokemon games. Like, I think for Pokemon, you get a system and you just make sure to get every Pokemon game you can. That's it.
Yeah.
Like, it's very interesting. So for Metroid, right? Like I think it's fair to say that Metroid is going to surpass like the Fire Emblem Three Houses, the Xenoblade Chronicles 2. So those games that sell pretty good, but they're not like evergreen, right? They're not the Megaton sellers either. Dread right now, at this point, looks like it's gonna be somewhere in the middle between 2 and 10 million, right? So maybe it sells like 4 or 5, which would be great. But does it get to that point where it's like a thing where people buy a Switch and like, oh, gotta get the Metroid game? That's what Nintendo wants for Metroid. That's what I believe. I don't think Nintendo would have been pushing Metroid the way it has if that wasn't their goal.
I disagree a little. I know we're on Metroid Dread right now. I disagree a little bit with Metroid Dread that that's what they want. I think Nintendo would want every game they release to be evergreen. I think that's obviously always a back of the goal. If you can get a game to sell at least 1 million units every year for multiple years, that's a big win for Nintendo, especially since they don't lower prices. So they're doing this at full MSRP. Like that's huge. But also, Nintendo knows the importance of the games that are between the evergreens, and that we can't forget those games as well. That's why I said like Luigi's Mansion. If it turns out Luigi's Mansion 3, I think Eric's going through sales data right now. If like he discovers that since its launch year, it hasn't sold over 1 million units in any single year. Okay, it's been 2 years now. If it hasn't sold over 1 million, I wouldn't consider that evergreen. And if it's not evergreen, that means that it sold really, really well. Those games matter to Nintendo too. Like ARMS isn't evergreen, right? It blew its load its first year, and that's it. And I think Nintendo still knows the importance of those games. Kirby is never evergreen, as an example. I'd argue most Pokemon games aren't even evergreen. Now, they come out too often. So It's kind of Pokemon's kind of become like Call of Duty, where it's like, is Call of Duty evergreen? It's evergreen because they release a new one every year, and Pokemon releases almost a new Pokemon game.
I would
every
say
year.
that the Pokemon games fall into your definition, though. If they sell an additional 1 million per year, like
Sword and Shield's not even in the top 20 sold Nintendo Switch games of this year. And that's Sword and Shield. They've had the entire year since 2019. Like that's not evergreen to me. I'm sorry. If you can't sell 2 years after launch, you're not evergreen. And why isn't it selling? I don't know. I don't know why. I have no idea why. Like it literally hit 20 million in like its first 8 months, and it's just been sitting there. It hasn't, like, the needle hasn't moved. It's weird. Pokemon's very weird. If you actually go look at the sales of Pokemon, they die off very quickly. They just sell a shitload really fast and then just die. Now, my theory is because they release them so damn often. So it's like, at Sword and Shield, you can argue had some controversies that maybe turned off some people. Although it's still sold phenomenally well. It's still one of the best-selling Pokemon games there is. Like, and I know I see you're looking up some data over there, Andres. Trying to see if you can disprove me, and that's fine. Go right ahead. I've done some of this research, so it's cool if you want to disagree and you can find the evidence. I appreciate it actually. I like to be disproven. But I've done a lot of research into Pokemon, and like it sells a shitload in the first year, and then just kind of dies. And my whole theory about that has always been it's kind of like Call of Duty. Most Call of Duty games die after its first year too, because the new one's out. Nobody cares about the old one once the new one's there. And Pokemon has gotten to the point that it's almost think about this. We just got Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl, and we're about to get another Pokemon game in January. Now we can argue it's a completely different game. Yeah, but do you think it's not going to negatively impact the sales of Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl by having another Pokemon game come out so soon? I think it is going to negatively impact it because people only have a finite amount of time to play, especially Pokemon, which requires a big time sink.
All right, so just for the record, apparently, yes. I'm looking at this article here.
Yep.
Right, as of March 31st, 2020.
Yep.
So basically,
end of last fiscal year.
The last year and a half. Well, actually, this is
that's 2020. That's back in that's a few months after launch. Okay.
This article is from the previous fiscal year. So basically,
wait, hold on. Are we talking March 2021 or March 2020? 2020 would just be 3 months.
About between March 2020 all the way up until
March of 2021.
Yes, and it sold an additional.
So last fiscal year.
Last fiscal year.
Okay.
So
where was it at?
Right. It was at 21 million as of this article from May 6th, 2021.
Right, and let's look at where it's at right now.
If it's at 25,
I don't think it's at 25. But maybe it is.
If it's at 22, then I see your point. But if it's at 25, it still sells 3 to 4 million every year.
Hold on, I forgot what the name of that website is. 1 second. God, of course, on the spot, I don't remember it. Where is it? IR information. That's what it is. Nintendo IR information.
Yeah.
That's how you look it up.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's what I was like. God, that's the name of that damn website? All right. Video game sale units. Let me just glance. I don't know it off the top of my head. I know it's in the top 10. That's the
absolutely. Sword Shield's at 22.64 million.
It's at 22.64 million. So, like, to me, that's not like a huge.
It sold 1.5 million the last year. So there is a drop off, but I'm just it's still over 1 million,
sure,
right?
Yeah.
So like
but okay. So
there is a drop off. Like
there is a drop off. Yeah, we can recognize the drop off.
But it's still selling over 1 million.
Do you think it's going to sell another million next year?
That remains to be seen.
Well, I'm asking because to me, Evergreen's not just the following year; it's years
moving forward indefinitely.
Yeah, it's like not even indefinitely. At least until like the platform's no longer relevant.
Well, that's where things get kind of tricky though, because once we're talking about next year, we're talking about perhaps the end of the Switch's life cycle.
But are we?
No.
I mean, we'll get into 2022 in a moment. But with that strong lineup, there's no way in hell that's the end.
It's also tricky though because the year that
Furukawa just said they're not going to have enough units to even meet demand in 2022.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like one of those. Why would Nintendo end a thing they can't even keep in stock?
Another thing to consider here, though, right? We're looking at these sales numbers, but this
Sure.
isn't a full fiscal year yet.
Well,
right?
yeah, we're not going to have a full fiscal year
we're
look
saying
for like 6 months.
we're seeing that's only sold about a million and a half since the previous fiscal year, but it hasn't been a full fiscal year yet.
Yeah.
So it may end up being
2,
perhaps
3.
this
who
is
knows?
the Christmas time, though. This could be the time it would sell the most during this time. So maybe it still ends up selling,
or it
like,
doesn't because they're pushing Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl.
3 million might be a stretch, but over 2, not so. That's not a
Well,
big
that's
deal,
not that
right?
much
Like,
more. Yeah.
But so
We'll see.
if we. So yeah, 3 months from now,
Like,
or
I'll give an
4 months
example of
from
a
now, so we
game
get
that
the
I
reports.
definitely don't think is evergreen, and it's been in the top 10 for a while. Super Mario Odyssey. It's not evergreen to me. It sold a couple extra million, I believe, at the end of the following fiscal year, and we've been years since then, and the numbers have barely moved. It hit 20 million like that, and then it's just kind of slowly every year it gets a couple 100,000, a few 100,000 added, and that's the weird thing about Breath of the Wild. Like, end of year 1, it was not even at 20 million.
Mario Odyssey was actually out. So even though Breath of the Wild came out first, Mario Odyssey passed it pretty quick.
Yes.
But then Breath of the Wild was like, hey, I'm creeping
yeah,
back
that's what I'm
up.
saying. Breath of the Wild just
Yeah.
keeps selling that 2-3 million every year, and
Yeah.
it just doesn't show any signs of stop. And I think once Breath of the Wild 2 comes out, sales of it will probably slow down. Maybe I'm
I think
wrong.
we've talked about this before, but I've actually argued that Breath of the Wild will actually go down to the third best-selling game on Switch. Right now it's Smash Brothers.
You think it can pass Smash? Hey, I'm very curious now that DLC's done with Smash if it'll pass it.
I do.
Because I think DLC
now
has obviously helped continue the popularity of Smash.
Right,
I did wonder
if
if
too, and just the
Smash
kind of
dies
Breath
off.
of the Wild.
Yeah.
So Smash is going to continue to sell, but I think Breath of the Wild is going to be selling at a greater pace.
Yeah, no, I hear you on that one.
And it's just $1.5 million behind basically.
Sure.
So, and next year's gonna be a big Breath of the Wild style year. So,
and the thing is, by the way, guys, my definition and all of our definitions of, and your guys' definitions, listening in, of what evergreen is, could be totally different. Like, I'm using at least $1 million. It maybe to you guys it's just anything that's selling $500,000. I don't know what you guys wanted to find evergreen as.
I don't know. Looks like Nintendo
has an official evergreen title list.
They do. Between April and September of 2021, the evergreens are...
This is Nintendo. What Nintendo calls evergreens.
Breath of the Wild at 1.7. Mario Kart 8 at 3.2.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's a given.
Splatoon 2 at 0.4. Mario Odyssey at 1.
Yep.
Mario Party at 1.6. I don't think that's Superstars.
No, that's the original Super Mario Party. Yep. Superstars wasn't out yet when that list was made.
It hasn't had time to become evergreen.
Yeah, it hasn't had time to be evergreen. Yeah.
Sword and Shield is 1.6.
Okay. Yeah, that matches up with what we saw.
Smash is 1.7. Super Mario Bros. U Deluxe is 0.9. Luigi's Mansion is 0.7. Animal Crossing 2.4. Super Mario 3D World Bowser's Fury 2.4.
I don't know how you can call that evergreen yet. I don't think it's been out long enough.
2.4, and then Ring Fit at 1.8.
Ring Fit's a weird one too. That would have really low sales at launch.
The lowest one is Luigi's Mansion at 700,000, which is still a substantial amount.
Splatoon
2 at 400. Now this is what Nintendo calls evergreen, guys. Obviously, again, everyone has their own definitions. To me, 400,000. It's a lot of units, but for like a thing that sold 12 million, like that's not a huge dent.
But you gotta remember, this is 400,000. What, 5 years later?
Yeah, and of a game that they don't really support anymore.
Right.
Too.
So, does that still consider it evergreen? I mean, that's almost a half a mil.
I mean, selling
5 years
for Nintendo. I want to be clear. For Nintendo, any game that's selling hundreds of thousands of units every year at $60 a pop, 5 years later, they're going to call that.
They're still making millions of dollars.
Yeah, why wouldn't they call that evergreen? They're going to call it evergreen. If they can sell it at $60 a pop and sell hundreds of thousands of units.
What's the profit margin for a $60 game? Like, how much does Nintendo make from that?
Well, it also depends on how much are digital.
Yeah.
Because their profit margins on digital are massive.
Oh, God, yeah.
They cut out everything.
Pretty much.
It's just pure. It's almost pure profits.
Can we just ballpark it?
No, I don't know. I don't have.
I would say probably. I mean, if you combine digital and physical, I would say probably anywhere from $35 to $40 a copy is pure profit.
Yeah.
Okay,
especially at this point because the game already paid for itself back.
40 times 400,000.
Yes, is a lot of money.
Is a lot of money. It's 16 and then 6 zeros after that.
Yeah, it's more money than a lot of us will ever see in our lifetimes.
It's $16 million.
Yeah. Of course, Nintendo's going to consider that evergreen. That ain't no small chunk of change to them. Even though they're $1 billion company, that's free money to them. A game they're not even supporting. A game
Right.
that, came out 5 years ago, basically at this
Right.
point, almost 5 years as of next summer.
Yeah.
It will be 5 years. It's like, and they're gonna have a new one come
And
out.
that was just between April and
it was probably
September of
profitable
this year.
literally after the first
Yeah.
week of it being on the market. They probably
So
already
how-
paid back development.
Wait, what was the window again? It was like a 6-month window.
April through September of this year.
Yeah, okay. So the last financial update, the last
Half a
official
year.
financial.
So that's just half a year.
Yeah, half of a fiscal year. Yeah.
So
it's going to be
Splatoon 2
over.
made them-
It could hit over $1 million with a holiday period and all that.
So
Could happen.
let's say Splatoon 2 made them at least $15 million in a 6-month time span,
Like,
Yeah, right.
4 years after its release.
Right,
Yeah.
exactly.
Like
they're going to
insane.
call that
That's
evergreen.
crazy.
So like when I talk
Yeah.
evergreen, guys, me personally, I'm talking about what I consider to be a title that's still arguably a system seller today. I don't think Splatoon 2 is still a system seller. I do think it's still a seller. I don't think anyone's buying a
I think
Switch
it was a
today.
system seller up until Splatoon.
I
2
don't
was-
think people are buying a
announced.
Switch today to play Splatoon 2. I think
Right.
it's a game that
no, but
some
if they
might
buy
consider getting because their friends have it, but not because that's not why they
if people buy a Switch and they're like, "Oh, what's a popular game?" Oh, Splatoon's one of those like Nintendo.
yeah,
games.
you
You gotta
look
get
at the top
Splatoon
10
2.
selling games. You see Splatoon
Yeah.
2. I got to go check that out.
But it does look like Luigi's Mansion falls in that category.
Yes.
Yes, it does.
So
Yes.
it's going to be interesting
Um,
is if Metroid can get
Yeah.
Yeah,
close
right.
to
And
that.
again, it's going to be,
Yeah.
we're not going to know,
It just
guys, for
hasn't
like a
been
year and a
out long
half
enough.
before
Yeah.
we
And
really
obviously.
know.
And I don't expect Metroid Dread to sell like.
I mean, even
2
think
or 3
about that,
million
like
every year.
700,000 in half a year. Like for Metroid, that'd be incredible.
If Metroid is selling 500,000 copies year by year,
Yeah, that's
so, like, let's
that's
say-
insane.
Yeah.
That's insane
So
for
let's
Metroid.
say Switch gets support until 2025.
I mean, that's a mega hit. That'd be
Right,
the
like-
best. I mean, I think Metroid Dread, by the way, is going to be the best selling, guys, which means it has to hit 4 mil, which I think it's
Prime
going to.
4. It only has to hit 3 mil.
Well, it's like, yeah, but it's not exactly 3. It's a little higher than 3.
No,
That's
Metroid Prime sold 2.5 million.
I thought it sold 2.9.
Mm,
I don't know.
2.5.
And by the way, we don't even know if these figures are
Yeah.
exact because they didn't have exact figures back in those days. Nintendo did not officially report numbers like they do today. But maybe
I mean,
did it hit top 10 on the system? Let me see if they have. Maybe they have some official figures on this
Um,
IR website for.
well,
I don't think it hit top 10 for
that too, though.
GameCube. They don't even have GameCube listed, so I can't even go back that
So
far
for Luigi's
officially.
Mansion 3, between
Wii DS is the
April
as far
of
back as I can
20,
go officially.
April of 20 and March of 2021, it sold just over almost 9.6 million. Luigi's Mansion 3.
Okay,
And that's between April of 20 and March 2021.
so it's
So that
first.
doesn't-
So it's first like full year on the market
It-
plus a couple months.
It,
Launch
we're
plus a
missing
full
we're
year.
missing between
So-
October and April. Of
I'll
2020.
just tell you that on
2019.
VG charts, right? We were just talking about Metroid sales. The best-selling Metroid game, according to VG charts, is Metroid Prime at 2.82 million.
Yeah.
So it has to hit
And it-
3.
I mean,
Yeah,
I think
but-
it's hit 3 already, to be honest. But again, we don't know. Like people always expect. By the way, it's weird. People expect Nintendo to brag about sales, and they do, but they usually do it around when they report the official numbers.
Yeah.
It's very rare that they go
were
outside of their
bragging about
regular.
Dread getting the Game Awards.
Like some
thing,
people are
though.
like, "Oh, Nintendo Switch hasn't sold 100 million yet because Nintendo hasn't said so." It's like, well, yeah, because they literally have a financial briefing coming up in like a month. They're going to tell you then. They're not going to tell you now because by then they can maybe tout it beat Wii. So like
Yeah.
we need to sit back and Nintendo's not going to tell because they're still compiling. They still have the biggest sales season in Japan happening this week. So like they have that to consider. They're not going to want to give you numbers now when they know the numbers might be more impressive by the time they actually get to their financial briefing. So and by the way, I mean, who knows for the fiscal year? I have no idea what it's going to sell. I mean, I have no like Animal Crossing really helped Switch move units plus the pandemic last year.
I
I'm
wouldn't be
curious if
shocked
Legends
Dread-
Arceus pushes units. We'll see.
Well, yeah, that is gonna be a big we'll see. I think the answer is probably yes.
Probably.
because
The
it's
thing is, we
Pokemon.
got to compare that last because the last quarter of every fiscal year usually isn't like a big quarter for Nintendo.
Well,
You
it's-
move like
yeah,
2 to
the-
3 mil.
The holidays are the big deal.
Yeah, holidays are where they usually get 10, 11 mil every year.
Yeah, we'll see. Good, like because of that, like Legends Arceus may end up not selling as well as Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl, purely just because
Or it
it didn't get the
destroys it
holiday boost.
because Game Freak made it and everyone. Here's the thing: I'm more hyped
Well,
for it, but
I
I'm also not
think-
someone who plays Pokemon. Are like
Well,
the
hold
big
on a
Pokemon
second.
fan
If
base on the
Legends
whole.
Arceus,
you
if
know,
Legends
excited.
Arceus is like the game that is supported and discussed throughout the year, maybe it has some DLC, and there's like a DLC.
I
sort of,
guarantee there'll be DLC.
Arceus edition that releases at the end of 2022. 2.
Oh, it's like a
Once
holiday.
once that
special
Christmas
bundle
goes by, then I think for sure Legends Arceus will outsell BDSP. Because it's an open-ish world Pokemon game.
By the way, guys, we
like,
don't
it's gonna
technically
do it.
know what BDSP sold yet.
But
That's another
if
thing to
we're
consider.
talking about by the
we're
end of the fiscal
presuming
year,
10 mil at least. It's got to be up there, right?
yeah,
Let's go
yeah.
levels
Um,
at least.
we'll see.
I would presume because Pokemon always sells 10 plus mil.
Yeah.
So,
But just going back to the Metroid Dread thing.
yeah.
Obviously,
guys,
only
we're spending
time
a lot of
will
time on
tell.
Metroid Dread because it's a big deal.
Yeah.
Guys, this is a big
Yeah.
deal game.
It's
For us,
it's the
anyways,
only
it's a
game.
big
It's
deal
the
game.
only game from Nintendo that won an award at the Game Awards, and Nintendo has made sure to bring that up to people that hey, this game won Best
Yes,
Action
they put it
Adventure.
on their official website.
Yeah,
and it was
there's
up for
a
Game of the
banner
Year.
littered-
And by the way, guys, won some Game of the Year awards at other outlets. Time Magazine. You guys
Yep.
might not care about them because they're not like a very video game specific outlet, but they said Metroid Dread's the best thing they played this year. So
They got some good taste.
yeah, I think a lot of Nintendo fans started to respect Time Magazine after that pick.
Yeah,
It's
right.
like, who has ever gone to Time Magazine for anything video game related ever? But hey, it's Time Magazine Game of the Year.
Well,
So.
there was that time that Shigeru Miyamoto was in the top 100 most important people.
Okay, but like again, that's just arbitrary opinion based rankings. It has nothing to do with like have you ever opened a Time Magazine in your life, let alone have you cracked one specifically to read gaming stuff?
Don't think magazines are really even a thing anymore.
Time Magazine's still a thing.
yeah,
You can
yeah.
get it to your house.
Well, obviously it is because we're talking about it. But I just mean
yeah,
like,
but it's all mostly an online
back
publication.
when I was a kid, there were magazine sections at the grocery store.
Mhm.
I haven't seen one lately.
Oh, there still is
So,
one at ours.
you know.
There's still one at
They're
ours.
very, very, very small.
We actually,
but-
have you been to the downtown one?
Yeah.
It's a decent. I'm surprised actually how big that section is there. There isn't one at my grocery store out here, but if I go downtown,
there's
there is
tiny,
one.
tiny ones to check out.
I don't count the National Enquirer, thing they're trying to sell you when you check. Oh man, so and so has got tits the size of Mars.
Yeah,
Okay,
right.
that's great.
Yeah.
Do you even know how big Mars is? Yeah, let's just
Right.
National Enquirer. You can.
Yeah,
enjoy your
I'm
clickbait.
talking about like an entire wall.
Yeah.
like an aisle, not
Yeah.
like.
Well, I mean,
a little
you can say that about bookstores in general. Like, how many bookstores even exist these days? I mean, we still have BAM in our area,
Mhm.
but like, God, it used to be like 2 other different types of bookstores, and I don't know
Yeah.
how long BAM's even going to stay around at this
Yeah.
point.
But anyway, the
Um,
point I wanted to make is just that, like, I think Nintendo's using the Game Awards like, hey, look, this game wins awards, right? Like, so
Yeah.
just
Oh, for
to
sure.
get people to be aware that, hey, look, this is a high quality game. So if
Sure.
you have a Switch, check out
Buy
this game.
Mhm.
Yeah. So, things like that could help perhaps Metroid fall into that category of, oh, wait, I've heard of this game. I have a Switch now. Maybe I should give this a try. And I think the interesting thing about Metroid is that when you compare it to the other types of games that Nintendo makes, there is a difference in the aesthetics, in the tone, in the gameplay style compared to other Nintendo games. So, and actually, I think there is a opportunity for Metroid to become a consistent evergreen kind of game if it can gain that sort of overall sort of public reception that people were just the casual person is like, oh, I remember hearing about Metroid.
Mhm.
Oh, that's like that sort of shooter, darker Nintendo game. I have a Switch now. I should check that out. If the Nintendo can get Metroid to be like that, then all of a sudden Metroid is evergreen. But will they get there? Well,
Yeah.
Wait,
only
well,
time will
Hopefully.
tell.
Hopefully.
because Metroid's
Yeah.
never done it, but a lot of things that have never been done are happening right now.
Right, and
Essentially.
if Dread doesn't do it, Dread doesn't even have to be the one to do it. But
could be
if Dread
Prime.
sort of starts,
Well, the thing
it
is, I
starts
don't know.
getting it Metroid in that discussion. And then when Prime 4 comes out with the
Yeah,
bigger
but
budget,
I think Prime
Right.
4. There's a whole debate if we're even getting that this generation at this point.
I'm
It's
just
been
talking about Metroid becoming evergreen. I'm not
Yeah.
even talking about if it happens on Switch or Switch 2. I'm just talking about it becoming evergreen.
Start getting
Um,
snowball rolling.
I'm just gonna forever be the pessimist that says that genre's never been evergreen. So it would have to do something that genre's never done, and I just don't know if it can do that. But
Amen.
that doesn't
It's
mean it can't
Switch.
sell a shitload
Switch magic.
and end
man.
up being awesome, and the Switch effect goes into effect. Next thing you know, Prime 4 is a 10+ million seller on next gen, and we have no idea what the fuck is happening
Right.
anymore. And suddenly we're talking about it as one of the best selling top 10 games. I have no idea.
Yeah.
Here's the thing: we don't know. It's a lot of hypotheticals. After that, I know we had Nintendo Switch Online stuff that came
Yep,
out.
and then Nintendo Switch Online.
Um,
And then Mario
some
Party
people, hey,
Super-
by the way, we dismiss it, and I think it's a ripoff. Millions of people are playing it, so
including me.
Yeah. No,
It is what it is.
as
I
much as
think
I was
Nintendo should do
excited-
better. I have not put the money down on it. I refuse to until they provide a better service. I will just pay for the basic online package to get access to play games online. Without that, I wouldn't even be paying for it. So
As much as I
they
was
got me by
excited
the
for
balls. I'm
64
playing games
games,
online. So
I just haven't done it yet. Next one to come out would be Mario Party Superstars.
Big deal. Really good game.
Big-
I think
big
it's the
deal
best Mario
game.
Party we've gone in years.
do you think it'll outsell the previous Mario Party game?
That's tough. That's really tough because it's a better game.
So I think it's significantly better.
Super Mario Party has the advantage of being first on
Yes.
the system.
Longer shelf life.
The longer shelf life.
But
So
then
we'll
again,
see.
we don't know. Like, remember, we're only the midway through Switch, so we give another 5
Yeah,
years.
I
mean,
don't.
I mean, think
think
about it
that's
like this:
bogus.
like, we presume, like, Switch 2 in 2023, 20. What
Just
if
for
it's
the record,
just
Nintendo's been saying we've been halfway through their cycle for 2 years
Like,
already.
yeah.
Okay, we were hearing that back in
technically
2019.
they didn't say halfway through at the beginning of last year. They started saying at the midpoint of last year, so it's been about a year and a half.
It's still.
I know it's
Yeah.
splitting straws,
I'm
splitting hair.
rounding
Yeah, I'm
Nintendo
rounding
Nintendo
up.
wants us. By the way, the only thing I can say is Shintaro Furukawa said he wants us to be the longest generation Nintendo's ever had.
It's
I don't
gonna
know.
be. It's already basically is. Like,
Yeah, no, it's not. We've had 8-9 years. Dude, you get the NES era, man. That thing was around for almost a
that doesn't
decade.
count. I wasn't
Okay.
alive.
I wasn't alive.
You weren't alive in the 90s?
What?
It was around in the
No,
early 90s.
First of all, Super Nintendo came out in 91. Okay?
So the
I
NES
was
the
born-
NES did not. Yeah, okay, and the PlayStation 3 came out when it came out, and PlayStation 2 still existed for 4 years. What's your point? I'm just saying that, like, if it's still in production and still being sold and still being advertised, the generation didn't end. There's just a better product. It's kind of like iPhone 12s are still being sold, well, iPhone 13s are here, so. You know? Brand new iPhone 12s, by the way, not used ones. Just to be clear. Obviously,
I
used
think
market doesn't matter.
I think that the Switch is going to be available in the market at least until 2025.
Okay.
And that's at least 8 years. I think Switch 2 will be out by the end of 2023. But you know, although
in total
with
disagreement, but that's
COVID and the
okay.
semiconductor things, maybe that is pushed to like early 2024 or something.
I don't think Switch 2 is even in the works right now, but that's a different debate for a different time. Maybe we'll talk about that when we talk about 2022 stuff.
Okay.
I think Nintendo's not doing a traditional generation. I think it's just gonna be a mid-gen refresh that's upgraded that we can consider a new gen, but it's not really. It's all cross-gen. It just keeps going.
Oh man, that is we'll get there.
Yeah, we'll see. And again, this is obviously something I've hoped Nintendo would do, but I think Nintendo and Shintaro Furukawa is not an idiot. And he sees what Switch is doing, and he doesn't want it to end, and it's going to be a perpetual thing. There's not going to be like, here's a new gen cutoff. Nope. We're keeping it going. We just happen to have even better hardware now, but all the games will still be on the old Switch that we have coming out for the next few years. Well, we'll see. Again, we don't know. We're talking hypotheticals.
Yeah.
Nintendo's also never done that, by the way. So that would also be new territory for Nintendo. But I think, and my whole theory behind this is just listening to the way Furukawa has talked since taking over, very different than prior Nintendo presidents, even before Iwata. Very much, I know all the problems we've had in the past. I know about the cliff. I know about the fall off. I know about the mistakes. And now we're about to enter the 6th year of Nintendo Switch. After March 3rd of next year, we begin the 6th year. We don't call it that officially till the 6th birthday, but we'll have experienced 5 full years by March 3rd of next year. So we are technically in the 6th year while we have this extremely strong lineup hitting. And Nintendo has never had a platform have this strong of a lineup in year 6, which already suggests that Furukawa knows I ain't repeating mistakes of the past where we abandoned platforms.
Yeah.
So, and by the way, he'd be stupid to. It's literally peaking. It's still peaking. Like, Switch hasn't really slowed. The only thing holding Switch back is their ability to make more at the moment. We'll see if that continues next year. He knows it'll continue at the beginning of the year. We'll see if it continues all year. Which, by the way, I think with that lineup, it's pretty safe to say it's going to be a problem all year to get a Switch. They're not going to be readily available any day you want to walk into a store and buy. It's just not going to happen. That lineup's too big next year. It's too big.
No, the Switch is going to be doing great next year for sure.
Then this is regardless of the pandemic. There's so many big games. Like,
well, I think what Nintendo wants is not. To your point, it's to maintain momentum. We don't want a situation like the Wii where that last year it's basically just a wasteland.
Yeah.
No.
So the question is, do they PlayStation it and just keep releasing bangers all the way to next gen? Or do they just say, fuck it, we're not doing traditional generations anymore? That's the question we don't know.
They do a cell phone like upgrade.
The iPhone route.
Like cell phones don't really feel like new generations when you get them. Like you buy an iPhone 13, you have an iPhone 12. It doesn't really feel like you're, oh my god, this next gen experience.
They can call it Switch 2 and still sort of do that. It just kind of depends on the compatibility and the transitions and how well, you know. So like there's a lot of ifs there, right? And there's a lot, like
a lot of moving
on what you
parts.
call the name. Yeah. So
Nintendo
I think we both agree though that there's not new hardware coming out next year, right? See your face.
I will say this. I think it is more likely than not that there won't be. Okay. Caveat. If the plan was to release it this year and Switch OLED was sort of the stopgap because they couldn't get enough of the new chips, that means they're manufacturing the chips now. And it would be able to release next year with Breath of the Wild 2. Will they do it? I don't know. I think a big idea of them doing it is if at some point by summer next year they discontinue the OG Switch model. The version 2 Switch model goes away. Switch OLED is now the base model. And Switch Lite, and they're not even making that other model anymore. That's a big indicator to me. They're about to move into a next model to keep the 3-model system going. But again, this all presumes, by the way, this is me giving massive benefit of the doubt. I have no inside information on this, guys. People I know that have access to dev kits, they have no idea what's going on with manufacturing. So it doesn't even matter. What they can do and what Nintendo's told them doesn't matter. Because they don't know what Nintendo's actually building out in the factories. What I can say is I know a single developer, just one, so again, not very strong, that has worked with a more powerful unit than is currently on the market. What that means, I don't know. It could still be next gen. It could also, if it is next gen, I think it would be very disappointed with what next gen is. I think that's
very tricky here, right?
I think Nintendo had a plan that was meant to be the upgraded model this year. But it fell through because of manufacturing problems. But they had all these Switch OLED screens. It's easy to make the shells because that's not relying on chip shortages. And they just said, screw it, we'll just put the old system in here. And we'll release it for $50 more because that's what we were going to release this damn thing at anyways. And they knew it was going to sell out because everything Switch is selling. Video game shit's selling out. It's just what it is.
Yeah,
they could have released it at 400. It probably would have sold out. In hindsight, they probably wish they did because they would have just made that much extra money. But I think the 50 is a key thing. Nintendo doesn't keep that $50 price unless it's the launch price of a brand new system. Like they kept Wii at $250 for a long time. But they traditionally don't do that $50 thing for very long. Like even when new 3DS launched at a higher price, they quickly, like a year and a half later, lowered that price and kind of got rid of the old model. So I think there is this mindset that we need to see how next year progresses. Does it get to the point that we don't even see regular Switches on shelves anymore? It's just lights and OLEDs? Because that's a really big indicator. Nintendo just stopped making that other model without telling anybody, and they'll announce it at some point, and that announcement will be when they're willing to slash the price of the OLED to meet what the old model was. And I don't think that's going to be announced until summer next year, and that would be around the time that they would even consider marketing a potential new platform. Now, again, I'm not saying it's going to come. I'm saying I'm not going to rule out the possibility that all these Switch Pro shit that we heard this year was bullshit. Because if it wasn't bullshit, if Bloomberg was correct that game developers, and I know of one, but again, one is not enough to really come to a definitive conclusion on. But if they aren't full of shit, if Eurogamer wasn't full of shit, if all these outlets that know developers supposedly that were working with 4K Nintendo Switch dev kits aren't full of shit, then that suggests to me the only thing that stopped it was manufacturing problems. So why wouldn't it just come out next year when they've had an extra year of manufacturing?
I'll tell you that over the last few years, my
and to answer some questions, people want to know if I know any specific information from this developer on chipsets or anything. No. They were not willing to break NDA to that level. They were just willing to say they know it exists because they worked on it, and that's all they can say.
Yeah. So what I was gonna say is that I think that whenever the big thing that I think has sort of impacted the reliability or the claims of a lot of these different sites like Eurogamer and such isn't so much the content of what they're saying. All of that there is also an issue there. I'll get to that later. It's more of the timing. I think oftentimes people hear things and there's an estimation upon when they think it may come, and that estimation is just completely wrong. Um, so, perhaps it is the case that, they're hearing about this 4K whatever, and sure, yeah, I agree. Nintendo's working on 4K stuff. We've literally seen patents for it. Like, there's no
we can't
denying.
deny it. Yeah,
There
there's
is
no point
no
in denying it.
denying it.
Nintendo has patents around DLSS like technology. It's obvious.
Yes,
We know Nintendo's doing it. Whether or not it ever
but
comes
the
out, or whether
question
it's coming
is,
out soon.
when are they going to use that technology, and if they'll use that technology, right? Like, they are working on the technology, and I think the biggest issue here is really just timing. So I think the timing is not within the next year. I don't think that's likely. I think right now they're just trying to sell Switch OLED. And with the semiconductor shortage, like, that's even gonna be hard to sort of get out there and selling really well. And when you take into
But-
consideration the timing of releases between the different revisions on Switch, and then you also take into consideration how the 3DS was handled, we never saw a revision come out within a year. A little bit over a year, but never within a year. It just seems incredibly unlikely.
Well, if it comes
that
out in
during this
November, that would
time-
be a little over a year.
barely.
But it's still
Barely.
over a year. Because you got to consider this. We're talking about revisions. Switch Lite was an obvious thing. Smaller, no detachable Joy-Cons, more pocketable, more kid-friendly, more durable Switch, right? Made sense. Kind of like DS Lite, 3DS Lite, like these small 2DS even,
yeah.
kind of like made sense in some ways, although 2DS's design was a little weird, but technically more durable. Got rid of the hinge, and then they eventually brought the hinge back for it. But it was one of those made sense, even though some people always mock 2DS for getting rid of the whole point of the 3DS, the 3D part. But whatever. Just like Switch, like it's not for getting rid of the Switch part of the Switch. But you can see the point of a smaller, more durable, kid-friendly Switch. Makes sense. And it's cheap. $200. That's always been a sweet point for Nintendo handhelds. $200. That's always been like, yeah, that's mass success at $200. Okay. And by the way, Switch Lite is still not even, like, it only becomes the best-selling unit when everything else is sold out. So even then, it's not even the most popular selling unit. I don't know that Nintendo's necessarily pushing Switch OLED to, like, we got to get Switch OLED out. We can't get enough Switch OLED out. I think Switch OLED's the oddball. It's the oddball. Like, we can call it, it's a 3DS XL. Fine. You can call it the XL Switch if you want. But it doesn't do anything the old Switch doesn't do already.
Just look
It's
at the
just
marketing
quality
on it,
of
though.
life improvements.
Just look at the marketing on it. We heard about it originally, and we haven't heard about anything since.
Yeah, they don't even really market the Switch OLED. That's the weird thing. There isn't like, when's the last time you've seen a Switch OLED specific commercial that's like, let me tell you to go buy this Switch OLED. They don't do it. Now, you could argue they don't have to because they can't get enough of them out there anyways. But it's weird because I sit there and I own a Switch OLED. There's like 3 of them in my house right now. Like, Switch OLED's great. I enjoy it. It's basically a Switch XL with more quality of life improvements than the 3DS XL had. Great. But it's still the same fundamental Switch. It's basically the same form factor in general. It's not really something like if you own a Switch, you need to go get this thing. It doesn't significantly change the way you play. Like Switch Lite, some people actually prefer playing on Switch Lite. And some people will prefer the better OLED screen, and that's fine. I understand that could be an enticing prospect because I like the OLED screen. But I also think it's the only iteration of Switch so far that it's kind of an oddball. It doesn't make sense. It's basically just a replacement for what you already have. There's nothing new really about it. And notably, OLED's like a subtext. It doesn't even say OLED on the Switch. It doesn't say OLED anywhere else. It's very clearly just a Nintendo Switch. And when you go in, and this is something I noted this holiday season because I paid a lot of attention. I had so many damn trips to our local Walmart over the last 2 months. It's been insane. I hate saying that. With COVID and everything, people are like, why are you going there so much? Sorry, I have a family, okay? I'm like, we just buy things as we need it. We don't just stock up for like 6 months at a time, like some people do. And like every time I see Switch in stock, it's not the Switch Lite. It was the Switch Lite, by the way, before the holidays. Switch Lite was in stock everywhere. At least some color variant of it somewhere was in stock. Now that's been kind of out of stock. I've not seen the OG Switch in stock in person since OLED came out in October. It just hasn't been in stock. Now you could argue it's because it's selling really well. It is. And we know in Japan, we see Japan sales. We clearly see they're still making them because they're selling them every week. So we know they're still being made. But we're starting to see even in Japan what's happening. Switch OLEDs are starting to outpace the OG Switch. And then we know they're sold out in Japan because all of the retailers they just did a lottery last week at two retailers in Kyoto. Like, that's how in demand it is. They can't keep it in stock. So if they're selling every unit they got, basically, and Switch OLED's taking a lead, that means they're making more Switch OLEDs than the OG Switch, which tells me they've gotten to the point that they're prioritizing OLED over it. One, it makes more money, it makes more sense. And two, I think that's just already begun the phasing out of the old one. I literally think all OLED, and we saw this with 3DS. 3DS XL, the old OG 3DS just died. Within 6 months, it was just dead. They didn't even make them anymore. And if that happens now, like the 3DS XL to the new 3DS had about, I think it was like a year and 3 month gap from when the new 3DS came out to the XL. I have to double check. I'm pretty sure it was about a year and 3 months. So let's say it comes out next November. It's only a year and a month. That's not really that far off from what Nintendo's done before. And I don't obviously know why they didn't just do the new 3DS earlier back then. 3DS was having issues originally at launch. So I have no idea what the logistics were with that. Maybe they were just happy to get their feet with the 3DS Lite, which really helped take things off for them. But I do think that they need to, or that the realistic opportunity for 2022 is that I fundamentally don't think Takahashi Machizuki is full of shit. He literally said he thought the Switch Pro would be announced at E3 because several developers he talked to wanted it to be announced because they were working on games for it. And if that many developers want it to be announced so they can announce their projects, 2023, that is a long ways away for these people that wanted their projects to announce this year. So to me, this is a lot of faith of, I've looked at Takahashi Machizuki's track record, and I know a lot of you guys are going to say he's full of shit. Well, look at his track record. It's impeccable. This is one of the few times that he looks bad, which means he probably had real information. Maybe his pushing that it would be announced imminently was the wrong thing to do in hindsight.
Well, especially
because he didn't know that it would be. He clearly didn't know that it would be. He thought it would be because so many developers were telling him that, like, basically, I think the developers were playing around with him and wanted him to pressure Nintendo into announcing it. I think that's really what it was, because developers would obviously know if it was going to get announced soon, because then they can announce their games.
Well, and I think, didn't that report come out before COVID was like really
no,
massive?
That was this year. That was this year.
Oh, was?
That was literally this year.
Okay.
Like, that's why this is a big thing to talk about in 2021, because Switch Pro rumors were a big part of this year.
Yeah.
The summer especially, huge part of summer was Switch Pro rumors. Or whatever it ends up being called, if it even is called, or if it even is a thing. We don't even know. None of us really know. I haven't held one. I haven't seen one. I don't know. It could also be a thing that's scrapped and Nintendo never releases. I just think that when you look to 2022, I look at it and go, why not? They're going to have new factories fixing chip shortages in 2023, which you can argue that's why they should do it in 2023. But if they've already were making the chips this year, and if they have a bunch of dev units out, like all these other outlets have claimed, well, if they already have a bunch of dev units out, that means the chips are already in mass production. They just aren't being mass produced at a good enough rate to release during a holiday season. Like, it just didn't make sense to release it now because there just isn't enough. I mean, heck, it could even release before. I think it would be weird if they release it before holiday, because I think they want to give at least a year between, and they want to be able to they don't want 4 models out there. I think they would discontinue the OG Switch before that. But it's one of those that I don't know anything other than I know one person who claims they have done some development work on a Switch dev unit that is more powerful than the current. That's all I have been told. I haven't even seen it myself. So this is all, even for me, it's like secondhand information. It's not firsthand. It's not me.
Right.
And then I know that, I'm a nobody that just happens to have met a couple people at E3, a couple of developers. Otherwise, I'm a nobody. I don't think Takahashi Machizuki's a nobody. Tom Phillips is a little bit of a different story at Eurogamer because he was kind of the source of a lot of stuff, and he's actually... I don't want to throw shade at Tom. He's been right on some things, but he's also been wrong on a lot of things that he says is happening. He seems like a bandwagon reporter. And he was the source of a lot of Eurogamer. Oh, yeah, we can confirm with our own... He's been wrong on a lot of stuff. But Takahashi Machizuki hasn't. So the fact that he said that there was that, like, guys, our entire reporting on this that people got pissed about over the summer was basically based on Takahashi Machizuki. We could talk about other people piling on and reconfirming and doubling down. It all started with him. He's the one that said we're getting it this year. He is the one who said it was imminently going to be announced. He's the one who said all these developers have dev kits. He's the one that said everything we knew that ended up being true about Switch OLED. Here's the thing. Give him some credit. 7-inch OLED display. True. Better kickstand. True. Like, he was right on everything except the actual chip inside.
Yeah. I'll tell you that
that's just my take.
If it comes out November, because I also expect Breath of the Wild 2 to come out November, and because there is a history of using Zelda to push hardware.
And there's rumors out there right now that every major game being developed next year has an alternative 4K DLSS version.
Yes.
That's a rumor floating out there, by the way. Just a rumor. Doesn't mean anything yet.
It's not... I don't think it's far-fetched, but at the same time, I think it's also should be noted that every revision on Switch has been at least 2 years. We look at the 3DS, which had a lot of revisions.
Would Switch OLED have been last year if there was no pandemic? See, we don't know. There was a pandemic. Could it
right, and that definitely throws things for a loop, right? Yeah. But if we look at the 3DS, everything was a year and a few months. Sure. So even if we do see the Switch 2 or Switch Pro come out in November, that's just a 13-month gap, which is a very short gap, even for the 3DS time. And it would be more powerful too after we have just got the Switch OLED, which is already more. I mean, not just more powerful, but more expensive.
But this also works. But this works on the presumption that it was supposed to be this year.
Right.
They just couldn't get enough chips made because of the pandemic.
But then
they said, screw it. We already have all these shells made.
Sure.
We already have all these
screens.
But
you take that into account on top of the fact that there is a chip shortage.
Yeah.
It just seems. There's information on both sides, like there's information suggesting yes, and there's information suggesting no.
The information suggesting no is mostly that there's a chip shortage, but like that hasn't stopped anybody else from releasing new products. So why would we think Nintendo wouldn't consider releasing new products?
I also think that if you're arguing a mid-gen refresh in 2022,
by the way, it lines up with Nintendo saying. The only credit I can say is new president, new wave, hardcore releases next year, and Shintaro Furukawa doesn't want to let things fall off a cliff. Well, how do you not fall off a cliff? Keep your platformers relevant as long as you can. A new, more powerful platform next year that replaces that $350 price point, even if it comes out at $399. In the midst of you still selling out, I think there might be a presumption that they won't have that problem by then, although obviously any new release, any new platform will sell out during the holidays. That's just what happens. But I think there's a theory that can exist where this is a very different Nintendo doing very different things with a very different business-minded president that said, you can argue, he's been talking 2 years about this being the middle of the Switch's life cycle. Yeah, because he wants to extend it as long as he can, and the pandemic threw it for a loop. Last year was supposed to be in the middle. Well, everything got delayed a year because of the pandemic. So now this year is the middle, which means there's another 4-5 years of Switch. And I know you said, Switch will go until 8 years, right? It'll be in existence in manufacturing until 2025. And that's cool, but I actually see a world where we don't even get a Switch 2 until 2025 because of this. This is the thing that makes Switch last pretty much as long as PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X. Because this gives us... Because the thing I'm talking about, by the way, guys, with this new chip that might be in manufacturing, we don't know. The thing I'm talking about isn't some ultra powerful next gen. Like, we're talking about 4K through DLSS something NVIDIA already does and is old technology at this point. We're just talking about taking games today and making them look even better on your TV. We're not talking about some next-gen evolution in visuals and graphics. It's about companies being able to bring their games over to PlayStation 4 and or slightly less than PlayStation 4 levels of power, but because of the power of DLSS, still having it look almost as crisp as, I don't know, a PlayStation 4 Pro or an Xbox One X or whatever comparison you want to make. We can't know until it's here. Like, I'm not talking about something that you would consider to be next gen. Switch is more powerful than the PlayStation 3. It's already between PlayStation 3 and PlayStation 4 in power as it is. We're not PlayStation 4 level power isn't that big of a leap actually from what Switch is today. It just has more RAM and more CPU. It's not a huge, massive leap. So, like, I think a next-gen Switch would be at least 2 or 3 times more powerful, and that's not what I think this thing is. I think people are overestimating what the revision is. I think the primary focus of the revision is DLSS. Taking today's games, making them crisper on your TV.
Improving performance somewhat, and
I think it'll still be a 720p screen. I think that they ain't going away from that. I don't think that was ever the plan. But also now when you play like The Witcher 3 that downsamples to 240, well, because of DLSS, it still looks like it's a native 720p image the whole time. Like, I think a huge focus of this isn't about, as we should know by now, Nintendo hasn't been big on power. It's about being big on staying relevant in the current market. And since 4K is becoming such a big thing and 4K TVs are becoming so cheap, Nintendo just wants to get their 4K out there in a way that makes it look like it's competing, but isn't really. Like, and you know what's funny? This was in today's video. I mentioned Horizon Zero Dawn in my video today, and I showed some footage of it. I'm sitting there watching this footage as I'm editing because I put in like a minute of it, and it looks incredible, right? I mean, these are visuals well beyond anything Switch can do, very clearly. I mean, even if you dumb it down, it just won't. It'd be a blurry, don't even know what's going on mess. It's insane. It looks great. But here's the thing about that game, and I'm starting to notice this with a lot of these quote unquote next gen games. The entire game, the main character is clipping through all the foliage. Like, it's not even there. There's no interaction with the environment. There's interaction with the enemies. Interaction with their hair flying all over the place. These hyper real, these amazing looking visuals. But you're not interacting with the environment. The environment's just kind of a backdrop that exists, but is not impacted by your presence. And I'm sitting here as someone with Breath of the Wild as my favorite game. Every blade of grass moving when I walk through it. That was happening on the Wii U, and we're talking PlayStation 5 not doing that. Now, granted, it's not the PlayStation 5 can't. Obviously. It's that the games being made are focused so hard on trying to be, when you take a still shot, this Vista shot is the most visually impressive thing I've ever seen in my life. But the gameplay breaks the immersion. Because it's like the world isn't there. It's like it doesn't exist unless you stop moving. Once you move, you're clipped. And I noticed it in Returnal a little bit. I even noticed it in the Medium on Xbox. A lot of clipping. And when the hell did gamers start being accepting of clipping? That used to be a massive criticism of games when you're clipping through walls. Okay, well, you're not clipping through walls. No, you're just clipping through a table like it's not even there. You're clipping through grass like it doesn't exist. Oh, this bush is taller than you, but you just walk through it and the bush doesn't even react to you.
Games like Breath of the Wild, Mario Odyssey, and Metroid Dread, there is a focus on your interactivity
with the environment,
how you move about the environment.
Nintendo in general has been really good with that.
Those 3 games I mentioned, you'll notice that the movement in the world is very fluid and dynamic.
Yes.
That's something they focused on for all 3 of those games, and they all 3 are, going to probably go down as the best selling for their respective series.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I don't know if Mario is going to quite get up there.
Well, it already is.
It outsold
3D Mario.
Okay, you want to talk 3D Mario.
Is the best-selling 3D Mario.
Yeah. Okay. Sure. I can give you the 3D Mario. Yeah. I was going to say, it's technically part of the mainline series, which does include the 2D ones.
So best-selling Super Mario, maybe not best-selling Super Mario Bros.
Okay.
Yeah. But you get.
I'll give you that on a caveat. I'll give you that. It's they're all mainline. It's kind of like there's top-down Zelda and 3D Zelda, but they're technically all mainline Zelda games. That's the way I view Mario. I don't really separate the sales like that, but I understand people do that with Zelda too. They'll say this is the best handheld selling, this is the best 3D selling. I think it kind of gets all
Yeah.
muddled, but that's neither here nor there.
I mean, to me, the gameplay style is different, so therefore, they should be different.
But is it? It's just platforming. One's in 2D, one's in 3D.
It's
I'm saying it's still platforming. It's just a
different.
It's just a different
No.
perspective. It's still platforming. Like that's the thing with
Different to
me. A platformer is a platformer. We don't call it a
Right.
3D platformer. We call
Okay,
it a
so
platformer.
right. Well, I mean, at that point, like I think you could argue: is Sonic a platformer or a racer?
It's a
Right? Like,
platformer. Sonic's always been a platformer. It's never been a racer. You're not
Yeah,
racing
but
anyone.
well,
You're
you
just
are
fast.
racing.
It's
You're
a
wasting your
speedy
time. What are you
platformer.
talking about?
But it's a
You're
platform.
wasting your
Sonic
time.
is literally listed as a platformer for its genre. What are we talking about?
I'm not saying it isn't a platform.
Racing
It is a
involves
platformer.
competition against somebody. You're not competing against somebody in Sonic.
There are some racing games that are more about the.
I think a
focus on
better
time trial.
definition is: do you consider it a runner versus a platformer? That
Runner
could be a
is a
fair
type
argument
of-
because runners are
and-
not a racing game. They're
Yeah,
just slightly
no.
moving your character on an infinite running path.
Just because it falls in a
Almost.
perhaps a blanket type of genre, I don't think that makes it the same. It's still different. Still different.
Well,
Like,
here's the way I look at it though. Like I like this conversation here because there are different types of platforming within the platforming genre. There's different types of action adventure games within the action adventure genre. Different types of RPGs.
for example,
different types of JRPGs within
Metroid Dread are
JRPGs.
both action adventures, but no one's going to argue that Breath of the Wild and Metroid Dread are similar games.
Some might, but I won't go there.
Well,
I
they're similar in the
won't
sense that
go
they're
there.
both adventure games,
With
but
puzzle
it
elements.
stops there.
No, there's puzzle elements. Metroid and Zelda have been massively compared a lot over the years. People don't consider it action adventure. It's officially listed as action adventure because Metroidvania is not technically an official genre. But everyone has recognized, like gamers have kind of recognized Metroidvania as like its own thing.
Most people are going to wholeheartedly agree that Metroid Dread and Breath of the Wild are very, 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 very different.
I can agree that they're very, very different. But
Yeah.
also, a lot of the things that make an action adventure game are in both of them. Puzzle elements.
But then,
as an
going
example,
back
that's a
to-
huge
but
part of
going-
both games.
Sure, but going back to what I was saying though, Super Mario Odyssey and
And when
New
we're comparing
Super
Mario
Bros.
to
U
Mario,
Deluxe
I think the
both
differences are even less.
incredibly different. They are so different. So yes,
But
they're
I-
both technically platformers, but
But
in my mind,
what's
they're
the
two different types
difference?
of
A
stories.
3D plane, you're still running, you're still jumping, you're still stomping on enemies, you're still throwing items, you're still doing power ups. What's the real fundamental difference besides running and
You're doing all that in Smash Brothers too, so like.
Sure,
And
but that's a fighting
party
genre.
game. Well, some people argue it's not a fighting game;
But-
it's a party game. But
It's listed in the fighting genre officially. So
yeah,
even
yeah.
Nintendo has it as a fighting thing on their website.
Yeah,
So
and
it's
I
a
agree
fighting
with
game.
that. I
But here's the
agree.
thing: the difference there is you're playing against other players. Mario's about stomping on AI enemies. Like I know you can do that in Smash as well, but that's like not the point of Smash. What I'm trying to, I guess, fundamentally get at here is that, like, especially with Mario, platformer is a platformer. You can call it a 3D platform. I've called it 3D platforming versus just platformer my whole life, right? Mario 64, 3D platformer. Super Mario World, platformer. And I'm actually curious for Eric here because he's got a lot of experience with Mario too. Like, to me, a platformer is just a damn platformer. It don't matter if it's in 3D or 2D. The concepts are fundamentally the same. It's just the perspective at which you're platforming at. Like in Mario 64, you're still trying to complete this jump to get to a certain place and do this certain thing, and you're doing the same thing in 2D Mario, just from a different perspective. So to me, they're still both using power-ups. They're still jumping. You're still stomping. You're still shooting. You're still just trying to get to different levels of the thing. And there's still, in every single one of these 3D games, an end to the level, just like there is in 2D. Now, the levels are bigger. They're more
I don't know.
expansive.
I feel like
Boss
that's
fights?
just too vague. Like I think that's too vague because I mean, if you start breaking things down like that, like almost every game is the same. Most games have movement. Most games have jumping,
Games
most
within
games
the
have
same
destination.
genre. Games within the same genre can sound the same. And they're both platformers, and they both define platforming. So, like, to me,
Well,
as someone who grew up with Mario, Mario's always been Mario.
Here's the other point, though. Just because they fall in the same genre doesn't mean they're the same series.
That's a Mario is Mario. It is the same
But that
series.
goes back to the overall point I'm saying, though. They're more than different enough to be considered two different series. The gameplay
I don't think
styles,
so.
the
I
design
find
philosophies are different.
Eric, do you think 3D Mario and 2D Mario are completely like if you get rid of the Mario in the name, they're completely different genres, completely different games? I want to drag you into this because you're a big Mario fan, so I want to get your perspective.
God,
because him and I can go back and forth this whole time.
No,
we
I
obviously
know,
disagree,
I
so I
know,
want to
I
get a
know.
third perspective.
God.
It's okay. There's no, by the way, there's no right or wrong
I know.
answer. I want to be clear
No, I
here.
know, I
These are
know.
just personal opinions.
No,
So-
I-
Oh, there's a right answer.
no, there's not because they're both
There's
listed.
always
As,
a right
you're,
answer.
you're, you're right. You're right. The right
Andre's
answer
right,
is
yeah.
they're both listed as platformers. 3D platformer isn't actually a genre.
Yeah, but
Mario's
they're also-
Mario. They're all
also
part of the
treated
mainline
as
series
different kinds of
officially in
games.
a Nintendo Mario
They're different
book.
kinds of games. They're different. They're treated as different kinds of games.
They're platformers. How are they different? Mario Kart is different.
They're different series. Is my point. There's Super Mario, and then there's Super Mario.
And by the
Bros.
way, chat who's watching, I want to get your guys' thoughts on this as well. It's okay if you guys all disagree with me. It's cool. I'll be a lone man. You guys know I'm perfectly fine being a lone man on a lone mission. Zelda 2, before Breath of the Wild came out, was the greatest Zelda game of all time. Ocarina of Time, not even in the top 10. I'm very used to being the controversial
we're
guy.
a label here, right? Like, what is the value of a conclusion with this argument? Like,
the value to me is people devalue certain games based on this fundamental concept that they're too different. As an example, most Zelda fans, and I grew up in the Zelda fan base massively. Eric knows all about my history there. A lot of Zelda fans will literally, all their top Zelda games will be all the 3D Zelda games, and then all of the lesser top-down Zelda games. And I'd ask them, what fundamentally is different about them? And I asked this about Ocarina of Time specifically, because they always bring that one up as a huge example, because that's when it started. And I go, but everything done in that game was already done in a top-down Zelda game. What are we talking about here? The only difference is the plane in which you're moving in. The verticality of that plane that you're moving in is the difference, because there's a verticality in 2D Zelda games, but it's not the same sort of verticality because of the perspective you have.
I'll attack that question. So the transition to 3D changed, well, obviously perspective, but with that perspective change comes a change in gameplay style in terms of combat. Combat, very, very different. How you go
smash
about
one
combat
button.
is different. No, there's more to it than that. The how you position yourself is different. You have different sword attacks, and how you go at it.
And the same's true in 2D Zelda games.
And there's also different items you can use and use them in different ways. Also, the puzzles are entirely different too. And then, in terms of scope,
why? Because you push
and
a block and then
perception,
climb on top of it.
they are different. There's a lot of differences. Also, the audio is like a 3D audio as well. Like, so the environment is different. Like, there are people who can play Ocarina of Time blind.
I can already call that bullshit. Zelda's been using MIDI files all the way through. There's no such thing as 3D audio in Zelda. Literally has never existed.
All right, go ahead. Look up Ocarina of Time being beaten blind. Look it up, and you'll see that you're wrong.
Yes, you can.
Look it up.
Oh my gosh, that's just Yes, and you can also hear which direction enemies are coming from in A Link Between Worlds. What the hell's your point? That's not 3D audio. That's spatial audio. That's been in gaming dating back to the SNES era.
Okay.
That's just an advancement of technology. That's what I'm trying to argue. It's just an advancement of technology. Yes, there are different things that can happen in these 3D games to me, whether it's Zelda or Mario. You can do more things in certain ways. Absolutely. I'm not arguing that there aren't more things you can do in a 3D plane versus a 2D plane or a. I mean,
hold on a second.
To give you here's a game that muddies the water.
For a second, because I want to make something very clear.
Yes.
When I say they are different, I am not saying one is better than the other.
No. That's a different argument.
With this grand battle,
because of the Zelda
I'm
fan.
totally with you there that 2D and 3D are different, but one is not inherently better than the other.
Right.
However, there is a thing in terms of public perception, and when we look at how mainstream media is and how gaming media is, and to your point earlier about how we see a lot of Sony games, for example, that seem to have more of a focus on just how a screenshot's going to look, because point is, it's just easier to market.
So Nintendo Academy did a $5 super chat, by the way. Thank you so much. And he said pretty much the method hasn't changed, just the over design and the way you go about interacting with your environment. And that's kind of what I was arguing. There are different ways you interact with a 3D environment versus a 2D. It's still the same fundamental concepts. The concepts have, Zelda is like when you play Link to the Past and go play Zelda, they both feel like Zelda games. There's a reason for that. They're using the same fundamental base concepts underneath all of it. That's what makes it Zelda. That's why some people, by the way, some Zelda fans don't actually like Breath of the Wild because it actually breaks a lot of those concepts. That's a whole nother debate because that's a very different kind of Zelda experience.
So, but
Probably a
let's go back to
debate
3D
we'll have
Mario
after
for a
Breath of the
second.
Wild too. Because
Let's go back to 3D Mario for a second, though, because
Yeah.
with the advent
that
of
was
Mario
the beginning.
64,
Yep.
there was a shift in Mario style gameplay because before it was very linear. Mario 64 started to give us non-linear gameplay. So that does change things.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah. No.
I was trying to get him
Yeah.
a drink, and I gave him one that looks like it's like a iced or exploded or something.
popped up.
I don't know.
But I'll also say that, like, I mean, I do understand your point in terms of, like, there are certain philosophies that carry over. I mean, heck, when we talk about Breath of the Wild, Nintendo was very big on talking about how they went back to the original NES Legend of Zelda and looked at a lot of those design philosophies and tried to carry them over to Breath of the Wild. Like, so, I don't, like, 100% wholeheartedly disagree with what you're saying. I get it. There are philosophies that carry over across both things, but they're also very different experiences. I think they're different experiences, and they are different. So and even if you want to consider them the same genre, just because two games are in the same genre doesn't mean they can't feel very different and be considered two different series. So going back to the initial point, even though 2D Mario and 3D Mario may share some gameplay philosophies, although a lot of the 3D Marios are more open, but there are exceptions, obviously. They still feel so different, and they are two different experiences that they should be considered two different series, and the naming schemes for both of them are in large part different. So, I stand by my initial point.
No,
But I also want to give you that they do share a lot of elements. There are similarities there. If you're playing a Mario game, be it 2D or 3D, there are going to be some things that are shared across both of them that will bring in a lot of similar Mario fans. Not
I'm
all
glad
of them,
we're having
but
this
a lot
talk.
will.
This is obviously not a planned subject
Right.
today, but that's why I love having you on, because we come up with some fundamental debates. Because AndresRestart and I, obviously, if you guys don't know from prior episodes, him and I often have some fundamental disagreements on certain things, and all with love and respect. None of us literally, when we're done with this, we'll probably end up bullshitting for a little bit. It's just the way it goes. Like, it is what it is. It makes for fun debate. But Eric, I want to give you a chance to actually finish answering it, because obviously we got some interruption there from probably on my part, because I do that all the time. Eric, sorry, man.
It's all good.
It's funny.
It's all good.
Natsu's over here in the chat, like, man, Eric is so polite. I'm like, yeah, I know. I just interrupted him. He just didn't care.
Yeah,
Anyways, go on now.
No, I mean, to me, up until Bowser's Fury, a Mario game was a Mario game. I know what was coming. I'm gonna go run around, jump on Goombas, smash some
blocks,
do anything like that. I mean, I knew what was coming, and to a certain extent, Bowser's Fury's kind of the same old shit, just a different way to do it. But, it just kind of has again, the overall feel is Mario, and I mean, so I'm not saying that the 3D, 2D, it's hard to say that.
And then even 2D's gotten
different.
muddled. Like Mario 3D World, and 3D Land, and stuff really also muddled things.
Right. I mean, it's not like they're, the same, but they can't be the same because they're in different dimensions. But at the same point in time, it does feel relatively. I'm jumping on this platform, jumping on this character to get to a flag at the end of the
Well, even when you think, like, I go back to, like, think about the boss fights in the 3D Zelda games, right? Like, if anything should be different, it's those. And what do most of the boss fights come down to? Jump on their head, avoid their attack, and jump on their head. That's a lot of the boss fights in 3D Mario games. There are some exceptions, of course, throwing them off platforms, stuff like that, obviously, which is an expansion of being in a 3D plane. Not that you can't do that in a 2D plane, but it's obviously a little bit of a less exciting fight.
I mean,
in a 2D plane that way.
The biggest difference in boss battles is Mario 64, which you're
well, like even like think about, like, I'm thinking of like Odyssey,
2D Mario.
What?
Yeah,
you don't really get, like, you do, but there's not really too many boss battles in 2D Mario. Like, you have, I mean, there's the Koopalings, and then, like,
and
Bowser,
all the castles.
you
with the
just
boss
gotta
fights at the
jump
end.
past them. It's just
Well,
the boss fights are,
in the early games, yeah, it was jump past and land into the thing and fall into lava or whatever.
that's
But
it.
like
There
that's
you
and
did it.
obviously it's evolved since then. You know, like even going back to Mario Brothers 3, you were jumping on boss. You were fighting the Goombaleans and jumping on their heads and stuff.
But
like
another
that.
thing though, we haven't had a modern 2D Mario.
Yeah. Well,
So
Depends on what do you consider modern. What if 3D World is the modern?
it's not 2D.
But why do we have to define it by 2D? It's literally
Okay,
2D
hold
concepts
on.
in a 3D plane.
So no, hold on. When 3D World before it was fully
3D
announced,
Land, by the way, came out first, so we should give credit to that one first.
right, but when 3D World was in development before it was announced, Iwata did say we have a new 3D Mario adventure game in the works.
Yeah.
And it was 3D World. It was treated as like the big 3D Mario experience for the Wii U.
But I think you can agree it was designed in a very similar way to the 2D ones.
Absolutely. That's why I didn't like it. I liked it. I'm just kidding.
You
But
just didn't like it as much as like something like Odyssey or Galaxy or
right.
stuff like that.
Yeah.
No.
And for the record, I actually really enjoyed 3D Land. Really enjoyed 3D.
3D Land.
Land.
I know a lot of people that like
3D
3D Land,
more.
but weren't a huge fan of 3D World.
Yeah,
seems to be a
part
common
of the
opinion.
issue with 3D World was the multiplayer aspect of it. That kind of.
But you don't have to do that. So why does that matter?
Well, when I did it, I didn't like it, and then also I didn't like.
I mean, it's part of the game, but you don't have. I was just noting, like you could play it single player the whole way.
But imagine if they had focused on something else, right? And then also, for me, I didn't like that your camera was limited somewhat. Granted, the Galaxy had that issue too, and I still like Galaxy more. We have a number of little things about 3D World's still great. I 100%ed 3D World.
Yeah.
So it's not like I didn't like the
you gotta
game.
remember when we talk about these things, it's like talking about our least favorite of things we actually enjoy, kind of thing. It's like okay, I still enjoyed the game. It's Mario. I still.
It's gonna
take a lot to not actually like the game.
I bought 3D World twice. I got it on Wii U and then I got it on the Switch.
Well, you could argue on Switch, you could have said it was Bowser's Fury. You even admitted it.
It was
Bowser's
Fury.
Like, would you have bought it if Bowser's Fury wasn't there? That's the better. Yeah.
No, I already have it on Wii U.
Yeah. So. My thing with World, I actually enjoyed World more than Land, but that's because I have a very unique experience with it. It was the multiplayer. It is to date the only video game me and my fiance have beaten together.
That's awesome.
And that's a special experience. Does it mean it was the greatest co-op experience? No, of course. I would have rather us been like Tropical Freeze, and we did play Tropical Freeze together back on Wii U. And we did do other games. We tried playing Pikmin together a little bit. It had some it wasn't that great. It's kind of like when you were playing there's multiplayer in Galaxy back in the okay, someone collects Starbit. It's not really that great. It's kind of like the multiplayer that added to Odyssey. It's like, okay, it's not really like I prefer 3D where we're actually our own characters doing our own thing. But the camera was obviously a little wonky. I think the camera is mostly what made that feel a little weird to me. However, it was still really enjoyable, and we won 100% of that game, and she doesn't 100% any game. And we won 100% of that game together. So I have I really enjoyed that one. But the reason I brought those games up is because I feel like they muddy the water because they're 3D. They were talked about as 3D games. Especially 3D World. I don't remember 3D Land interviews too much. I was not a big handheld gamer at that time, so I did play 3D Land, but I just didn't pay attention to interviews and coverage of the game. But I did for 3D World, and Miyamoto called it a 3D game, which, by the way, I don't think what Miyamoto says actually matters. And I know that
it was Iwata.
Iwata. Even then, neither one of them make the game. I care about what the actual developer and the actual people working on the game think that it is. And I don't think that they think in terms of 2D and 3D when they develop games anyways. I don't think that's even a conversation they have. I think that's just marketing spin. They know if they say something's 3D, it's going to sell better because it traditionally has sold better. So call it what you want. I guess from my perspective, this is just a roundabout conversation because we're not going to, or it'll just be another agree to disagree thing. It's just how it is. Is for me, as Eric kind of said, he kind of summarized it. A Mario game is a Mario game. Doesn't really matter if it's side-scrolling. Doesn't really matter if it's in a 3D plane. It's all sort of the same thing. You do some different things in every game. Like as an example, there are things in Super Mario World you don't do in any other Mario game. Where are you putting on a cape and flying in other Mario games? Well, 3, and that's not a cape, and that's a like even then it's a different type of flight, right? You have the tail that goes up, and
I know you don't think of it this way,
oh, you
right?
also have the
But
boot.
like I
The
do
boot,
feel
yeah.
like this is it's a bit of a slippery slope to just call a 3D Mario, 2D Mario. Oh, they're both Mario games and that's it. Because then there are people who call Mario Kart a Mario game. There are people who call
But that's
Mario
a
Party a
spin-off.
Mario game.
That's different. I'm calling mainline Mario games are mainline Mario games. Spin-offs are different. Those are completely different genres. Mario Kart's not a platformer. It's a racing game. Kart racing game
Yeah.
specifically, but racing game, right? You know, I think where it gets a little interesting is when you start to talk about, oh, what about Paper Mario? It's like, well, that's more RPG, but then it's done less RPG. So then, what is that game exactly? Where does that fit in the mix? That one kind of muddies the water.
Origami King's more of an adventure.
Yeah, so that's the thing. It muddies the water. But like, it's an adventure game. Do we consider it
adventure? And then
you could argue what makes
adventure.
You can argue what makes Paper Mario separate from the mainline Mario series is mostly just the combat system. It's not the same thing. It's a more tactical, skill based, sometimes turn based, depending on which one you're playing. Experience versus running freely and jumping on an enemy, which is what all 3D and 2D Mario games have in common. Is you're running freely and jumping on an enemy, or shooting it with a fireball, or whatever item power up you're using at the time, stomping around as a T-Rex. Which to me is almost fundamentally a similar concept to when you got the big mushroom, the 2D games, and you're stomping through as well that they did with the Super Mario Bros. Wii and DS or whatever. But I understand, like, you know, I get what you're coming from, because where you're coming from, I think is a very popular thought process. It's one I see a lot. And it's just one I've always fundamentally disagreed with. So it was kind of fun to kind of have that conversation, because to me, a Zelda game's a Zelda game, a Mario game's a Mario game. It doesn't really matter what plane of existence it's in. They all have the same concepts behind them to me.
But they're just
there's different things done in both different planes. There's things done in some of the 2D games that's not done in 3D games, and things done in 3D games not done in the 2D games. But the fundamental concepts behind it all is you're platforming, you're trying to get to an area through jumping, and most of your combat evolves either using power-ups or jumping on enemies. Basically, Mario's Mario, regardless of... I mean, I think we both agree that Mario's Mario, regardless of which plane of existence it's in.
They're both Mario.
Yeah.
It's just they're both different kinds of Mario to me. It's just that simple.
I can agree they're different kinds of Mario. I just think that they're the same genre, same difference. Doesn't really matter which one is which. There's personal preferences. Obviously, the 3D Marios have always sold better. Well, I shouldn't say that, actually. 2D Marios always sold better. That's actually opposite. 3D Zelda sell better. 2D Mario sell better. It's actually the opposite of those franchises.
Except they're in Switch. 3D Mario Odyssey is the best-selling Mario game.
It's not. If you look up 2D Mario sales, it's not the best-selling Mario game.
On Switch.
Oh, well, yeah, we haven't had a new 2D Mario game on Switch.
No, but we've had Mario Maker 2 and we've had
Mario Maker 2 is not
so hard to say.
Mario Maker 2 is a user content creation game. That's not the same thing. That's a content creator game. That's like saying, you know, Minecraft is Legos. It's not, but it feels like it. It's like a video game version.
No, that's not entirely fair. Now, if Minecraft was building a Lego game, then sure, but it's not.
Would be an interesting
Mario Maker 2.
Well, I'm surprised that Minecraft and Lego haven't crossed over. Well, they have in real life. There's Minecraft Legos, but that's not there. Sorry. Go on to what you were saying.
No, I think we should move on.
Okay.
All right.
Fair enough.
So, by the way, one thing I wanted to note, because the last game we talked about was Super Mario Party.
Yeah.
And we don't need to talk about Pokemon. We already talked about it at the very beginning, because that was the game I was playing.
Don't forget the Game & Watch.
So, Brilliant Diamond. Yeah, the Game & Watch. Game & Watch came out too. Yeah, this Game & Watch has nothing to do with Switch specifically. So, Mario Party Superstars, one thing I want to note about that, outside of me feeling that it's the better of the two Mario Parties available on Switch. Well, okay, I guess you could... people who haven't played it. People who legitimately like the levels in the previous one versus this one. Because you got to remember, the one caveat that you could argue against Mario Party Superstars is it's not new. The online part's new. Everything else is just bringing back old stuff.
Wasn't there more content in the first one? Or was it the opposite?
No, there was... No. By the way, I think both are lacking content. But we have promise of more content for this game coming where we didn't have that for the first game.
I really want to answer this super chat you got from Nintendo Academy.
Sure. Oh, it's for
So
all of us. Yeah, what is it?
it's for all of us.
You
Do
go
you
ahead,
want me
read
to
the
just out
question.
Yeah, so Nintendo Academy says and asks for Nate, Eric, and Andres. Question: which announced game will be the breakout game of 2022? And I thought about it for like 30 seconds, and I was like, okay, of the announced games, which one is gonna like perform perhaps better than its
Better than
predecessors?
expected. Yeah. Yeah. Like
Right.
Breath of the Wild 2. We already know it's going to do well.
It's
Let's
gonna
not.
do well.
Yeah.
I
2 and
think
3 gonna
Sparks
do
of
well.
Hope is probably gonna be par for the course for compared to the other Mario Rabbids game. Bayonetta 3 has an opportunity to. I mean, I think
Surprise.
Bayonetta 3 is gonna be the best selling Bayonetta game. So you could argue that.
Switch effect.
Uh,
Switch effect.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
Everything's the best selling on Switch. It's
the
weird.
one that I think is gonna sort of like be vastly different. I think is gonna be Kirby and the Forgotten Land.
Yep. I was actually thinking the same thing.
Yeah.
To be completely honest.
Because it's in 3D. Yeah,
Because
it's
it's
you know
3D
what, it's not
platformer.
even it's not even all right. So it's there's a correlation, but it's not like necessarily the only reason. When we were like speculating on this Kirby game because it's been in development for a while, Hal's been sort of talking it up in different interviews. They kept saying this is going to be the biggest, most ambitious Kirby game yet. So when they were saying that, we were like wondering, okay, what are they going to do different? What are they going to do that's going to sort of go beyond what they've done in the past? And then the logical leap that a lot of people made was, well, it's going to be a 3D Kirby game, which I didn't necessarily believe they would do, but they did it.
They did.
So in their mind, having more of a 3D adventure is going bigger, more ambitious. That's the direction they've gone in. But it all just sort of speaks to the point that they are trying to do a lot more with this Kirby game, and from a marketing perspective, 3D tends to have that effect of reaching out to appealing to more people. So I full-heartedly
gonna be the
believe that
breakout?
this Kirby game is going to sell. It's going to be the best-selling Kirby game ever.
So
I think that.
I can agree that it potentially might be the best selling Kirby game of all time. Now I don't know how many sales it needs to get to do that. I'd have to look it up. Eric's I think gonna look it up right now. I'm not sure. I know that they traditionally sell between 1.5 and 2 million, but I don't know what the actual best.
There may be one that sold like a lot.
Yeah.
So
like I'm trying to think like, if Return to Dreamland back in the day, if that was like a huge. So that's one that always comes to my mind because that was from my childhood, but that doesn't mean it actually sold phenomenally well.
By the way, if you Google Kirby sales, you will not
What's
get
the top one.
video
Eric's got the list right here.
Dreamland at 5.13 million.
Okay, so Dreamland hit 5.1.
God.
And then big drop off.
There are a couple different ones in here that are. Kirby Star Allies was 3.15.
Okay,
That
so
was the next biggest one according to.
and Star Allies was on what? That's Switch, right?
Yes.
Pretty sure that was Switch.
Yeah, and
That was in the
Star
Wii U.
Allies sold 3.15. I think that game is relatively shit. So I think Kirby
Ouch.
the Forgotten Land is gonna do
Ouch.
really good.
I enjoyed Star
Like,
Allies, but it's
okay,
a weird
but-
game. It's a weird.
All right,
game.
so I'm talking smack. Like it is like objectively a solid game. To me it felt uninspired.
Sure, I can agree with that. That's why I said it's kind of a weird one where I enjoyed it, but it kind of felt like a retread of like it's just stuff. But then again, I'm gonna be honest. Most Kirby games feel that way to me. So maybe that's why I was.
I don't get every. I consider myself a Kirby fan. There are Kirby games that hold a dear, special place in my heart, but I don't get every single one because, to your point, they do feel like retreads.
Which is why I stopped buying Pokemon. Ironically, I think there's some. I think I just enjoy the gameplay aspect of Kirby a lot more than Pokemon. That's why I don't really mind the retreads. Even though Kirby comes out like every year, something Kirby. I shouldn't say a new. Like mainline Kirby comes out every year. That's not true. But a Kirby something comes every year. It feels.
Yeah.
I know we just actually had a year without Kirby, one, which is crazy.
Because it's gonna be the second mainline Kirby. Yeah. So
So I think it has the potential.
Donkey's asking what makes something uninspired. I feel like I should answer that.
Sure. That's fair.
Yeah. So uninspired to me is kind of like it's lacking in sort of an original thought, something sort of new that they're bringing to the table, something that's sort of bringing like a lot of new experiences, a refreshing sort of take on a particular series or genre. So it's just kind of more like, okay, there's no like additional extra inspiration here. It's just kind of like, okay, we're just going to kind of do what we've done in the past. Like there's no like, oh, we have this new sort of angle we're going to bring into this. Something that makes this different.
Like the entire new Super Mario Bros. Series of games.
I would also define that as uninspired. Yeah. It's
A lot of
Yeah.
Call of Duty games every year.
Pokemon up
Madden.
until Arceus.
I don't think
People
that's
hate me,
fair
but-
for Pokemon. Maybe you don't like it, but I think with every Pokemon game, they actually go out and travel to a different country every single generation and take a whole bunch of inspiration from the culture and the environments from there. Now, maybe you
Fair
don't like
enough.
the execution of it,
Yeah,
but
yes.
there is
But
inspiration.
I'm gonna say this as someone who's played every single Kirby game, I can make almost the exact same argument. They're fundamentally different worlds with new things. It's just the gameplay feels very samey, and
A lot
because
of
the
the
gameplay
worlds
feels
are-
very samey,
A lot of the worlds are very similar.
I could argue a lot of the Pokemon worlds are very similar as well. You're running through grass. You're running through grass.
The worlds in Pokemon are actually based off different cities.
I know they are based off that, but when I'm in one Pokemon town, and then I'm in a different Pokemon town, 3 generations apart, it just feels like a Pokemon town. I know there's inspiration. It's mostly just a little minor aesthetic change, which also exists in the Kirby games. It's just you don't care about.
I disagree with that because it's not just the environment; it's the characters.
But I say this. I say this as
It's
some.
mechanics in the games. Like
But I can
different
say
food
this because you
items
just
and
admitted to
cultures
it.
of the
You haven't
story.
played every Kirby game, so how would you know?
I have played Kirby Canvas Curse, which I would say is inspired.
Yeah, I was gonna say that one's a very original.
That's
a
awesome.
very original.
It's one of my favorites.
But would you call any of the Pokemon games original?
Besides
Original?
Well, besides the very first one, obviously that's.
Well, what do we want to break down as
Arceus.
original?
But that's what I'm asking you. You said Canvas Curse is inspired, but it's also extremely different from all other Kirby games.
It is.
Is there a Pokemon
is.
game to you that's extremely different from all other Pokemon games? That's part of the
Of the
main
main- of-
series.
of the-
Yeah,
of the
you can go
mainline
New
games.
Pokemon Snap or something like. But obviously, that's
Yeah.
Or Pokemon Go.
or is Canvas Curse considered a spinoff?
Well,
That's
I
also
mean,
another-
you know, I'm a competitive Pokemon player, right? So for every new Pokemon game, there's actually a lot for me to sort of enjoy because the mechanics, the metagame change
Sure.
vastly game by game.
Sure.
But if you're just a casual player, I understand where for you it's like, oh, this is kind of just like the same sort of thing. So I get where I'm not saying, it's kind of like, what you feel is inspired or, original
Right.
or unique or refreshing isn't necessarily what I feel and vice versa, right? So there's a lot of subjectivity here.
Yes, of course.
But
the reason
I'll tell you, but
Like,
just
what
to
are you
say,
doing
not
in
every-
Pokemon
not
today
every
that's
Kirby
different
game
than
I
you
would
were
say
doing
is
before?
uninspired.
Yeah.
Like, so for example, Robobot, like that's cool. Like they had a unique idea that they went into with the design for that game, and it sets it apart from different Kirby games. Like it stands on its own.
But can you
Kirby
name like
Star
Pokemon
Allies,
games that do
I
that?
guess what distinguishes Star Allies is that it's just in HD and that it has co-op. Like that's kind of what sets it apart, I guess.
There's a lot of teamwork based puzzles and stuff like that as well. Even when you're playing it solo.
It's just all so very easy. So I just for
Well,
me it doesn't.
that's
it kinda-
probably also
I
why it feels
mean,
so uninspired. Is
That could be
it's
why it
Yeah.
feels too. Kirby's always kind of been an
an
easy,
easy game.
an
Yeah,
easy
no,
game.
yeah.
It's been like Nintendo's easy
And I
platformer
understand
kind
that.
of game.
Yeah.
I'm just
But-
you know what? I'm not a fan of multiplayer platformers.
There you go. Well,
I'm not a fan of that.
that can make a big fundamental difference in a lot of people's
Yeah.
experiences. I have a
Yeah.
question for you then. What do you think about the Donkey Kong Country series? Because it's
Love them. They're amazing.
but it's been like co-op the whole time.
Those games do a much better job of that. And
To be
also,
fair, it's
not
always been
four- it's not
fundamentally
four-
a co-op too.
It's
unlike
it's
Kirby.
it's not 4 players, it's 2. And you can play as one character.
Yeah.
And each of those characters you can sort of work together.
I was
It's
just
more of a neater, cohesive sort of design.
I would
Well,
also
it's
say
just
there's
right
more
from the
love and
beginning.
more time put into each one. There's not a yearly franchise.
Yes.
But with like,
Oh.
for example, like with 3D World or like Kirby Star Allies, the gameplay feels very messy when there's 4 players on.
So, what I want to, the reason that I'm glad that Pokemon got brought up is, obviously everything's subjective. But I ask you, like, what specific, like when you think about the Pokemon franchise, like, is there a specific game that stands out to you? Is this just fundamentally different than every other Pokemon game? Because you're talking about minor tweaks and stuff that affect competitive, mega evolutions and
Well,
shinies
okay,
and,
so
and,
the
and
thing is-
breeding and everything else that's come along. There's been a whole bunch, by
Right.
the way. I'm not an expert on this, but
Yeah.
I know about the changes. So there's been a lot of this little stuff that makes a big difference in that scene.
Well, hold on a second here. I'm not gonna argue that that there isn't like a lot of similarities with Pokemon game by Pokemon game. Game Freak historically has always been
that's why I asked you, is there
a
one that stands
developer
out? Like,
that
you can
that
argue
makes
Canvas Curse
subtle changes
stands out,
game by
but
game. Canvas Curse is very different, and we've never seen a so Canvas Curse is so different from a whole bunch of other. All right, I'll give you this. Kirby has done a
Forgotten
lot
Lands
more
kind
to
of in that.
change its gameplay style game by game overall than Pokemon has. That is not debatable.
Sure.
Yeah, like that is not debatable. But what I was originally talking about, like when I use the term uninspired, there's just different sort of takeaways from that. Like I do think there is more of an inspiration that goes for each Pokemon game, even though the gameplay may be more consistent game by game than Kirby is.
The world is
Oftentimes with
inspired.
Kirby,
The
I feel
gameplay
like it
itself
almost. There you go. Sure, you could argue that.
I also don't really think that. So this is my argument against Pokemon, and this is easy for me to say because I have actually played. I've tried every Pokemon game that's ever come out. I haven't owned them, but I have tried. Whether it was my copy or somebody else's copy, I have tried every game. Sword and Shield's the only one I can officially say I've never played a retail copy. I've played demos. I also played RD3. So I don't have a full formulated opinion on that. I haven't experienced the wild, as an example, in the way that it's meant to be experienced, right? An actual full gameplay setting. That's the one Pokemon game I can say, okay, yeah, count me out. I can't really talk. That's why, guys, I don't talk about Sword and Shield on my channel because I fundamentally cannot comment that much on that. I can talk about the way it looks. I can talk about other things aesthetically. I can't talk about anything else. So anyone disappointed with the game or love the game, I go for it. I can't really say one way or another. What I can say in my experience as someone who isn't in the competitive scene and just looks at it for what Pokemon is, I don't think it's that inspired at all. I think it's lazy. I think they toss this shit together in a year most of the time, sometimes two. I think it's basically the Call of Duty of Nintendo franchises. I don't think it's that inspired at all. Oh, congrats, they took another continent and they changed up the sprite artwork, or they advanced the visual slightly with a new engine, and just did the same shit all over again. Now, I know they've done different things with the story. There's been different things. It hasn't always been an Elite Four. I know they did Coliseum things, not necessarily like traditional badges in the latest one. Well, not Brilliant Diamond Shiny Pearl, but Sword and Shield. I know they've done different ideas and tried new things, but I don't think what they're doing is that inspired because it's fundamentally the same game every time, which to me makes it not like Breath of the Wild felt inspired because of how fundamentally different it was. Ocarina of Time, the people felt inspired. I disagree with this opinion, but I understand why they feel it. It's the first 3D Zelda game. They said it felt inspired, obviously, because of what that game did and what it represented for a time period when not every franchise successfully made that move to 3D. Many games tried and bombed out making that transition. Zelda didn't, so that was a big deal.
I mean, let's be clear here. Every single game that is made has an inspiration. So, in truth, when I say uninspired, it's an exaggeration.
Well, sure. That's always an exaggeration.
Right? Because you can argue, like literally every game, there is something that inspired it. Then, therefore, it's not actually uninspired. But sometimes there are some games that give me a sense of uninspired because I don't feel that whatever it is that they sort of did to inspire them to make this game is very compelling. So, for you don't find the Pokemon games compelling, right? So you are arguing that they are uninspired.
They barely spend any time developing them, and they shit them out in a year and a half.
That's not entirely true.
7 of the last 9 years, there's been a new Pokemon game.
Yeah,
7 of the last 9.
But they have multiple development teams. Each game's on a
Game Freak has less than 250 developers. So you go ahead and tell me. And until Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, it's all been made by Game Freak. So maybe they have multiple development teams. Those are small teams for a AAA franchise working at an indie level. That's not inspiring to me.
Apparently, Sun and Moon
for the largest franchise in the world.
Different. According to chat, Sun and Moon were different. They didn't have gyms.
Yes, that's what I was mentioning. Some games didn't have gyms. Yeah. They changed up the formula.
Yeah.
Which I can appreciate, by the way.
Yeah.
Breath of the Wild changed up the formula with dungeons and everything, right? So, I appreciate formula changes. And I was aware of this, by the way. That's why I mentioned not all of them had gyms, not all of them have Elite Four. Yeah. They do different things. Right. Some of them do. But my general point is, and again, it's perfectly okay, and anyone who loves Pokemon would just be shitting on me right now big time and go into all the extreme detail of all the different things. And you can do that with any IP. You can do it with Kirby, you can do it with Zelda, you can do it with Call of Duty, which we call Call of Duty uninspired, yet it's fundamentally different in different areas, different
I
weapons,
like Call of
different
Duty.
gameplay mechanics. I know.
Get every game.
But would you
like
consider it uninspired?
I find the campaigns boring. There is an inspiration for each one, though.
I know. But the exaggerated effect of they shit it out in a year. I mean, they have more than a year of development.
Again,
Call of
have
Duty
free
has
development. They have free development.
Call of Duty has
working on Call of Duty,
but
so they have 3-year development.
Can you tell me the last Pokemon game they spent 4 years making?
I don't know.
I really don't know.
Yeah.
So from the dev interviews, I think the last one that got 4 years into it was Gen 1. They have never taken their time making Pokemon games.
But
They don't.
But
Even when they take a year off, it's because that's the year they started development on the next Pokemon game.
But to their credit, they sell like fucking hotcakes.
Well, yeah, no shit. They know what the hell they're doing. Let's be clear.
I mean,
it don't matter what my opinions are.
Right.
The Pokemon Company
They
and Game Freak
sell
are
like
onto something that
friggin'
sells
hotcakes.
insanely well and become the largest IP in the world. Or one of the largest IPs.
Right now, there's a decent amount of like flack being thrown at Pokemon.
I've been shitting on Pokemon for 20 years, so this is nothing new to me.
I'll tell you that because Pokemon's now on the Switch, there is a higher expectation for Pokemon games. And you have your expectations. You are welcome to your expectations, as you should.
My expectations have nothing to do with Switch.
But I'll also say I see Game Freak making an effort to change and improve. They are making that effort.
I want to be clear, by the way. I'm not blaming Game Freak for anything. I want to be very clear about this because this is a common misconception when I shit on Pokemon and talk about the uninspired. I don't think this has anything to do with Game Freak. I don't think Game Freak is given the resources. I don't think they're given the manpower. I think their scheduling is too strict.
You mean
basically
Game Freak just not
the Pokemon Company's fault.
Gotcha. Okay.
Because they want everything to perfectly align. And because of the perfect alignment between their movies, their TV show, they even have a comic book series now, their Pokemon card releases, and the games. They want everything to be in sync. And because they want everything to be in sync, it leads to development that, in my opinion, is extremely rushed. And it's not Game Freak's fault. They aren't allowed the time to do more. Legends Arceus, and this is why it matters. This is the first game coming out in 2022.
That doesn't seem to be attached to anything else.
I mean, we did skip a game in 2021. There was Big Brain Academy.
Yes, Big Brain Academy.
Big Brain Academy. Don't want to skip that December game.
Right.
And we forgot Shin Megami Tensei 5 as well. Want to make sure that gets shouted as well. That's a really good game.
Yeah.
If you want like a more
website, so I guess it's not published by them.
What?
Right. Yeah, it's not on Nintendo's website.
Shin Megami Tensei 5. It's not published in the United States. Right. It's like in Japan. It's published by them, but it's not. It's
no.
Okay. It's an exclusive. But
obviously, there's way more non-Nintendo games that are on the Switch.
We can go over all the third-party games or exclusive indie games.
We could spend a year talking about
why, like, when you see things like Fortnite and Apex Legends, I'm like, okay, sure, they're there, but they've been available for other platforms for years. It's just like
it was just a publishing thing.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Yeah.
So like, this is what I find interesting about Legends Arceus is not only because it's obviously a completely fresh idea, at least for what a Pokemon game could be. And we'll see if it works out, and we'll see if it actually is something that they continue in the future. It might just be a one-off, and like Snap felt like 20 years ago, and then we just never hear about it again after next year. We'll see. That's not on us. The Pokemon Company really makes all the decisions on that. Game Freak can't even decide it. Literally, they don't get to make any decisions for themselves. It's kind of fucked up, but
yeah,
that's just the way the Pokemon Company runs the ship. Pokemon Company won't even let fans meet at a bar in a fan club if it has any Pokemon branding or naming on a fan-ran event. It's really messed up. Their Pokemon Company, I absolutely detest them entirely. They are so out of touch with a lot of things. The only thing they're really good at is making a shitload of money. Kudos to them for that. But they make that money by doing exactly what I think holds Pokemon back. And it isn't just a Switch thing. This is in general over the years. The Pokemon Company cares so much about the bottom dollar that every game they release is made on a shoestring budget. They don't put money into their games, whether it's on phones, Switch, 3DS, DS. They don't invest money. There hasn't been a single Pokemon game. Remember, this is the biggest, one of the biggest, not the biggest, but one of the biggest video game IPs in the world. Made billions and billions and billions and billions and billions of dollars.
What's bigger?
It's huge. It depends on what you want to talk about. Minecraft's really up there right now.
I guess, yeah.
It's a single game, but it's an infinite game, and it just keeps selling.
True.
And
True.
there's other things to consider as well. The GTA
Yeah.
franchise is way up there as well.
Yeah.
GTA doesn't have as many releases, but each release sells infinitely more than Pokemon does. And then there's the continuous online right now with GTA 5, which is just. See, I don't know. GTA 5.
The thing about Grand Theft Auto is that it's available on every
Everything.
platform, pretty much.
Well, sure, yeah. Again, though, we're talking. He was just like, "What's bigger?" Well, okay, you can
Yeah.
you can make the arguments for these other franchises, and I think there's a Wikipedia article that talks about it. Pokemon's up there, but it's not at the top.
I mean, Pokemon Go, I think, is the best-selling app.
Pokemon Go is the
least-
most popular gaming app to ever release.
Yeah.
At its peak. Not the most popular at the moment, but it's still continually in the top 10
It's still there.
for active
yeah.
players.
Yeah.
So my point is that there hasn't been a single Pokemon game that's even had $50 million in development put into it. Hasn't happened. And it's because they don't want it to happen. They know they can release 2 versions of the same game. You can argue. Some people have always argued whether they should do that or not. It is what it is. They've been doing it since the beginning. Legends Arceus, if they consider it mainline, we don't even know if they do, but if they do, that would be the first time they don't. And they're going to continue. Well, I shouldn't say the first time. Kind of depends on what you consider. Like Yellow came out after Red and Blue, but as a standalone, but is also technically part of the same. I don't know.
Gen.
Anyways,
Yeah,
I don't
yeah,
want to get
yeah,
into that
yeah,
whole
yeah.
debate. But the point I'm trying to make is they're made on shoestring budgets with very small teams. It's just, I'm not saying you can't make inspiring games with small teams. Hellblade was made with a really tiny team.
Yeah.
Hellblade Senua's Sacrifice was a proving ground that a AAA game can be made with a small team. It's just this team was super highly experienced with making AAA games. So that gave them
And
the
given their
unique
time.
advantage to make a AAA style game on a shoestring budget because they of all of the games all those people have actually worked on. And now obviously Microsoft owns them and now it's no longer a shoestring budget. So we'll see what happens with the next one. I think my problem with Pokemon and why it's always felt uninspiring. And again, exaggeration. I've already mentioned differences myself in some of the games, and I'm not even a fan. It's because the Pokemon Company just doesn't care. They're all about milking. They're milking, and you Pokemon fans, I think you guys are kind of suckers and just eat it up.
All right.
I think you eat it up. I'm not saying enjoy what you enjoy. I'm a sucker too, by the
Man.
way. I'm a big sucker for. I buy Madden every
I
year.
was just gonna
I'm gonna say I buy Madden every year. I'm a massive sucker.
Yeah.
We all have those IPs
Yeah.
that we're just going to buy no
That's
matter what they
extremely
do.
Uninspired.
And that happened. Like Zelda, I buy Zelda no matter what it does, but Zelda doesn't.
There
come
is
out
a history of Zelda and me and purchasing more than one copy of the game.
I will say this right
Fair
now with Zelda. I think I've probably purchased Zelda at least 7 times for myself, Breath of the Wild. But I will make the argument I've never done that for any other Zelda game, and it's my favorite game of all time. Why I had to buy it 7 times is I don't want to get into those stories, but kids and other things, I don't really want to
For
get.
each stage.
Let's just put it this way:
Well,
I have never
one
bought
for
it
each
again.
for all 7
Once I bought
stages.
it digital. Once I bought a digital copy, I have not purchased another one since. Which is why now most of my Switch library is digital, because it's leading to me not needing to purchase games multiple times due to my children, the dog, or any other amount of reasons that can happen when you have something physical that can actually be destroyed or lost.
Or sold.
Or sold, depending on the situation, yeah. Did you have something you wanted to add? Yeah, so I don't know.
Madden.
Again, so like the reason I brought this all up, because the first game's Legends Arceus, and I think it's the first time that Game Freak, and we'll find out in interviews.
They did, apparently, according to Doggy. Game Freak is considering it mainland.
Yeah, okay, so
It
Game
is-
Freak is
it is a mainline.
So I
game.
think this is the first time, and that we could safely say that Game Freak's been given a little bit of freedom to try something different and actually spend time to do it. Hence why we had our first Pokemon release that wasn't made by them; it was made by somebody else, because the Pokemon Company finally gave in, I think, to Game Freak's actual requests to do something different.
So I want to kind of expand on this. So like, because we're talking, you're kind of giving the Pokemon games flack because there isn't as much time or resources put into them as you think there should be, and that's not it. That's a common criticism. It's not like
I was gonna say that's not just me. That's
yeah,
that's very commonly.
Trust me, there are many pitchforks and torches supporting you.
Yeah, I'm aware. Especially after.
Yeah.
I wasn't aware how big that was, by the way, until the National Dex situation came up, and then I was like, "Holy shit! Holy shit! People are really up on this."
Too toxic. Don't want to get.
It is very toxic.
But, what I want to talk about is that while there is those disagreements, we have seen a number of signs that Pokemon Company and Game Freak are moving forward. They are progressing. Okay, so even with Sword and Shield, they made moves. For example, the National Dex situation in part is so they can focus more resources on the quality of the game itself.
Are we sure
so
that's why?
that? Huh?
I'm saying, do we actually know that that's the reason why? I know what they say.
Okay, well,
but do we
I'll tell
actually know,
this
or
is
has Pokemon just become?
This is what we do know.
Sure.
We do know that they have more people involved with the development for each subsequent generation of Pokemon than the previous ones. Like there's been a growing trend.
There's been a very slow
and there's
growth,
been more, and there's been more of a budget. So there's more money and more staffing being put into each new generation of Pokemon. So they are expanding. That's a fact. Okay. And so people like to argue, oh, they're just being lazy. No, if they're not they're using their resources elsewhere. That is the truth. They're using their resources elsewhere into the game. So, that's just what it is. But also, like you look at how they handle Sword and Shield. They incorporated more 3D environments. There was a controllable camera. It was a wild area. There was more of a focus on the online and things of that nature. Like they are trying to expand. The other thing about Pokemon though is that you have all these creatures and there's a lot of different facets here. Like people will play the game and think there's not that much effort, but there's a lot of different things they're trying to do. So they're trying to give you a premier multiplayer experience. They're trying to give you a premier collectible experience. They're trying to give you a premier single-player RPG experience. And there's all these different things they're trying to do all at the same time. But think about it. Most video games don't try to have an incredible single-player experience, an incredible multiplayer experience, and then also be casual, and then also be hardcore. They're trying to do so many different things at once. So, like, some people like to say that Pokemon games don't have a lot of effort put into them. There actually is an obscene amount of effort put into them. They're just trying to appeal to way too many different types of interests all at once. And it's hard to make everyone happy. It's impossible, really. So that's something else that should be considered. But then anyway, going back to the situation with the Sword and Shield generation.
I have a theory on that.
For the first time ever, we have paid DLC for a Pokemon game. And that is great because guess what? Instead of a year later having to pay another full price game to just get a third version, we didn't have to do that. We paid less for DLC, which amounted to actually more new content than what a third version would have been. That's a massive improvement, but not to mention that actually makes it a little bit easier for them in terms of development. That's requires less resources. It's more cost effective or resource effective. So,
I got a question
buying a little bit more time there.
Do you think, because yes, they did DLC last year, and then we got Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl this year, but they didn't make it.
Yeah,
if they had to make Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, would that DLC have existed? If they had to make that,
yeah.
So my theory is the whole reason we have Arceus is because they weren't making Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, and they had a very small team working on this DLC instead of working on the next game that had to come out the following year.
I think there was no way there wasn't going to be DLC. Make some money.
Okay. I understand that sentiment. I mean, again, it's the first one to have DLC, and we'll see if DLC becomes a common trend moving forward. We have no idea.
Oh, it's gonna be.
I think for Arceus, it's gonna.
Well, here's the thing. I also wonder,
Arceus
so when we talk about like the team expansion, right? How much of that team expansion is so they can support the DLC, not because the team's actually bigger per game?
I mean, regardless of how I would have to look, we have to look into that, right?
Yeah. The thing is, a lot of my development history experience with Zelda, which is developed completely different than Pokemon is. So
yeah,
like I know I could go way in depth.
Either way, the staffing is being used to work on Pokemon content. Like so,
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, that's a given. The Game Freak makes mostly just Pokemon.
Yeah.
By the way, not just. They have had some other
Yeah.
games.
Yeah.
I want to be clear. Game Freak doesn't just do
Barely.
Pokemon, but it's
But-
mostly Pokemon.
95%. I don't know. It's a very high percentage.
Right.
But you have the DLC, and then they outsource Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl, and their next game takes more than a year to come out with Legends Arceus. So there is clearly a change in the pattern here. It's not a game every single year. There's a change that's going on here, but they are still maintaining Pokemon content every year, though. So they're still appealing to the
I got a question
money-grubbing
for you.
tendencies of Pokemon Company.
Do you think we're getting a new Pokemon game next holiday?
Yes. That's where we're gonna get to that, right?
We're basically in the 2022 right now. So I'm just curious. Are we going to get one? You know more about Pokemon than I do, so
I'm inclined to say that it's going to take a little longer.
So you think it's going to be like a spring 2023?
I'm thinking
they have done that.
I'm
They have
thinking
done that
maybe
before.
like a fiscal year ending.
Yeah, like a
sort of
March.
situation.
Like a March.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've
That's what I'm
done that
thinking.
before.
I don't
think,
have any
what was
hard
that?
proof to support
Black and
that,
White
but
2, I think they did that with. Can't
been a
remember.
long time.
Yeah,
I think all I'm saying is I think if there's a time for the 3-year generation sort of pattern to break, this is it, because they outsourced BDSP. They're coming out with Legends Arceus, the actual Game Freak developed title, at the end of January. That's already a change in the pattern. The DLC is a change in the pattern. So I think.
Well, you did say they have multiple teams, which means they already have a team working.
Signs are pointing towards a Breath of the Wild 2 November release, and if that's the case,
what it feels like.
That makes it less likely for Pokemon to be coming out in November as well. So
you don't think Pokemon and Zelda can release in the same month? Like a traditional Pokemon, not like Arceus.
They can.
Because I don't think they have the same audiences at all. So I don't really think there's a cannibalism there.
I think
Even if there was, I think.
And even then,
pick 'em up.
let's say they want to split it up because they're both big sellers.
Crossover.
Let's say they want to split it up because they're big seller. What if one's in October instead? They've done that before.
Yeah, they could push one into October. Like that's totally possible.
I mean, it still might be within a month of each other, but different months.
I'm just saying, when we're talking about the major 3D Zelda releases, when you exclude Breath of the Wild, it's been November. So with that in mind, and with Legends Arceus coming out late January, and we're already seeing
curious,
sort of a trend towards the change in
with
the pattern.
Zelda. I'm very curious with Zelda. Well, I think November is probably going to be it, but it could be October because Odyssey was October, so who knows?
It could be October.
October. That's what I'm saying. We can't rule out October because Nintendo. If you actually look at it, Nintendo's had like a big Metroid Dread, Luigi's Mansion. Yeah. Like they've had
Mario
big games. Yeah, drop in October, and like, so.
And they've done that because of Pokemon, just for the record.
Oh yeah,
like,
that's
if you go back,
they
to
don't
before when it was like the handhelds and the home consoles, you would still see like a Zelda or a Mario release in November, but in the handheld side, you'd see the Pokemon come out around that time because they have two different platforms to support with the major games for the holidays. Right. But now that we're seeing all on one place, we've seen a lot of those holiday releases come out in October.
Yeah.
So
my thought process
could happen then. Yeah.
And I will say this, guys, I don't know that Breath of the Wild 2 has to even be a holiday game. There's a lot of presumptions based on history. I think Breath of the Wild also broke a lot of those presumptions by coming out in March on launch on a new system, which by the way, launching a system in March already broke a lot of traditions. So I think what's happened, and I think Nintendo's realized this throughout this generation, is you can release a game anytime. If it's a big game, it's going to sell. Animal Crossing, release it in the year, blows up to become the second best selling game on the platform in less than a year. And then you obviously have seen other games come out and do big. Super Mario Party came out in a different month. That one blew up. Splatoon 2 blew up, and that was like early spring, early summer. So or late spring, early summer. So there was a lot of Nintendo has kind of shown, or at least proven with Switch. With Switch, I'm not gonna say with every hardware, but with Switch, they've shown it doesn't really matter when the big games come out. They're gonna blow up regardless of when they come out. The Pokemon Company does seem to care an awful lot about always being traditionally a holiday experience, although Legends Arceus obviously breaks that. But then again, I wonder if it's
supposed to. I think it was supposed to be.
No, I don't think so. No, I don't think they would have doubled up with Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl. I don't think they want those games co-competing.
It's possible that they bumped
time frame.
I think it's possible that they bumped Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl up to a holiday game because Arceus wasn't ready yet.
They announced
guess,
Arceus, but when they announced Arceus, they told us it was coming. Like, God, when
you
did
know
we,
what
they gave us like the
it's so
release of month of Arceus like super early.
yeah.
I remember right. I think we knew it
It's
before we knew Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl. Maybe
it's just very hard to sort of deduce what would have happened because without COVID, because
well,
the
Right,
Pokemon
right.
company
COVID
has
affected
managed
a
to
lot,
still
obviously.
maintain they still maintain their annual release. And we always see a mainline Pokemon game come out for the holiday. So they've maintained that schedule regardless of COVID. So it's hard to say how COVID actually impacted them. We don't really know.
Yeah.
Right.
Like maybe
And I don't think we
it's
ever
Well,
possible that maybe
my
Pokemon
big
company just
theory
found
with
a way to make it
Legends
work
Arceus
regardless.
coming in January is because they have another game coming next holiday, and they don't want them close to each other.
Well, the
And I'm
other
not talking
thing,
like Detective
I
Pikachu and
don't.
stuff. There'll be spin-offs
The,
and all that stuff, but
I take somewhat of an issue with that. And I've heard it's not just you who have argued that. I don't necessarily agree with that because if you look at Legends Arceus, it's based off the Sinnoh region. Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl is based off the Sinnoh region. They were meant to be coming out as companion sort of titles. I think that was always part of the big marketing scheme. It's all about the Sinnoh Generation 4 love. So I never, at no point do I think it was ever a serious I'm sure they maybe debated it, but I know I don't think it was ever a serious consideration for these two games to be a year apart. No, they're part of the same sort of generational love fan thing for Sinnoh. It's all about Sinnoh celebration here.
I disagree a little, but I'll let it go. I don't think it's worth spending a lot of time on that disagreement. I guess my thought
Well,
process
hold
is
on. I know you disagree, and I know you don't want to make a massive argument, but just take into consideration that the anime and the merchandising is always closely tied to when the Pokemon games come out. So right now, all of that is closely tied to Sinnoh,
sure.
and they
And
wouldn't keep that all going for a whole other year. It would be something else.
I get that, but Legends Arceus takes place so long before any of that crap happens. I don't think it matters. That's basically my argument. Everything that happens in the game has never happened in the show. It's never happened in the games. It's literally exists outside of that space. That's kind of what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
I can guarantee you that a lot of things in Legends Arceus will show up with the cards and the anime in some way, shape, or form. A lot of the new Pokemon models, a lot of the new Pokemon types and variations, that will show up. 100%.
There'll be
It's all merchandising. It's all about the money.
No, sure.
You know,
I'm not saying they're not gonna
new
monetize
forms,
it. Of course,
all
they're
the
gonna
new
monetize
Pokemon
it.
forms are going to show up in the anime. They're going to show up in the cards. They're going to show up in the movies
Sure.
and the toys. Because it's all part of
I'm
it.
arguing they could have done that at any time, since this takes place in a time period that has yet to exist. This is kind of what I'm saying. They could have just dragged these Pokemon in for any reason. We've seen Pokemon in the anime as an example, cross zones and cross regions for different story reasons. So there's no reason to think that they couldn't have just did that again. I think that it's more of a convenience that they were going to be doing Gen 4 at the same time that they were already working on Legends Arceus. I think it's more so just a convenient time period where they obviously, by the way, the Pokemon Company apparently has a map of how they want games and the show and everything to release like 10 years in advance. It's insane. Doesn't always work out, by the way. I'm sure COVID messed with a lot of shit, but yeah. So we don't even know. We're just making guesses at the roadmap. That's why I didn't really want to talk about it too much, because it's kind of like I'm just of the opinion this game, not just because it's different. Forget that. It's kind of like Breath of the Wild takes place 10,000 years in the future. Well, this takes place 10,000 years in the past in a time that we've never seen. Then it really doesn't matter when they release it to me. They can monetize it. They can merchandise it. They can drop Arceus card editions anytime they want. They don't have to, because it kind of exists outside of the normal Pokemon schedule, is kind of what I'm saying. I understand that it is kind of convenient, the Brilliant Diamond Shiny Pokemon, but also the world's going to look so fundamentally different.
All right, so is your ultimate point, though, that because Legends Arceus is coming out in January, you think that there is another Pokemon game coming out in November?
I don't think they're skipping a holiday unless they have to.
Well, I mean, they could have DLC for Arceus.
They could, but I also look at Nintendo's release slate of games, and they might go, people are going to be too interested in Breath of the Wild, too interested in this, unless we drop our own game. See, last year was convenient. There wasn't anything to compete with the DLC. There was no outside of Animal Crossing. There was nothing big from Nintendo to really compete. Paper Mario, is that really competing with Pokemon?
2020 was a COVID year, so
Yeah, I know, but that's also conveniently when the DLC came out. That's what I'm saying. Like conveniently, this DLC that has never happened before happened to also come out in the 1 year we've never had before.
Save for Animal Crossing and Paper Mario, there was no original new Nintendo games that came out that year. So it's just kind of like,
well, made by, I mean, that gets into the whole debate. Like Pokemon isn't made by Nintendo from the year before. Like never made by Nintendo.
But we're talking about for 2020.
Yeah, well, there's Hyrule Warriors: Age of Calamity,
right, which was developed by Koei Tecmo and is a spinoff.
Sure. And I understand that, but I'm just saying, I think that Game Freak and the Pokemon Company not Game Freak. Game Freak doesn't make these decisions anymore. The Pokemon Company pays very close attention to Nintendo's release slate because they want to slot their stuff in where it's not going to be interrupted by something from Nintendo. Which is why, again, Breath of the Wild 2 and Pokemon coming out in the same month literally wouldn't make sense, obviously, because they could potentially... Here's the thing. You don't want to release Breath of the Wild 2, run out of Switches before you even get to the next game coming out, and then have the game come out and you still don't have Switches.
I think they're going to space it out a little bit.
Yeah, that's why it's at least a month, if not more. But I guess my large... And again, we'll know... By the way, guys, they announced Pokemon games for some reason stupidly early. So if there is going to be one next holiday, I think we'll know before we even get to E3 next year. So
it depends. Because they have waited until like close to right before E3 to announce Pokemon games. It sort of depends on what it is.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. We'll know before E3. It won't get announced at E3.
Yeah, it'll be before E3, absolutely. But
if there is one, which there'll probably be a Pokemon event and there'll be Detective Pikachu. I'm just assuming there'll be a Detective Pikachu.
I'll tell you this: it is intriguing to see that Legends Arceus is coming out January 28th, which is a month removed from Pokemon Day, where we've seen a lot of Pokemon Directs or Presents come out.
That was one thing I was kind of hinting at. Was like
they get the Pokemon, they get their mainline.
Sometimes they do announce super early,
right? Now I'll tell you, there's a rumor going around that there's going to be a Let's Go sequel to come out next year, and that I would say is in some way it's more conceivable than in Generation 9.
But here's the thing: I never said Gen 9 next holiday. Yeah, I said new Pokemon game. Doesn't have to be Gen 9.
Yeah.
They can wait on Gen 9. They got Legends Arceus as their brand new experience.
But the other weird thing about it, let's say it is a Let's Go sequel, as some rumors are suggesting.
Yeah, like Gen 2 or whatever.
We just got Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl. So we're talking about getting 2 back-to-back remakes.
Because Game Freak said Legends Arceus is a mainline Pokemon game. So we didn't. We got an original game between them. That's my point. That's my entire point. They can do that.
But we're getting remakes in back-to-back holidays still.
So
that's a fact.
You think that they care about that?
That would be a fact.
Yeah. Do you think they care about that? The money's still the same. The money's still the same.
Well, the money's more actually because they're getting 2. They're also Legend Arceus.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, they're probably going to make the most amount of money that they've probably ever made in the next. From in November to.
I like the idea of them also outsource. I like the idea of them just. I
hope they outsource more often. My hope for Pokemon Company and Game Freak is that they start outsourcing all of these remakes, even if you guys don't like what they did. I like the idea that more of Game Freak's team can focus on new ideas, new generations, spending more time doing it. I think what happened with Legends Arceus, by the way, I'm not saying that's the future of the franchise. We have no idea at this point. I don't think they even know yet. There's a whole lot of, it's an experiment, and we'll see what happens.
Legends Arceus was Game Freak revisiting Generation 4 while they outsourced the actual remake.
Maybe. Yeah. I have no idea. It's such a different concept that I think, to me personally, as a casual fan, a casual player, I look at it as they're actually trying something new. They're trying to Breath of the Wild the franchise, and if it works, if they can sell 20 million of this single game, which is what it took 2 copies of the last generation to do, that is a wake-up call to Game Freak that we need to fundamentally change the way we do things. But they're not ready to do it yet. They're going to stay on schedule. It's more of a, if this game blows up, I think it's going to change how they look at Pokemon moving forward.
So, but that's also a huge I'll give you, or I'll throw out there, is that Legends Arceus is an experiment.
Yes.
typically, if you look at every Pokemon game, they always put something out there and they experiment with it a little bit.
Yep.
Like, for example, in Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee, they experimented with finally having roaming Pokemon. Like, Pokemon are roaming about in the environment that you can interact with someone.
Yep.
What did they do? Next game, Generation 9, they had the wild area with roaming Pokemon.
Yep.
So, like, there are things that they do, the concepts that they play around with, and they do bring back eventually. In Pokemon Sun and Moon, they had ride Pokemon. They're now bringing them back in Legends Arceus. I'm just saying that a lot of the concepts and ideas we're seeing in Legends Arceus, you can bet we'll see again in a future Pokemon game. And with Generation 9 being the second generation for the Switch, typically the second generation on every console takes a much more of a major leap. They may want to play around with these Legends Arceus ideas, so when they are finally ready for Generation 9, they have a better idea of how to do that. And perhaps having something in between Legends Arceus and Generation 9 will give them more time to see how the public reacts.
I do have a question for
you. To those mechanics.
Do you think if Legends Arceus blows up, that's going to change anything for Game Freak and the Pokemon Company?
I think it's going to put more of an emphasis on having some of that open style exploration in the mainline games, and I do think it could also.
But they consider this a mainline game, is my point.
Well,
they are saying it's mainline.
It is mainline. I just mean the more traditional style of
mainline. But will they go away from the traditional style because of this game? If it
nope.
So there's no world where this game outperforms traditional games that they consider doing this more.
What they're gonna do is they're gonna fuse it, so they can get the best of both worlds.
The reason I bring this up because we're getting a sequel to Breath of the Wild, right? Which we might have always.
But also, it has Legends moniker, so they can follow up that game with. They can have another Legends game.
Well, sure, they can have another Legends game.
Yeah.
The reason I bring it up is, if this game does 20-30 million in sales, which, by the way, their Pokemon games usually can't do that with 2 versions. Usually, that's not typical. If you go back and look at the sales, there's very few gens that come anywhere close to that. So, Sword and Shield, credit to that, pulled it off. But if this outsells that as a single game, and say it does it in less than a year, to me, I don't know how you don't look at that and go, why the hell are we not focusing more on this and less on the traditional way we do? Like, fuse it. But if you fuse it, you might ruin what made people love it in the first place.
You might
the fact that it's not the traditional.
That's why every year they experiment with some mechanics, they backtrack, they go forward.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they
do that. They see what works, and they.
But if this game, but I'm saying if this game moves 30 million, it worked. It's not going to move 30 million because it sucks.
Well, here's the other thing, though. Just even if Legends Arceus does sell 30 million, which is
basically it'll do what Animal Crossing did, basically.
Right. Even if it does that, though, there's no guarantee that a follow-up will have the same sort of sales output. But when we get new Pokemon games, it's pretty much guaranteed to sell at least 10 million.
But you don't think a follow-up would at least sell 10 million?
Probably.
If it sold 30 million?
I'm just...
Maybe it would be like the best-selling Pokemon game to ever release of all time, if it did that. I mean, I'm talking territory that's uncharted.
But think about this, though. Imagine a Generation 9 that pushes Legends Arceus mechanics even further.
Or imagine a Generation 9 that's just a single game built in a very similar way to Legends Arceus.
Here's the other thing. Legends Arceus isn't going to be a multiplayer game. That greatly hampers its sales potential.
Sure. But that can always be an addition in future games of that type.
My point is it's going to be fused. There's going to be some not all the mechanics will translate over to Generation 9, but a lot of the mechanics in Legends Arceus will translate over. There's going to be more of a progression there.
Okay. The thing is, this is all hypothetical. We don't know what's going to happen. I personally
I'm just basing this off how Pokemon has always handled things.
But Legends Arceus isn't how Pokemon's always been handled. That's my point. DLC is not how Pokemon's always been handled. We are in uncharted territories with Pokemon.
Yes,
they've never had another company make a Pokemon game.
But what is consistent, though, is that they try out ideas and they see how they go and they apply them with the next.
But when have they tried out a mainline Pokemon game like Legends Arceus? It's never happened.
It's a change of the pattern for sure.
So has the DLC. So has it's been 3 things in a row that have outside of the pattern. So what I'm saying is I feel like there's a wind of change.
But I know you agree with me here
Wind of change.
They're not going to just stop doing what has made they're not going to stop doing what's been their bread and butter for years.
Not yet.
They're going to find a way to do both.
Not yet.
And actually they are. They're going to start outsourcing their remakes. They're going to start doing the Legends games, and they're still going to do the traditional.
I don't think you can do the Legends games and make a new gen at the same time. I don't think it's possible.
They are. That's what they're doing right now.
No. Unless a new gen drops next holiday.
Is 100% in development, but that's a fact.
Sure,
and so
maybe with
Legends
a very
Arceus.
tiny team. With a very tiny team. Unless Legends Arceus is done. If Legends Arceus is already done, which it probably is at this point.
It is. I mean, it's been done for a few
months
already.
So okay, so that's been done for 3 months. Well, sure, yeah. 9's in full development after they finish Legends Arceus.
No, they have.
But I'm telling you right now, the kind of game Legends
so.
Arceus needs 100+ people working on it, and Game Freak has 166 employees.
They bring in talent outside.
No, they don't. That's actually one of the criticisms of the Pokemon Company and Game Freak. They don't bring in outside talent. They just keep expanding their team. I'm just telling. I've read how these games are made. It's literally Game Freak all the way. For them to bring any outside in is so rare. They're so controlling.
Inc.
You know what?
There's also Creatures Inc.
Creatures.
Like you have.
You're gonna bring up Creatures Inc.
So there's all the this is a whole other discussion.
Yeah. Creatures Inc. By the way doesn't make video games. I want to make this very clear.
But they have. Like there's
they've been merged in with everything so long ago. They just exist as a separate corporate entity, but they don't actually make anything anymore. There was a time, by the way, guys, you can go back. There was a time that they had their own development team, but that hasn't existed for them. They've merged everything so long ago. Anyways, moving on for the rest of 2022. Wait, we got something to say?
I'm going to throw this in.
Yes.
From way back at the beginning of the podcast.
Yeah.
Arceus, as of October 31st, 2021, according to imore.com, has 108 confirmed Pokemon.
Okay.
So, we were talking about the Pokedex size and the number of Pokemon.
Yeah, but are those all new? That's the thing.
No.
Yeah, they're not going to be all new.
No.
Yeah.
I mean,
There's going to be new form.
I've seen,
but not.
I've seen new. The first one listed was I think
Arcanine. Okay.
No, Abra's the second one listed.
Oh, okay, yeah. So yeah.
I saw Eevee in there.
Yeah. Okay.
All
right. So they're not all new.
Yeah.
Okay. So moving on to the rest of 2022, let's just briefly get into it before we have to call it off here. So we were talking about before we got into the Pokemon Day, we were talking about like what's gonna be a breakout game. Again, controversial opinion, don't think Kirby 3D or Kirby Forgotten Land is going to actually do that well. I think it might become the best-selling Kirby game, but that doesn't necessarily to me mean that it's breaking out because Kirby's done this before. I think for it to break out, it would have to significantly outsell something like Dreamland. If it just does the 3 to 5 that Kirby's been proven it can do at its best, then you're just doing what Kirby's already done. And by the way, I don't think I think they are planning for this to be big. That's the whole point of them taking more time with this, not releasing a Kirby game this year, actually trying to do, again, like Legends Arceus, do something new, do something fresh, and try to see if it works. So I do think that
spring game.
Yeah, I do think they intend it. I think it's supposed to be a spring. What is? I think it's April or whatever. But so I think it's supposed to be. I can't remember if it has an official release date. For some reason, April keeps popping up.
Yeah, Advance Wars was leaked for April.
Yeah, Advance Wars 1+2 reboot camp.
I'm feeling in May for that.
So I think
it could be like a late
that
April.
It's going to do good, and we're going to be excited by the numbers. But I also think the numbers are just going to be well within reason for a top end Kirby game, 3 to 5 mil. Maybe it ends up topping and getting to 6 mil. That's great. But to me, for what they're trying to do, I don't think that's that impressive. I don't think I consider that a breakout. I think something shocking is going to happen. And call me crazy for this. Because we're talking about breakouts, which is just a game we're predicting to massively outdo.
I just want to say, if it hits 6 million, that is 2 times the sales of Star Allies, another Kirby game on the system, and it would still outperform the best-selling Kirby game before it, which came out in 1992.
What would you call that, a breakout game? Breath of the Wild's a breakout game. I don't know that I call a game that barely is the number one selling game in the IP a breakout. It's just, they finally found a way to get back to where Kirby once was.
if it becomes the best-selling Kirby game, and if there's only one other Kirby game in history that is even comparable to it, then yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I could see
Okay.
that.
Well, our definition of
I think
breakout
Like,
is
Star it is 6 million is still twice the amount of
put it
Star
this way.
allies.
Do you
That is a significant
hold on.
difference.
Do you expect it to sell that?
I think it is for sure going to outsell Star Allies.
Okay. But do you expect it to outsell Dreamland?
That's tough. That's tough.
Well, I'm asking because breakout games are basically games that break our expectations, right? So there's what we expect, and then there's massively past what we expect. You know, like if you expect it to sell 4 million and it sells 4.5, probably not a breakout. If you expect 4 million to sell 6,
well, I mean, the thing is, what's cool about Kirby and the Forgotten Land is that it's kind of like, oh, look, we're getting like a brand new, like full on ground up Nintendo published adventure game.
Sure,
we haven't really had that in a while.
Yeah,
but I think it has actually that kind of potential.
I also don't think it's an adventure game, but that's another story. I think it's basically just 3D Kirby, just like 3D Mario. It's just another platformer.
You can I'm using the term adventure lightly. Platformer adventure. A Mario game is an adventure to me, right? Is it like a continuous thing as opposed to level based? No, but it's
no. I get what you're saying.
It's just like that single player sort of experience that's an escape
adventure,
that you
guys,
can enjoy.
I want to be clear with everyone. Adventure as a genre crosses other genres. That's why there's action adventure, platforming adventure. There's
Mario
even
Odyssey
FPS
is an adventure game. It's an Odyssey is synonymous with adventure.
Yeah.
So
I'm being clear. I was trying to be clear here that you're probably right. The definition of adventure game spans a bunch of different genres. I think my ideology is I just think it's going to be 2D Kirby and 3D. I don't think it's going to be exciting. It's going to be different. There's going to be new things they can do because of it. But I mean, from what I saw on that trailer, I'm excited by the idea. I'm not necessarily excited by what I saw. It just looks like more of what we've already done. But we'll see.
Then again, that was
a new plane. It looks cool. It looks cool. But I'm just saying that to me, I'm not impressed yet. I'm impressed that they're attempting it. But I'm not impressed by what they've shown. Nothing there is showing to me that, okay, I mean, Kirby's going to feel like Kirby, but nothing in it showed to me like, why did this have to be a 3D adventure? I haven't seen a reason for that yet.
The boss fights are definitely looking pretty cool.
You haven't seen that much of the boss fights. In fact, mostly what we've seen, if you actually go back and watch the footage, is an empty world. We haven't actually seen a lot of action. Now, I hope that it has a lot of action, but the fact that the game's supposedly coming out soon, and they recently showed it, kind of makes me feel like it's going to be a lot of running around doing nothing. But we'll see. Again, we don't know. We've never had a Kirby game like this, so this is the reason that I'm bringing up the breakout game thing, because I think defining what a breakout game is matters. Because to me, it's a game massively exceeding reasonable expectations. I would say, as an example, Mario plus Rabbids back in 2017 exceeded at least my expectations. I think it exceeded almost everyone's expectations for what it sold. 8.5-9 million. Like that, I don't think anybody thought it was going to sell that.
No.
Rabbids never sells that, and some Mario games don't sell that. They flop.
Yeah, so Bayonetta 3, I expect to be the best selling Bayonetta game, but I also don't think it's going to become like. I don't think it's going to sell like 6 or 7 million. I think it probably will sell like 3 million or something.
Yeah, I can't remember what the best. Was it 2?
I don't even think I don't think Bayonetta 3 is going to outsell Metroid Dread Lifetime, for example. Like
I don't even know if Bayonetta 3 is going to outsell the original Bayonetta, which I know is the best selling one.
Well, I mean,
there's just something about Platinum games, and this is a very specific Platinum game thing where they just don't sell very well. Like if Astral Chain couldn't pull those numbers, I don't know why Bayonetta would.
I think Bayonetta should definitely outsell Astral Chain.
Maybe, but I just don't know if it can outsell Bayonetta 1, which was multi-platform on really popular platforms. Like Bayonetta was on really popular platforms. And this is a single platform. It's a really popular single platform, but it's also coming in a year packed with a bunch of stuff, and I think it's going to be the forgotten game next year. I think Bayonetta 3, the hardcore are going to love it, but it's going to be forgotten. I don't actually think.
1 million copies.
And the only reason I say this is because Platinum games tend to always be the forgotten game. It's not like even an out there prediction.
Yeah, but what's fascinating though is that Bayonetta 3 is a fairly ambitious Switch game. Like, it would have benefited to have come out in 2020 or 2021, for example.
Well, it would have been nicer. It would have, yeah. It would.
Yeah.
Last year, I think it would. But it's coming out in a packed year, and
On that
Platinum
note,
games
though,
don't
we
sell that
we
well.
kind of already know about the confirmed games, right? Do you think any of the confirmed games are going to get pushed or delayed?
The only one that I think will get of the known games that will get pushed
Out
or
of
delayed.
2022.
Yeah, well, it won't be coming out next year at all. Like, yeah, a spring game can push to a summer. That's not. I mean, that sucks, but also
Yeah.
whatever. It's
Whatever.
Zelda. Zelda's the only one I think can get delayed.
I don't think that's happening.
I know you don't think it's going to happen, and I hope it doesn't. History tells you it's going to happen. Every time
And I
Nintendo
disagree.
announces a
We've
3D
talked
Zelda
about
game
this
release
before.
year, it never comes out that year. It hasn't
Sure,
happened.
but also,
like,
but here's
ever.
another thing that's different. Here's the thing that is different. They've also never waited this long to give us a release date.
Yes,
And
they
the
have.
reason not
They've
they haven't.
literally not
Okay.
announced a Zelda game for 6 years before. So I don't know what you're talking about.
From reveal to release date reveal, this is the longest amount of time we've waited for a Zelda game.
Where's Zelda game? The longest for the reveal of the release date.
Yep.
Let's see. They revealed this game E3 2019, so it's been 2
They waited
years
2
since they gave
years.
us a release year.
Yeah,
From
for
reveal.
example, Zelda U, they gave us a release year the moment they gave us a trailer for it.
Yeah, they did. They said it was 2015. I
Yeah.
remember.
Yeah.
But that was that game, and it was probably ready to go in 2015, to be completely honest. But this Wii U was just a total flop. So they didn't want to send out a game that was that big budget to die.
Oh,
Apparently,
well, then
Bayonetta 1 has sold
there's-
1.1 million.
That's the best selling.
That's
I thought it sold 2, but I don't know. Here's the thing. My breakout game is a game that is announced. I mean, by the way, the breakout game could be something we don't even know yet.
Yeah, but they wanted to know now.
But for announced ones, I would say I actually expect Sparks of Hope to massively outperform the original game in terms of being a breakout. By the way,
yeah.
I'm only my realistic expectations of it now that we have a bar set from the first game, for it to sell probably another 7-8 mil.
So you're
it
thinking
may be
That's what
the
I
only,
think, like, it
big
will sell.
Mario title that comes out next year.
But honestly, in my breakout, by the way, when I say breakout, I don't mean like it sells a mil or two past what I think. I'm talking like this game's going to bust out and it's going to be like a 12, 14, 15 million seller. And the reason I say this is because not only does this look so much better from what we've seen so far, so much more high budget, so much more effort. Not that there wasn't effort and love put into the first one. There was. But it was more like we're trying out this idea and it worked really well. And millions and millions and millions of people loved it. Now that we know it works, let's actually put everything we ever wanted to do into this next one. And I think you have the established fan base, plus the expanded Switch owner base, plus the fact that there's a big Mario game drought at the moment. I think that plays a role in it. And I think if it comes out before a new Mario game is announced or not, will also play a role in it as well. Because I think a new Mario game getting announced will definitely overshadow it.
To a new Mario movie trailer, that can impact it as well.
I don't think the Mario trailer would hurt it, though, to be honest.
No, it won't hurt it. I just meant in a positive.
Oh, in a positive, yeah. I think the only thing that can hurt it is if a new Mario game's announced. I think there might be people.
That's not happening. Not a mainline. Well, I could see maybe a 2D Mario.
Why do you say a mainline can't be announced more than 5 years after the last one came out? I'm just curious.
It has nothing to do with the timing. It has more to do with just what's coming out.
But 2017 had a bunch of big title after big title.
Like Nintendo could have it ready. I just don't think they're going to do it until 2023 at the earliest.
Sure. By the way, I agree that it's not coming until 2023, but I also am not going to rule it out because we got 2017 happened.
What would be really cool is
and they have 3 extra months this year.
In the Mario movie, one of the trailers is actually the new Mario game trailer.
Well, that would be kind of neat.
That would be awesome.
That would kind of neat. Again, I have no idea when the hell we're going to see.
I also kind of feel like they're going to focus on the Mario movie right now.
Right.
And the Mario.
But I think it makes sense to tie everything together. Nintendo likes to do that.
Well, if you look at how they handle the mobile games, they focus on the mobile game first, and then that comes out.
But it was in the same year.
And then they have a mainline game to follow that up after.
They actually did. They did Mario Run, then Mario plus Rabbids, and then Odyssey, all in the same year.
Mario Run came out 2016.
Okay. You're right.
within a calendar year.
But it was within a
So-
calendar year of when it came
Not
out.
the same
Like,
ending.
and that
date,
was
but
back when they were
within-
saying we're using mobile
a
games to
12-month
push our
span.
console games and all that. I by the way, guys, I have no idea. We don't. That's a hyper. Again, Mario plus Rabbids Sparks of Hope is the game I think that's just going to shock people with how well it ends up doing as a breakout game. I think I honestly think it's already a breakout IP. I think it outdid the original Splatoon. And if you look at Splatoon 2 and how much better that did over the original, I think there's a potential that this could do that, and this becomes a massive IP for Ubisoft and Nintendo moving forward.
So I mean that you could be right. I would say I interpret breakout a little differently.
Sure.
To me, when I think breakout,
Clearly.
it's not necessarily like a sales jump, although there's a correlation with that.
Sure.
It's more of it's establishing a new norm for the series.
Yeah.
Yep.
And that's
So
So you think
Yeah.
if Kirby Forgotten Land hits, I don't know, 5-6 mil, that's just the standard for Kirby moving forward?
if they follow up a similar style of gameplay, yeah.
So I have a caveat to that because I think it could. But I think we won't get another game like that for another 2-3 years. And if it's a new gen, I don't know that it would because I don't think there'd be enough owners to push it. Could be wrong, but this is going off the history of Nintendo always squanders when they're at the top. So I'm hoping that doesn't happen
it's
this
also
time.
like evergreen status, right? Like
Yeah.
maybe at first
And will it
it's
be
not
evergreen?
implemented well.
That's a whole different
Right,
debate.
right,
We were
right,
just had that
right.
earlier.
Yeah.
Like we have no idea if any of these games will be evergreen besides the ones that we are always evergreen. Like
I
Splatoon
mean,
3.
Kirby
probably
is a
evergreen.
known name, right? If you have a Kirby game that is a breakout that kind of pushes it to kind of like a greater level of popularity, I mean, that evergreen, like for example, like Kirby and Star Allies still sells, right? It's still out there.
Sure.
People still buy it. But Kirby Star Allies, I would say, isn't like going to be something that people remember.
So I'm gonna go with an
like-
example that
Like, I'm just saying Kirby and Star Allies is not the kind of game people are going to go back and be like, oh, I remember Star Allies for Switch.
Sure.
But people will go, I remember Kirby and the Forgotten Land for
Okay.
Switch.
I agree with that. What I will say is because we're talking about future sales after that game, as it's a breakout game, so it
Mhm.
increases sales moving forward. Was Ocarina of Time a breakout game?
It's like one of the best selling Zelda games ever. And
7+ mil? Yep.
Yeah, it's a new standard for Zelda, so yeah.
Okay. Because besides that game, no other Zelda game came close to that in sales until Twilight Princess, which took 2 platforms to do it, and then Breath of the Wild. And there were something like 10 Zelda games released after that. So if it set a new standard, nothing else hit that standard.
But you're defining that standard as just sales.
Well, you said it would set a new sales standard moving forward for Kirby.
I talked about sales, but I didn't just mean sales.
Okay.
But that's a good question though, right? Because like, how does Ocarina of Time may have been is one of the best selling Zelda games, and at the
Third-
time,
yeah,
it's
it's number
stayed one of
3,
the best selling games for like at least a decade. No, Twilight
No,
Princess came out in
Twilight
2006.
Princess outsold it. It just
So
took 2
that-
platforms for it. Yeah.
Yeah, it took a little while. But
That was kind of like everything
how
else sold
does-
worse.
I want to say, and I haven't looked it up, but I want to say that Majora's Mask, Wind Waker, both are still some of the better selling Zelda games compared to a lot of the 2D Zelda games. And actually, now let's
I
look it
will
up.
look that up quick. I used to know all this, but I don't. It's been a while since I looked at Zelda.
Yeah, so like
just use
like,
VG charts as
the point I'm trying to argue, if the data backs up, is that after Ocarina of Time, even though it's sold better than its successors, those successors still outdid the Ocarina of Time's predecessors.
So
You
so
understand?
so actually this is interesting. So Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time. We're not counting re-releases, just the original release, because obviously re-releases always muddy the water. Sold 7.6. Okay, that was at the time the best-selling Zelda game of all time. Before that, the original Zelda game was at 6.51. Started the whole franchise, NES era, etc. After that, you said like Majora's Mask. Majora's Mask sold 3.36 million. That is less than Zelda 2: The Adventure of Link. That's less than Link's Awakening. Less than Link to the Past. Basically, less than every Zelda game that ever came out before. After it, the problem we have is we had a duality release in Oracle Seasons and Oracle of Ages. Sold 4 million, but dual release, but whatever. Pokemon does it. Technically outsold Majora's Mask. Let me see here. Then I'm going to the other 2D ones. I'll skip over Wind Waker. We'll come back to that in a moment. Four Swords Adventures, that obviously tanked. So did Minish Cap. Poor Minish Cap. Man, I always feel bad for Minish Cap. That did not do well for a Zelda game at all. Then we had Twilight Princess. And then we had Phantom Hourglass. That outsold it. Let's see. A Link Between Worlds outsold it. So basically everything outsold Majora's Mask except for like 2 games that tanked. So Majora's Mask is actually one of the worst selling Zelda games. Wind Waker's a bit of a different story. It ranks a little bit higher in some cases because it sold 4.43 million, so about 1 million more than Majora's Mask. So there are some 2D games that outsold it, like or like top-down handheld games. As an example, Phantom Hourglass outsold it. Link Between Worlds came close, but just underneath. Well, not even going to Breath of the Wild because that's its own category. So not going to go there. So like those are actually some of the worst selling, and they're obviously the worst selling 3D Zelda games. Although I think Skyward Sword is pretty low. No, Skyward Sword outsold Majora's Mask. Jesus, I thought it sold less. Holy crud! Has Skyward Sword HD actually almost already outsold Skyward Sword? Holy shit!
Looks like it, yeah.
Holy shit!
Yeah.
Well, that's definitely after holiday period. That's already ahead of the original release. That's crazy. Is that the only one that's ahead of its original release?
Though, is that we're
is that the only one that's ahead of its? Oh no. Link's Awakening on Switch, which it's also a remaster, so it's like total or a remake. I don't know what you want to call it. That one sold really well, obviously. But that's obviously a totally. I think any of those Switch games is kind of.
Isn't it crazy? Link's Awakening on Switch has basically sold the same amount as Link's Awakening and Link's Awakening DX combined.
Yes. And you know what's crazy? The sales for it aren't done. Like, I wonder if like.
I mean, it hasn't outpaced them yet, but it's close.
No, yeah, it's really close, and like I think, dude, that's so it's crazy, man. Like Only Between Worlds and Triforce Heroes combined sales are like less than. Like, that's insane. Dude, Link's Awakening did incredibly well on Switch. Nintendo must be very happy with that. That's why Grezzo's got to be working on another one. There's no way they're not letting Grezzo do another one. That's incredible. Because I know Triforce Heroes tanked, but that was a very different Zelda game. Anyways, so yeah, I guess what I was talking about is like, because Ocarina of Time, has been like a standard bearer for Zelda moving forward, pretty much until Breath of the Wild came out. I think most would agree. And then I think Kirby and the Forgotten Land could be a standard bearer as well. But I just don't know that subsequent sales are really going to match. I know you're saying not just sales, but it's like, but if sales keep going down, like Zelda's sales, I mean, if you're honest, it's kind of interesting that Zelda's considered a really big IP for Nintendo, and it's really not that big of a seller traditionally compared to other IPs they have.
Yeah, I think part of the issue though is
Zelda's so inconsistent. But then again,
it's also a lot of it has to do with the install base though, right? Like the amount of people who own a system that impacts the amount of people who are going to buy the game.
Well, you could argue that, but their best-selling home console of all time has one of the worst-selling Zeldas of all time on it. So it's really, and I have all my theories on why Skyward Sword didn't sell and the release timing and Wii U being
release
announced
timing.
And,
just the Wii was a fake.
But like even then, you know,
when I
you
say
can look
fake,
at,
I just mean that Wii was very misleading with its sales numbers because most of those weren't core gamers.
Yeah, there's a lot of interesting things, you know, like you know, Game Boy technically outsold Switch, and Link's Awakening released in its heyday, and yet the Switch version of Link's Awakening is almost outsold the two different versions.
But anyway, just to make my definition clear,
sales
is absolutely a part of it. But it's just kind of like when I think about Breakout, it's like okay, we've done something with this series that puts it on a different sort of level. And that obviously sales is a reflective of that, but it isn't always, right? Like sometimes the quality of a game, we're just like, oh, that's something they've taken things to another level.
I would say, because to me, Breakout is literally just sales. That's all Breakout means to me. It just means sales, because if you don't sell, it doesn't matter what you did. But I will say this. I think what you're talking about actually gets into a debate we had earlier. It could be an inspirational game. Inspirational doesn't necessarily mean Breakout.
Kirby and the Forgotten Land feels inspired.
I can agree. They're trying something new. It feels like they're going in a new direction, and we'll see. I'm actually looking up the raw definition of Breakout to see if I'm even wrong on that. Because to me, it feels. I mean, raw definitions don't necessarily matter, but I'm just curious. God, I can't even spell Breakout.
Success,
Is that not a word? Maybe
it
is it 2 words?
It's also a game.
Oh,
that's why you're
Breakout. There we go.
Forcible escape, especially from prison. An outbreak. Suddenly and extremely popular or successful, I think is what we're...
Yes. Yeah. That's the definition. Yeah. So that's why I'm like, to me, Breakout just means it's popular, sells.
I mean, and you know, so you know that probably is a more fair, normal definition, right? So, you know,
but it's all subjective. So the rest of 2022. So to me, I think my definition of Breakout is going to end up being Sparks of Hope.
I'll tell you something that I think could be a breakout.
What?
Xenoblade Chronicles 3.
You think it's
not
coming?
Confirmed? Not confirmed yet, though, right? But
what makes you think it's coming next year?
I don't know if it's coming next year. Actually, that's something else I want to get into because we already have a pretty decent lineup for next year, right? And then we have games supposedly that could come out next year. Like
so let's recap for everyone the confirmed games for next year that are exclusive. Forget the non-exclusives because that could be what you got the list up.
Well, it's not a full list.
Because so on Nintendo's website,
through 20,
so all 2022 games.
Legends Arceus, Triangle Strategy, Advance Wars 1+2 Reboot Camp, Kirby and the Forgotten Land, Splatoon 3, Bayonetta 3,
and then Zelda Breath of the Wild 2 as well.
There's another thing that I think deserves to be mentioned there as well, and that's Monster Hunter Rise Sunbreak.
I don't think that matters as much as just DLC. I think DLC is going to do incredibly well. I think it's a bigger deal for PC, who's getting the first PC release of it.
It's an expansion though, and if it's anything like Iceborne, it's almost gonna be treated like a whole new game release.
No, I agree there. I just don't think that matters to Nintendo. That's just money in Capcom's pocket. It has nothing to do with them, because the exclusivity contract is over by the time.
What if it gets a physical release?
If it gets a what?
If Sunbreak gets its own physical release.
Well, okay, even if it does, it's also on PC. It's multi-platform now, so Nintendo doesn't get any of that. That's all Capcom.
Okay, I mean, good point.
That's why I said I wasn't counting multi-platform, because at that point, Monster Hunter is now multi-platform.
Sunbreak is no longer exclusive. Yeah. It's just a little bit of a blurred line situation because an expansion of Rise, which is a timed exclusive.
Yeah, and that's what Nintendo paid for was the timed exclusivity. So the reason that I wanted to bring up that list is when you think about it, what are the games on that list that are guaranteed to sell extremely well? When I say well, we're talking likely to hit 10 mil. Because those are system moves.
Splatoon 3 and Breath of the Wild 2, which is why I've argued that they're each going to kind of like take up different parts of the year. Legends Arceus
now,
opens,
go back to 2017.
Closes, Splatoon 3 is in the middle.
Oh, and we know about Sparks of Hope, by the way, guys. That's published by Ubisoft. That's why it's not on that list. But it is an exclusive to consider in there. Usually, probably a summer release or something. We'll see. So we think back to 2017, right? And I know, like, you know, we can look at obviously like, oh, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, that was just a port. Yeah, but it's a port Nintendo knew was going to sell because Mario Kart sells. So let's say we look at, okay, so you got Zelda, right? Okay, that's one major thing. Let's say Legends Arceus replaces Mario. Okay, so like for like, big seller.
Well, let's just talk about numbers for a quick second. Sorry to so we have like a number, we can kind of compare number to number, right? So like Legends Arceus, Triangle Strategy, Advance Wars, Kirby and the Forgotten Land, Bayonetta 3, Splatoon 3, Mario, Sparks of Hope, Breath of the Wild 2. That's 8 major exclusive titles. Okay, right. So we got 8 there. So let's talk about Switch.
To be clear, I don't think Advance Wars 1+2 Reboot Camp's a major exclusive. It's just re-releasing an old game in HD.
Well, Triangle, it's 2 games, and it's a remake, not a remaster. There's a difference, but you know, it's a $60 game. Okay.
All right. I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. All right. 8. You think 8? How many releases in 2017?
The thing is, we're also going to compare 2017. I'm sure there's going to be something comparable to that as well.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. How many 2017 ones came out?
I'm looking through Nintendo's website just to help.
And we have to remember there was 3 months less in 2017.
True. So let's talk about them. Right. So Breath of the Wild, 1-2 Switch. I'm not gonna count Puyo Puyo Tetris. Mario Kart Deluxe.
Why?
Arms.
Puyo Puyo Tetris might outsell Advance Wars, by the way. It's really popular in some countries.
Fine.
I'm
Breath
just saying,
of the Wild.
don't
Breath
discount
of
it
the
just because you don't
Wild,
like it.
1-2 Switch. Puyo Puyo Tetris. Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, ARMS, Splatoon 2, Pokken Tournament Deluxe, Fire Emblem Warriors, Mario Odyssey. Do we want to count Skyrim?
I want a multi-plat game. I'd probably leave that one alone.
Okay, Xenoblade Chronicles 2.
So 10.
I mean,
and that's with 3 months less. So like my argument is there's probably room for like 12.
This doesn't include Mario Rabbids.
Yeah.
So 11.
Yeah, so that's 11. So think
Because
about
I'm
that.
just looking at Nintendo's website, right? Like if it's not
Right,
published in North America, it's
Yeah. So like if we think about that was 2017. There's absolutely room for more games next year. We only know potentially half of them.
Yeah.
Right, but I think it's also fair to consider that 2017 is like arguably, not even really arguably, pretty much indisputably like the best year we've seen from Nintendo.
Well, it's one of the best years from any platform holder, to be honest. If we're clear.
Period. And that was to push the Switch in its launch year. We're likely not seeing the launch of a new system, or at least a Switch 2 next year, right? Maybe you could argue a mid-gen refresh, but not a whole new system. So there's not as much of a need to push out.
How many of those titles next year that we know do you think are evergreen? Because you have to remember, a lot of those games Nintendo released in 2017 are still top 10 sellers now. They don't have to be just worried about next year. They could release like Splatoon 3 and be like, but that's going to be a big seller for 3 years.
Yeah.
So like they don't have to look at it as, oh, we're releasing it now, it doesn't matter for next year. Oh, it absolutely matters. It's still going to be selling systems next year.
I'm just saying that because it was the first year of the Switch, getting all those
I also
games
think
out
we have
as
a
soon
unique
as
situation
possible.
because of COVID that's actually caused a lot of this jam pack in the 1 year thing.
Yeah. But you know, my point is simply that because it was the first year, it made more sense to come out guns loaded.
Yep. Nope. I hear you. I hear you.
So you know, and also they were definitely not releasing shit on.
All right.
Wii U because they went on Switch.
Setting Zelda aside, because I think all of us would pick that as maybe our most anticipated game next year. Am I wrong?
No.
I know for you it would be. For you, is that your most anticipated, or is it Kirby now?
I
mean, we're talking Breath of the Wild 2 here.
Nothing beats Breath of the Wild 2.
Okay, I was gonna say. So we're gonna exclude.
The only thing that might compare to Breath of the Wild 2 would be Prime 4.
Prime 4. Okay, and that's another game that's out there that we don't know when it's
coming out next year.
So of the games we know, instead of projecting what we don't, we've done a lot of what we don't know this podcast. Just focus on 2022, setting aside the one game that we all would say, yeah, that's the one we want to play the most. Of the rest that we know about, which one do each of you guys want to play the most? Of the ones we know. Not counting Sparks of Hope for you?
Absolutely.
Okay. Yeah. How about you, Andres?
It's Kirby and the Forgotten Land.
Kirby and the Forgotten Land.
Mm-hmm.
Kirby and the Forgotten Land is the one that I am curious about.
Yeah.
All the
Legends
ones
Arceus, like it's actually Legends Arceus.
It's Legends Arceus for you? Okay.
Yeah, but Kirby and Forgotten Lands is right.
It's right. That's like right there. It's like 1A, 1B.
I mean, Bayonetta 3. I'm honestly next year's just good. Like, I'm excited.
I mean, it's splitting straws. There is not. By the way, there is not a wrong answer. There is not a wrong answer. You can say Project Triangle Strategy, and I wouldn't fault you. There is not a wrong answer of the games we know. There is not a wrong answer. I mean, Advance Wars 1+2 Reboot Game. You know what? Advance Wars is amazing. And if you want to revisit it for your first time, cool. If you're into big strategy games, great. Like that. There's literally. I don't think any of the games we talked about are going to be bad games.
I'm an Advance Wars fan, but the only one I've actually like played at length is Dual Strike.
Oh wow.
The DS. So like this.
Yeah, I played all of them. I even reviewed an Advance Wars like game called Tiny Metal back in 2017.
I'm not counting Battalion Wars, by the way.
A lot. Trust me, most Advance Wars fans don't count that game.
I mean, there was a sequel too.
Yeah, I know.
There's a GameCube one.
We like to pretend. I don't know if I can speak on behalf of the very small but very hardcore Advance Wars fan base. But at least from the ones I've talked to, we just kind of pretend that was like a spin-off that we just don't want to talk about.
That was your drug years.
So honestly,
by the way, that was one of the.
There's the game I'm most excited.
Are more appreciated than the 3D ones.
So there's the game I'm most excited to play, And then there's the game that I know that I'm going to spend the most time with. Pokemon Legends Arceus is the one I'm most excited for because it's the first time I've been excited for a Pokemon game besides Snap, but for a mainline Pokemon game. Maybe since Gen 2, Gen 3. First time I've legitimately been excited about this new concept for Pokemon. Because it sounds so far it's almost everything I want. It's not fully open world, which is what I want it to be, but it's close enough that if it's anything like Xenoblade or other places that do open regions, I'm cool with that. That's basically basically open world, but you just get to each big region through a hub place. I'm cool with that. So I'm really excited for that one. That one has the potential to sneakily be my game of the year next year. If it actually nails everything that I hope it nails for me personally. Doesn't have to, by the way. As you guys can tell, I'm not a big Pokemon guy. So it nailing everything I want, it means Pokemon fans probably hate it. So that being said, maybe I'm wrong. That's the one I'm most excited to play. Because that's the one I just have so much mystery around it. I think I have a pretty good idea of what Kirby Forgotten Land is going to be like. Even though I'm excited to play it, I have a pretty good idea what that gameplay is going to be. I already know Advance Wars what that is. Bayonetta 3, I've played the prior two. I am excited for it. That's why I'm excited for it, because I played the prior two. But I know what that kind of game is going to be. Project Triangle Strategy, I've seen plenty of it now. I know what it is. No, it's not exactly like Octopath Traveler. It has a different combat system, different things going on. It's not even a sequel. So, yeah, I'm excited for that one too. But I can tell what kind of game that's going to be, and I am hyped for it. Legends Arceus is the one that I'm just not sure about, because we've never seen a game like that. Kirby and Forgotten Land is the same thing, except I think it's just going to be so much simpler, because Kirby usually is. I don't think it's going to be difficult. I think it's going to be easy. I think Legends Arceus has a higher chance to have some challenge in it. That being said, it's Splatoon 3. I have become such a massive fan of Splatoon since it came out. I don't play shooters anymore. Halo Infinite, I've been playing a little bit. Beyond that, I don't play Call of Duty anymore. I don't play Doom really anymore. I don't play. Oh God, I used to play Unreal Tournament back in a while. Even the Back 4 Blood stuff. Like I don't play a lot of shooters anymore. But Nintendo just did it different, and I love it. And you can argue, is it really even a shooter? It has guns. You do shoot, but it also has weapons that aren't guns.
Unique.
It's unique.
I remember when I saw Splatoon for the first time, at first, I didn't think it was like a major thing from Nintendo. I thought it was just like one of those weird little side
And
games.
I think that's what it started out as, too. I don't think they thought it was going to be what it is, either.
But then I sort of look at the gameplay. Like, I took a second look at the trailer, right? I'm talking about like.
And I remember all the complaints.
E3, like 2015 or 14 or something. When
it's
they showed off for the first time.
They're trickling out content. Yeah. And now look at what every multiplayer game does. Come on.
Yeah. But I'm just like thinking about it, like when I first saw the game, and I was like, wait a second. You shoot ink, but you can shoot that ink in different parts of the map, horizontally, vertically, and then you can swim in it, hide in it, jump out of it, and then shoot your opponent. Like, wait a second. That is something that's never been done before. That is a whole, like, there's several layers of gameplay there that we've never, ever seen before. I'm like, oh my God.
Totally.
Nintendo just came up with something totally new. And at that point, I was like, "Oh, Splatoon's awesome."
I hate to cut off, because this is our final podcast of the year, guys, and I'm all game to go all night. But my fiance is going to be home soon, and she's probably going to scream at me for still doing the podcast. So we're going to call that a podcast, episode 32, final one of the year. Again, I would love to keep going. I got plenty of energy to keep going. Well, you got to work. So
well, then, whatever.
No about you in the morning.
I never got to my breakout game either, so we're good.
All right, what is your breakout game? Just quickly.
Just because it's going to be so different. Sonic Frontier. Just because it could be so much different than.
You think it's going to specifically break out on Switch?
Yeah,
because it is multi-plat.
So. Yep.
Yeah. Specifically, you think it's going to blow up on Switch? Okay. I mean, Sonic has been a bit more relevant on Nintendo platforms than others, of late, I should say.
I just think it's just because it's going to be so much. It looks like it's going to be so much different.
Hopefully
it is so much different.
You know why I didn't go with a game like that besides being multi-plat is because Sonic games are always like the empty promise.
Yeah, right.
They always look amazing when they're revealed, and then
sure.
the final product doesn't live up to it. But there's always hope. And with the movies being halfway decent and another one coming, there's always like, Sonic Mania was good, but this isn't that. This is the main Sonic team, which is very much the one that's so turbulent. And is it going to be a good game or not?
Yeah.
So we'll see.
Hopefully it's not bugging.
And I remember my reaction. They Breath of the Wild Sonic. Oh my God.
Yeah.
We'll see.
There's a lot of potential for Sonic to completely explode in terms of to have to
Oh
be
my!
a breakout
It
thing.
could.
Like,
It
the
literally,
movie
if it
the
is
movie
what it
success could
looks
help
like
for
it
sure.
is. If it is what
Yeah.
it looks like it is.
But there's another issue of, well, I think the Switch version has the most potential because Nintendo fans appreciate Sonic than other
Yeah,
fans.
it's kind of ironic too.
Yeah, right.
But
Used to be the mascot we hate. Now we love him.
yeah, it was just you have more gamers that are a fan of older style games on Nintendo.
Well, and plus we have the Genesis on Nintendo Switch Online.
Yeah.
It's very clearly
Plus we had
Sega and Nintendo have
Plus, we
really.
had a crossover with the
I wish they
Olympics.
would just merge entirely, but they haven't. So.
Yeah.
Plus, we had the merger with the Olympics.
If Nintendo would just buy out
There's-
Sega, I think Sonic.
What
would
I'm
be
trying to get
much
at though is
better
that there's a history of multi-plats being delayed or taking longer on Switch
Sure.
and coming out, and
it seems
performing
really
well.
ambitious to me based on what they're doing. that it's actually
so
come out
there's a
next
good
year.
chance that Sonic Frontiers may
no,
not
for
come
sure.
out day and date, and if it doesn't come out day
Yeah.
and date, then that already bastardizes its opportunity to be a breakout on Switch. And then if it
I
comes
don't
out,
think there's
regardless of
any
day or not,
chance.
and it has performance issues and doesn't look really good, and
Yeah.
it's just
Yeah,
kind of
for
like,
sure.
oh, this is kind of like
If it's
a
as buggy as
poor
some of the other
experience.
games, it's gonna
my
suck.
my personal opinion on at least day and date is that there's no way in hell this isn't going to be day and date on Switch. It's literally Switch is the number one platform in the world at the moment. Sonic has a history of actually selling decently on Nintendo platforms. They partner with Nintendo. There's no way in hell they will delay the game if it ain't ready to come out on Switch day and date, because that's going to be the primary platform for the game. Even if it looks better on everything else, which it will, runs better frame rate, of course it will. Duh,
There are
better
cases
hardware.
where the game looks and runs more than fine enough on Switch, and it's not an issue. Oh, well, great example.
Yeah,
is
like I think
Starlink.
as an example, I think there's a good chance it's 30 FPS on Switch, 60 FPS on everything else. I think
Yeah.
that's pretty standard for almost every multi-plat at
Yeah.
this point.
But as long as the frame rate is consistent,
Yeah,
Oh, no, for
that's
sure.
what
Absolutely.
matters.
game,
Consistent
Yeah.
frame rate and frame pacing.
Yeah,
there
frame
are
pacing
examples of multi-plat games that seem fairly ambitious that look pretty good on Switch. I just mentioned it, Starlink. Starlink is like one of the best examples. Came out
Yep.
day and date, runs well on Switch, looks good on Switch. If you put them side by side, there is like this. There's a difference, but there's not like an immediate like, oh my god, this looks terrible on Switch. No, it looks great on Switch, and it's the best-selling version.
Yep.
Granted, Starlink overall just kind of
All right, guys.
still,
we
the
got
best
to
version
cut it
is
off.
the
Sorry to cut you off. I actually got to go. Thank you guys so
Yeah,
much
no,
for tuning
for
in.
sure.
Go check out Andres Restart on YouTube. It's been linked multiple times in the chat by our lovely mods, so go check it out. Also, you can see his username on screen as well on YouTube. Go check him out. He is an amazing content creator. Gets a lot into speculation. You guys, come sometimes bitch about my clickbait, my this, my that. You know what? He's over there speculating away, and I love his conversation pieces way more than my news pieces. I honestly wish I had the ability to converse the way that he does in his videos and learn to dream. I'm not much of a
Thank you.
dreamer. I'm more of a let's just talk about what we know and then maybe speculate on what we don't, and then I'd be wrong and everyone get mad at me for it. So go check out his channel. He does really, really great work over there. I would love to see him blow up over the next year, guys. Seriously.
Maybe I'll get my breakout year.
Yes.
Ah,
I want
there
him to
you
have
go.
his breakout
There you
year.
go.
Like this year, I
Yeah.
know I really pushed hard to get you over 10K. We got it there. Let's go,
Yeah.
folks. I would love to see him blow up past me. I think he deserves it more than I do. So let's do it. Let's make it happen. I want him to hit 100K before I do. I'm not even joking. That's the funny thing. I think your content is that good.
I appreciate that.
I think it's
That's
very
great.
deserves way more attention than it gets. I get really sad when one of your videos doesn't perform well, and I'm like, no, why are you watching my content? His content's so much better. Go watch it. It's rare that I say that when guests come on, but I legitimately think your content is way worthy of more views than it gets. So please, everyone, go check out his channel if you haven't. If you enjoyed the conversation here, our little bickering, our little back and forth stuff, it's all good. That's what him and I do, even when I'm on his
It's
show.
fun, man.
Which have
It's
you even
just-
done your show in a long time? I think it's been on a hiatus for a bit.
2 weeks.
I know you've done some Q&As here and there.
Yeah, we were on a 2 week break. Although you know what, that there have been less guests lately, so I've been just doing. There's some sort of live stream on Sunday.
Yes, I've noticed that. Yep.
Yeah,
That's
but,
why I said Q&As and other things.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Well, go check him
but
out.
there's
He does
something.
usually have a podcast on Sundays. Maybe I'll pop on one here in the new year. Well, I'm sure I will sometime next year. You guys are awesome. Thank you for tuning in, and we'll catch you in the next podcast in 2022.
Yeah.
Woo! 2022, everybody. Happy
Big
New
year.
Year's to everybody.
Yeah.
Peace out.
Later.
See ya.